The velvet glove. He thought he had already poor John Berridge tasted in their fullness the sweets of success, but nothing yet had been more charming to him than when the young lord, as he irresistibly, and for greater certitude quite correctly, figured him fairly sought out in Paris, the new literary star that had begun to hang with a fresh red light over the vast, even though rather confused Anglo-Saxon horizon, positively approaching that celebrity with a shy and artless appeal. The young lord invoked on this occasion the celebrity's prized judgment of a special literary case, and Berridge could take the whole manner of it for one of the quaintest little acts displayed to his amused eyes up to now on the stage of European society, albeit these eyes were quite aware in general of missing everywhere more of the human scene than possible, and of having of late been particularly awake to the large extensions of it spread before him, since so he could but fondly read his fate under the omen of his prodigious hit. It was because of his hit that he was having rare opportunities of, which he was so honestly and humbly proposing, as he would have said to make the most it was, because every one in the world so far had the thing gone was reading The Heart of Gold as just a slightly too fat volume, or sitting out the same as just a fifth act too long play, that he found himself floated on a tide he would scarce have dared to show his favourite hero, sustained by found 100 agreeable and interesting things happened to him, which were all one way or another affluents of the golden stream. The great renewed by the incredible luck of the play was always in his ears, without so much as a conscious turn of his head, to listen, so that the queer world of his fame was not the mere usual field of the Anglo-Saxon boom, but positively the bottom of the whole, theatric sea unplumbed source of the wave that had borne him, in the course of a year or two, over German, French, Italian, Russian, Scandinavian footlights. Paris itself really appeared for the hour the centre of his cyclone, with reports and returns, to say nothing of agents and emissaries, converging from the minor capitals, though his impatience was scarce the less keen to get back to London, where his work had had no such critical excoriation, to survive no such lesson of anguish to learn, as it had received at the hand of supreme authority of that French authority, which was in such a matter the only one to be artistically reckoned with, if his spirit indeed had had to reckon with it. His fourth act practically hadn't. It continued to make him blush every night, for the public more even than the inimitable Feuilleton had made him blush for himself. This had figured, however, after all, the one bad drop in his cup, so that for the rest his high-water mark might well have been that evening at Gloriani's studio, the approach of his odd and charming applicant, vaguely introduced at the latter's very own request by their hostess, who with an honest, helpless, genial gesture washed her fat, begemmed hands of the name and identity of either, but left the fresh fair, ever so habitually assured, yet ever so easily awkward Englishman with his plea to put forth. There was that in this pleasant personage which could still make Berridge wonder what conception of profit from him might have all incalculably taken form in such a head. These being truly the last entrenchments of our hero's modesty, he wondered the splendid young man, he wondered awfully, he wondered, it was unmistakable, quite nervously, he wondered to John's ardent and acute imagination, quite beautifully, if the author of The Heart of Gold would mind just looking at a book by a friend of his, a great friend which he himself believed rather clever, and had in fact found very charming, but as to which if it really wouldn't bore Mr. Berridge should so like the verdict of someone who knew his friend was awfully ambitious, and he thought there was something in it with all of which might he send the book to any address. Berridge thought of many things while the young lord thus charged upon him, and it was odd that no one of them was any question of the possible worth of the offered achievement, which, for that matter, was certain to be of the quality of all the books, to say nothing of the plays, and the projects for plays with which for some time past he had seen his daily post-bag distended. He had made out on looking at these things no difference at all from one to the other. Here, however, was something more, something that made his fellow guest's overture independently interesting, and as he might imagine important, he smiled. He was friendly, and vague, said, a work of fiction, I suppose, and that he didn't pretend ever to pronounce that he in fact quite hated always to have to, not knowing as he felt any better than anyone else, but would gladly look at anything under that demur, if it would give any pleasure. Perhaps the very brightest and most diamond-like twinkle he had yet seen the star of his renown emit was just the light brought into his young lord's eyes by this so easy consent to oblige. It was easy because the presence before him was, from moment to moment, referring itself back to some recent observation or memory, something caught somewhere within a few weeks or months, as he had moved about, and that seemed to flutter forth at this stir of the folded leaves of his recent experience, very much as a gathered, faded flower placed there for pressing might drop from between the pages of a volume, opened at hazard. He had seen him before, this splendid and sympathetic person whose flattering appeal was by no means all that made him sympathetic. He had met him, had noted, had wondered about him, had in fact imaginatively, intellectually, so to speak, quite yearned over him in some conjunction, lately though ever so fleetingly apprehended, which circumstance constituted precisely an association, as tormenting for the few minutes as it was vague, and set him to sounding intensely and vainly the face that itself figured everything agreeable, except recognition he couldn't remember, and the man didn't distinctly. Yes, they had been in presence during the previous winter, by some chance of travel through Sicily, through Italy, through the south of France, but his sonorous Berridge liked exotically to phrase ithad, then in ignorance of the present reasons not noticed him. It was positive for the man of established identity all the while too, and through the perfect lucidity of his sense of achievement, in an air, conducting nothing but the loudest bang, that this was fundamentally much less remarkable than the fact of his being made up to in such a quarter now. That was the disservice in a manner of one's having so much imagination. The mysterious values of other types kept looming larger before you than the doubtless often higher, but comparatively familiar ones of your own. And if you had anything of the artist's real feeling for life, the attraction and amusement of possibilities so projected were worth more to you in 19 moods out of 20 than the sufficiency, the serenity, the felicity, whatever it might be, of your stale personal certitudes. You were intellectually, you were artistically rather abject. In fine, if your curiosity in the grand sense of the term wasn't worth more to you than your dignity, what was your dignity anyway? But just the consistency of your curiosity, and what moments were ever so ignoble for you, as under the blighting breath of the false gods, stupid conventions, traditions, examples, your lapses from that consistency. His scenery, at all events, delightfully hadn't the least real idea of what any John Berridge was talking about, and the latter felt that if he had been less beautifully witless, and thereby less true to his right figure, it might scarce have been forgiven him. His right figure was that of life in irreflective joy, and at the highest thinkable level of prepared security and unconscious insolence. What was the pale page of fiction compared with the intimately personal adventure that in almost any direction he would have been all so stupidly, all so gallantly, all so instinctively, and by every presumption so prevailingly ready for Berridge, would have given 6 months' royalties for even an hour of his looser dormant consciousness, since one was oneself after all, no worm, but an heir of all the ages too, and yet without being able to supply chapter and verse for the felt, the huge difference. His scenery was tall and straight, but so, thank goodness, was the author of The Heart of Gold, who had no such vulgar mug either, and there was no intrinsic inferiority in being a bit inordinately, and so it might have seemed a bit strikingly black-browed, instead of being fair as the morning again. While his new friend delivered himself, our own tried in vain to place him, he indulged in plenty of pleasant, if rather restlessly headlong, sound, the confessed incoherence of a happy mortal, who had always many things on, and who, while waiting at any moment for connections and consummations, had fallen into the way of talking, as they said, all artlessly, and a trifle more betrayingly against time. He would always be having appointments, and somehow of a high romantic order to keep, and the imperfect punctualities of others to wait for, though who would be of a quality to make such a pampered personage wait very much. Our young analyst could only enjoy asking himself. There were women who might be of a quality, half a dozen of those, perhaps of those alone about the world. Our friend was as sure of this by the end of 4 minutes as if he knew all about it. After saying he would send him the book, the young lord indeed dropped that subject. He had asked where he might send it, and had had an "oh, I shall remember" on John's mention of an hotel, but he had made no further dash into literature, and it was 10 to 1 that this would be the last the distinguished author might hear of the volume. Such again was a note of these high existences that made one content to ask of them no whit of other consistency than that of carrying off the particular occasion, whatever it might be, in a dazzle of amiability and felicity, and leaving that as a sufficient trace of their passage. Sought and achieved consistency was but an angular, a secondary motion compared with the air of complete freedom. It might have an effect of deformity. There was no placing this figure of radiant ease for Berridge in any relation that didn't appear not good in ought hat, is among the relations that hadn't been too good for Berridge himself. He was all right where he was the great glory, and he somehow made that law. His house, with his supreme artistic position, was good enough for anyone, and tonight in especial there were charming people, more charming than our friend could recall from any other scene as the natural train or circle, as he might say, of such a presence. For an instant he thought he had got the face as a specimen of imperturbability, watched with wonder across the hushed rattle of roulette, at Monte Carlo, but this quickly became as improbable as any question of a vulgar table d'hôte, or a steamboat deck, or a herd of fellow pilgrims ciceronald, or even an opera box serving during a performance for frame of a type, observed from the stalls. One placed young gods and goddesses only when one placed them on Olympus, and it met the case always that they were of Olympian race, and that they glimmered for one at the best through their silver cloud like the visiting apparitions in an epic. This was brief and beautiful indeed, till something happened that gave it for Berridge on the spot, a prodigious extension, really as prodigious after a little, as if he had suddenly seen the silver clouds multiply. And then the whole of Olympus, presently open music, breaking upon the large air, enjoined immediate attention, and in a moment he was listening with the rest of the company to an eminent tenor who stood by the piano and was aware with it that his Englishman had turned away, and that in the vast rich tapestried room, where in spite of figures and objects so numerous clear spaces wide vistas, and as they might be called becoming situations abounded there, had been from elsewhere at the signal of unmistakable song, a rapid accession of guests. At first he but took this in and the way that several young women, for whom seats had been found, looked charming in the rapt attitude, while even the men mostly standing and grouped, composed in their stillness scarce, less impressively under the sway of the divine voice, it ruled the scene to the last intensity. And yet our young man's fine sense found still a resource in the range of the eyes without sound or motion, while all the rest of consciousness was held down, as by a mailed in silver. It was better in this way than the opera John alertly thought of that the composition sung might be Wagnerian, but no Tristram, no Iseult, no Parsifal, and no Kundry of them, all could ever show, could ever act to the music, as our friend had thus the power of seeing his dear contemporaries of either sex armoured, they so otherwise than in cheap Teutonic tinsel, just continuously, and inscrutably sit to it. It made the whole thing together an enchantment amid which he had in truth at a given moment ceased to distinguish part, so that he was himself certainly at last soaring as high as the singer's voice, and forgetting in a lost gaze at the splendid ceiling everything of the occasion, but what his intelligence poured into it. This, as happened, was a flight so sublime that by the time he had dropped his eyes again a cluster of persons near the main door had just parted to give way to a belated lady who slipped in through the gap made for her, and stood for some minutes full in his view. It was a proof of the perfect hush that no one stirred to offer her a seat, and her entrance in her high grace had yet been so noiseless that she could remain at once immensely exposed and completely unabashed for Berridge once more, if the scenic show before him so melted into the music here precisely might have been the heroine herself advancing to the footlights at her cue. The interest deepened to a thrill, and everything at the touch of his recognition of this personage, absolutely the most beautiful woman now present, fell exquisitely together, and gave him what he had been wanting from the moment of his taking in his young Englishman. It was there the missing connection. Her arrival had on the instant lighted it by a flash. Olympian herself, supremely divinely Olympian, she had arrived, could only have arrived for the one person present of really equal race, our young man's late converser, whose flattering demonstration might now stand for one of the odd extravagant forms taken by nervous impatience. This charming, this dazzling woman had been one member of the couple, disturbed to his intimate conviction, the autumn previous, on his being pushed by the officials at the last moment into a compartment of the train that was to take him from Cremona to Mantua. Failing a stop, he had had to keep his place. The other member, by whose felt but unseized identity he had been haunted, was the unconsciously insolent form of guaranteed happiness. He had just been engaged with the sense of the admirable intimacy that, having taken its precautions, had not reckoned with his eruption. His image had remained with him, to say nothing of the interest of aspect of the associated figures, so stamped somehow with rarity, so beautifully distinct from the common occupants of padded corners, and yet on the subject of whom, for the romantic structure he was immediately to raise, he had not had a scrap of evidence. If he had imputed to them conditions, it was all his own doing. It came from his inveterate habit of abysmal imputation, the snatching of the L wherever the inch peeped out without, which where would have been the tolerability of life. It didn't matter now what he had imputed, and he always held that his expenses of imputation were at the worst a compliment to those inspiring them. It only mattered that each of the pair had been then what he really saw each knowful, that is, of the pride of their youth and beauty and fortune and freedom, though at the same time particularly preoccupied, that is, with the affairs, and above all with the passions of Olympus. Who had they been? And what whence had they come? Whither were they bound? What tie united them? What adventure engaged? What felicity, tempered by what peril, magnificently dramatically attended these? had been his questions all so inevitable and so impertinent at the time, and to the exclusion of any scruples over his not postulating an inane honeymoon, his not taking the tie, as he should doubtless properly have done for the mere blessed matrimonial, and he now retracted not one of them, flushing, as they did before him again with their old momentary life, to feel his two friends renewedly in presence friends of the fleeting hour though they had but been, and with whom he had exchanged no sign save the vaguest of salutes on finally relieving them of his company, was only to be conscious that he hadn't on the spot done them, so to speak, half justice, and that for his superior entertainment there would be ever so much more of them to come. Roman 2. It might already have been coming indeed, with an immense stride, when scarce more than 10 minutes later, he was aware that the distinguished stranger had brought the princess straight across the room to speak to him. He had failed in the interval of any glimpse of their closer meeting, for the great tenor had sung another song, and then stopped immediately, on which Madame Gloriani had made his pulse quicken to a different if not to a finer throb, by hovering before him once more with the man in the world. He most admired, as it were looking at him over her shoulder, the man in the world. He most admired the greatest then of contemporary dramatists, and bearing independently the name inscribed, if not in deepest incision at least in thickest gilding, on the rich recreative roll-thigh's prodigious personage, was actually to suffer presentation to him at the good lady's generous but ineffectual hands, and had in fact the next instant left alone with him bowed in formal salutation, the massive curly witty head so romantic, yet so modern, so artistic and ironic, yet somehow so civic, so Gallic, yet somehow so cosmic, his personal vision of which had not hitherto transcended that of the possessor of a signed and framed photograph in a consecrated quarter of a writing table. It was positive, however, that poor John was afterward to remember of this conjunction nothing whatever, but the fact of the great man's looking at him very hard straight in the eyes, and of his not having himself scrupled to do as much, and with a confessed intensity of appetite it was improbable he was to recognize that they had for the few minutes only stared and grimaced like pitted boxers or wrestlers. But what had abode with him later on none the less was just the cherished memory of his not having so lost presence of mind as to fail of feeding on his impression. It was precious and precarious, that was perhaps all there would be of it, and his subsequent consciousness was quite to cherish this queer view of the silence, neither awkward, nor empty, nor harsh, but on the contrary, quite charged and brimming, that represented for him his use, his unforgettable enjoyment, in fact, of his opportunity. Had nothing passed in words, well, no misery of murmured homage, thank goodness, though something must have been said certainly to lead up, as they put it at the theatre, to John's having asked the head of the profession before they separated, if he by chance knew who the so radiantly handsome young woman might be, the one who had so lately come in, and who wore the pale yellow dress of the strange tone, and the magnificent pearls. They must have separated soon. It was further to have been noted, since it was before the advance of the pair, their wonderful dazzling charge upon him, that he had distinctly seen the great man at a distance again block out from his sight the harmony of the faded gold and the pearl stowe, speak only of that, and plant himself there, the mere high atlas back of renown to Berridge. Now, as for communion with them, he had blocked everything out to this tune, effectually, with nothing of the matter left for our friend. Meanwhile, but that, as he had said, the beautiful lady was the princess. What princess, or the princess of what? Our young man had afterward wondered his companion's reply, having lost itself in the prelude of an outburst by another vocalist who had approached the piano. It was after these things that she so incredibly came to him, attended by her adorer, since he took it for absolute that the young lord was her adorer, as who indeed mightn't been scarce waiting in her bright simplicity for any form of introduction. It may thus be said, in a word, that this was the manner in which she made our hero's acquaintance, a satisfaction that she on the spot described to him as really wanting of late to her felicity. I've read everything, you know, and the heart of gold. 3 times she put it all immediately on that ground, while the young lord now smiled beside her, as if it were quite the sort of thing he had done too. And while further the author of the work yielded to the consciousness that whereas in general he had come at last scarce to be able to bear the iteration of those words, which affected him as a mere vain vocal convulsion, so not a breath of this association now attended them, so such a person as the princess could make of them what she would. Unless it was to be really what he would, thus occurred to him in the very thick of the prodigy no single shade of possibility, of which was less prodigious than any other. It was a declaration, simply, the admirable young woman was treating him to a profession of artistic sympathy for. She was in a moment to use this very term that made for them a large clear common ether, an element all uplifted and rare of which they could equally partake. If she was Olympiana's in her rich and regular young beauty, that of some divine Greek mask overpainted, say, by Titian, she more and more appeared to Himthai's offered air was that of the gods themselves. She might have been with her long rustle across the room, Artemis decorated, hung with pearls for her worshippers, yet disconcerting them by having under an impulse just faintly fierce, snatched the cup of gold from Hebe. It was to him, John Berridge, she thus publicly offered it, and it was his overtopping confer of shortly before who was the worshipper most disconcerted. John had happened to catch even at its distance after these friends had joined him the momentary deep grave estimate in the great dramatist's salient watching eyes of the princess' so singular performance, the touch perhaps this in the whole business, that made Berridge's sense of it most sharp, the sense of it, as prodigy didn't in the least entail his feeling abject any more, that is than in the dew-dazzled degree, for surely there would have been supreme wonder in the eagerness of her exchange of mature glory for thin notoriety, hadn't it still exceeded everything that an Olympian of such race should have found herself bothered, as they said, to read at Alland, most of all to read 3 times. With the turn the matter took as an effect of this meeting, Berridge was more than once to find himself almost ashamed for her, since it seemed never to occur to her to be so for herself. He was jealous of the type, where she might have been taken as insolently careless of it, his advantage, unless indeed it had been his ruin, being that he could inordinately reflect upon it, could wander off thereby into kinds of license of which she was incapable. He hadn't for himself waited till now to be sure of what he would do were he an Olympian. He would leave his own stuff snugly unread to begin with. That would be a beautiful start for an Olympian career. He should have been as unable to write those works, in short, as to make anything else of them, and he should have had no more arithmetic for computing fingers than any perfect-headed marble Apollo, mutilated at the wrists he should have consented to know, but the grand personal adventure on the grand personal basis, nothing short of this, no poor cognizance of confusable pettifogging things, the sphere of earth-grubbing questions and tuppenny issues, would begin to be on any side Olympian enough. Even the great dramatist with his tempered and tested steel, and his immense assured position, even he was not Olympian, the look full of the torment of earth with which he had seen the princess turn her back, and for such a purpose on the prized privilege of his notice, testified sufficiently to that still comparatively, it was to be said, the question of a personal relation with an authority so eminent on the subject of the passion stow, say nothing of the rest of his charm, might have had for an ardent young woman, and the princess was unmistakably ardent, the absolute attraction of romance, unless again, prodigy of prodigies, she were looking for her romance very particularly elsewhere. Yet where could she have been looking for it? Berridge was to ask himself with private intensity, in a manner to leave her so at her ease, for appearing to offer him everything so free, to be quite divinely gentle with him, to hover there before him in all her mild, bright, smooth sublimity, and to say, "I should be so very grateful if you'd come to see me." There succeeded this a space of time of which he was afterward to lose all account, was never to recover the history, his only coherent view of it being that an interruption, some incident that kept them a while separate, had then taken place, yet that during their separation of half an hour or whatever, they had still somehow not lost sight of each other, but had found their eyes meeting in deep communion all across the great peopled room, meeting, and wanting to meet, wanting it, was the most extraordinary thing in the world, for the suppression of stages for confessed precipitate intensitito, used together every instant of the hour that might be left them, yet to use it for what, unless like beautiful fabulous figures in some old-world legend, for the frankest and almost the crudest avowal of the impression they had made on each other, he couldn't have named later on any other person she had during this space been engaged with any more than he was to remember in the least what he had himself ostensibly done, who had spoken to him, whom he had spoken to, or whether he hadn't just stood and publicly gaped or languished. Our Olympians were unconventional indeed, that was a part of their high bravery and privilege, but what it also appeared to attest in this wondrous manner was that they could communicate to their chosen in 3 minutes, by the mere light of their eyes, the same shining cynicism. He was to wonder, of course, tinglingly enough, whether he had really made an ass of himself, and there was this amount of evidence for it, that there certainly had been a series of moments, each one of which glowed with the lucid sense that as she couldn't like him as much as that either for his acted claptrap or for his printed verbiage, what it must come to was that she liked him, and to such a tune just for himself, and quite after no other fashion than that in which every goddess in the calendar had, when you came to look sooner or later, liked some prepossessing young, shepherd the question would thus have been for him with a still sharper, eventual ache of whether he positively had, as an effect of the miracle, been petrified before 50 pair of eyes to the posture of a prepossessing shepherdand, would perhaps have left him under the shadow of some such imputable fatuity, if his consciousness hadn't at a given moment cleared up to still stranger things. The agent of the change was, as quite congruously happened, none other than the shining youth whom he now seemed to himself to have been thinking of for ever so long, for a much longer time than he had ever in his life spent at an evening party, as the young lord, which personage suddenly stood before him again, holding him up an odd object, and smiling as if in reference to it with a gladness that at once struck our friend as almost too absurd for belief. The object was incongruous, by reason of its being to a second and less preoccupied glance a book, and what had befallen Berridge within 20 minutes was that thayth princess, and he that ish had got such millions of miles, or at least such thousands of years away from those platitudes. The book he found himself assuming could only be his book. It seemed also to have a tawdry red cover, and there came to him memories dreadfully false notes sounded so straight again by his new acquaintance of certain altogether different persons who at certain altogether different parties had flourished volumes before him, very much with that insinuating gesture, that arch expression, and that fell intention. The meaning of these thinks off all possible breaks of the charm at such an hour was that he should signature the ugly thing, and with a characteristic quotation or sentiment that was the way people simpered and squirmed, the way they mouthed and beckoned when animated by such purposes, and it already on the spot almost broke his heart to see such a type as that of the young lord brought by the vulgarest of fashions. So low this state of quick displeasure in Berridge, however, was founded on a deeper question, the question of how in the world he was to remain for himself a prepossessing shepherd, if he should consent to come back to these base actualities. It was true that even while this wonderment held him, his aggressor's perfect good conscience had placed the matter in a slightly different light. By an extraordinary chance I've found a copy of my friend's novel on one of the tables here. I see, by the inscription, that she has presented it to Gloriani, so if you'd like to glance at it. And the young lord, in the pride of his association with the eminent thing, held it out to Berridge as artlessly as if it had been a striking natural specimen of some sort, a rosy round apple grown in his own orchard, or an exceptional precious stone, to be admired for its weight and lustre. Berridge, except offer mechanically relieved at the prompt fading of his worst fear, yet feeling in himself a telltale facial blankness for the still absolutely anomalous character of his friend's appeal, he was even tempted for a moment to lay the volume down without looking at Itonley, with some extemporized promise to borrow it of their host, and take it home to give himself to it at an easier moment. Then the very expression of his fellow guest's own countenance determined in him a different and a still more dreadful view, in fact an immediate collapse of the dream in which he had for the splendid previous space of time been living. The young lord himself, in his radiant costly barbarism, figured far better than John Berridge could do the prepossessing shepherd, the beautiful mythological mortal, distinguished by a goddess. For our hero now saw that his whole manner of dealing with his ridiculous tribute was marked exactly by the grand simplicity, the prehistoric good faith, as one might call it, of far-off, romantic and plastic creatures, figures of exquisite Arcadian stamp, glorified rustics like those of the train of peasants in A Winter's Tale, who thought nothing of such treasure retrove on a Claude Lorraine sea strand, as a royal infant wrapped in purple, something in that fabulous style of exhibition, appearing exactly what his present demonstration might have been, prompted by the top of the tree, by Amy Avant's scarce credible words, floating before Berridge, after he had with an anguish of effort dropped his eyes on the importunate titlepad, represented an object as alien to the careless grace of goddess-chaunted Arcady as a washed-up kodak from a wrecked ship might have been to the appreciation of some islander of wholly unvisited seas. Nothing could have been more in the tone of an islander, deplorably diverted from his native interests and dignities, than the glibness with which John's own child of nature went on. It's her pen name, Amy Avance, couldn't have said it otherwise had he been a blue-chinned pennyliner, yet marking it with a disconnectedness of intelligence that kept up all the poetry of his own situation, and only crashed into that of other persons. The reference put the author of The Heart of Gold quite into his place, but left the speaker absolutely free of Arcady. Thanks awfully. Berridge somehow clutched at that, to keep everything from swimming. Yes, I should like to look at it, he managed, horribly grimacing now, he believed to say, and there was in fact a strange short interlude after this in which he scarce knew what had become of anyone, or of anything, in which he only seemed to himself to stand alone in a desolate place, where even its desolation didn't save him from having to stare at the greyest of printed pages. Nothing here helped anything else, since the stamped greyness didn't even in itself make it impossible his eyes should follow such sentences as the loveliness of the face which was that of the glorious period in which Pheidias reigned supreme, and which owed its most exquisite note to that shell-like curl of the upper lip, which always somehow recalls for us the smile with which wind-blown Astarte must have risen from the salt sea to which she owed her birth and her terrible moods, or it was too much for all the passionate woman in her, and she let herself go over the flowering land that had been but was no longer their love with an effect of blighting desolation that might have proceeded from one of the more physical, though not more awful convulsions of nature. He seemed to know later on that other and much more natural things had occurred, as that, for instance, with now at last a definite intermission of the rare music that for a long time past, save at the briefest intervals, had kept all participants ostensibly attentive and motionless, and that in spite of its high quality and the supposed privilege of listening to it, he had allowed himself not to catch a note of there was a great rustling and shifting and vociferous drop to a lower plane, more marked still with the quick clearance of a way to supper, and a lively dispersal of most of the guests hadn't he made out through the queer glare of appearances, though they yet somehow all came to him as confused and unreal that the princess was no longer there, wasn't even only crowded out of his range by the immediate multiplication of her court, the obsequious court that the change of pitch had at once permitted to close round her, that Gloriani had offered her his arm in a gallant official way as to the greatest lady present, and that he was left with half a dozen persons more knowing than the others who had promptly taken singly or in couples to a closer inspection of the fine small scattered treasures of the studio. He himself stood there rueful and stricken, nursing a silly red-bound book under his arm, very much as if he might have been holding on tight to an upright stake, or to the nearest piece of furniture during some impression of a sharp earthquake shock, or of an attack of dyspeptic dizziness, albeit, indeed, that he wasn't conscious of this absurd, this instinctive nervous clutch, till the thing that was to be more wonderful than any yet suddenly flared up for him, the sight of the princess again on the threshold of the room, poised there an instant in her exquisite grace for recovery of someone or of something, and then at recognition of him coming straight to him across the empty place, as if he alone and nobody and nothing else were what she incredibly wanted. She was there, she was radiantly at him as if she had known and loved him for 10 years and years, during which, however, she had never quite been able, in spite of undiscouraged attempts, to cure him as goddesses had to cure shepherds of his mere mortal shyness. "Ah, no, not that one," she said at once with her divine familiarity, for she had in the flash of an eye spotted the particular literary production he seemed so very fondly to have possessed himself of, and against which all the Amy Evans in her, as she would doubtless have put it clearly, wished on the spot to discriminate. She pulled it away from him. He let it go. He scarce knew what was happening, and made out that she distinguished the right one, the one that should have been shown him as blue or green or purple, and intimated that her other friend, her fellow Olympian as Berridge, had thought of him from the first, really did too clumsily bungle matters, poor dear, with his officiousness over the red one. She went on really as if she had come for that, some such rectification, some such eagerness of reunion with dear Mr. Berridge, some talk after all the tiresome music of questions, really urgent, while, thanks to the supreme strangeness of it, the high tide of golden fable floated him afresh, and her pretext, and her plea, the queerness of her offered motive, melted away after the fashion of the enveloping clouds that do their office in epics and idyls. "You didn't perhaps know I am Amy Evans," she smiled, "or even perhaps that I write in English, which I love, I assure you, as much as you can yourself do, and which gives one, doesn't it, for who should know if not you, the biggest of publics? I just love, don't they say, your American millions, and all the more that they really take me for Amy Evans, as I've just wanted to be taken to be loved too for myself. Don't you know that they haven't seemed to try at all to go behind, don't you say, my poor dear little nom de guerre? But it's the new one, my last, the velvet glove, that I should like you to judge me by, if such a corvée isn't too horrible for you to think of, though I admit it's a move straight in the romantic direction, since, after all, for I might as well make a clean breast of it, it's dear old discredited romance that I am most in sympathy with. I'll send you the velvet glove tomorrow, if you can find half an hour for it, and then she paused. As for the positive bright glory of her meaning, it could only be so extraordinary, her meaning, whatever it was, that the need in him that would, whatever it was, meet, it most absolutely formed the syllables on his lips, as will you be very, very kind to me? "Ah, kind, dear Mr. Berridge, kind," she splendidly laughed, "is nothing to what," but she pulled herself up again an instant, "well, to what I want to be. Just see," she said, "how I want to be." It was exactly, he felt, what he couldn't but see, in spite of books and publics and pen names, in spite of the really decadent perversity recalling that of the most irresponsibly insolent of the old Romans and Byzantines that could lead, creature so formed for living and breathing her romance, and so committed up to the eyes to the constant fact of her personal immersion in it and genius for it, the dreadful amateurish dance of ungrammatically scribbling it, with additions and advertisements and reviews and royalties, and every other futile item, since what was more of the deep essence of throbbing intercourse itself than this very act of her having broken away from people in the other room to whom he was as not of her, having with her crannery of audacity and indifference just turned her back on them all as soon as she had begun to miss him, what was more of it than her having forbidden them, by a sufficient curt ring of her own supremely silver tone, to attempt to check or criticize her freedom than her having looked him up at his distance under all the noses he had put out of joint, so as to let them think whatever they might not of herself much she troubled to care, but of the new champion to be reckoned with the invincible young lion of the day, what was more of it in short than her having perhaps even positively snubbed for him the great mystified sculptor and the great bewildered dramatist treated to this queer experience for the first time of their lives. It all came back again to the really great ease of really great ladies, and to the perfect facility of everything, when once they were great enough that might become the delicious thing to him, he more and more felt as soon as it should be supremely attested, it was ground he had ventured on scenically representationally in the artistic sphere, but without ever dreaming he should realize it thus in the social handsomely, gallantly. Just now moreover he didn't so much as let it occur to him that the social experience would perhaps on some future occasion richly profit further scenic efforts. He only lost himself in the consciousness of all she invited him to believe. It took license, this consciousness, the next moment, for a tremendous further throb, from what she had gone on to say to him in so many words, though indeed the words were nothing, and it was all a matter but of the implication that glimmered through them. Do you want very much your supper here? And then, while he felt himself glare for charmed response almost to the point of his tears rising with it, because if you don't. Because if I don't, she had paused, not from the faintest shade of timidity, but clearly for the pleasure of making him press. Why shouldn't we go together, letting me drive you home? You'll come home with me, gasped John Berridge, while the perspiration on his brow might have been the morning dew on a high lawn of Mount Ida. Nor you had better come with me, that's what I mean, but I certainly will come to you with pleasure some time if you'll let me. She made no more than that of the most fatuous of freedoms, as he felt directly he had spoken that it might have seemed to her, and before he had even time to welcome the relief of not having then himself for beastly contrition to make more of it, she had simply mentioned with her affectionate ease that she wanted to get away, that of the Boers there, she might easily after a little have too much, and that if he'd but say the word they'd nip straight out together by an independent door, and be sure to find her motor in the court. What word he had found to say he was afterward to reflect must have little enough mattered, for he was to have kept of what then occurred but a single other impression, that of her great fragrant rustle beside him over the rest of the ample room, and toward their nearest and friendliest resource, the door by which he had come in and which gave directly upon a staircase. This independent image was just that of the only other of his fellow guests with whom he had been closely concerned. He had thought of him rather indeed up to that moment as the princess fellow Olympian, but a new momentary vision of him seemed now to qualify it. As the young lord had reappeared within a minute on the threshold, that of the passage from the superroom lately crossed by the princess herself and Berridge, felt him there, saw him there, wondered about him there, all for the first minute, without so much as a straight look at him, he would have come to learn the reason of his friend's extraordinary public demonstration, having more right to his curiosity or his anxiety, or whatever, than anyone else he would be taking in the remarkable appearances that thus completed it, and would perhaps be showing quite a different face for them at the point they had reached than any that would have hitherto consorted with the beautiful security of his own position. So much on our own young man's part, for this first flush of a presumption that he might have stirred the germs of ire in a celestial breast, so much for the moment during which nothing would have induced him to betray, to a possibly rueful member of an old aristocracy, a vulgar elation, or a tickled unaccustomed glee. His inevitable second thought was, however, it has to be confessed, another matter, which took a different turn, for, frankly, all the conscious conqueror in him, as Amy Evans would again have said, couldn't forgo a probably supreme consecration. He treated himself to no prolonged reach of vision, but there was something he nevertheless fully measured for 5 seconds, the sharp truth of the fact, namely of how the interested observer in the doorway must really have felt about him. Rather disconcertingly hereupon, the sharp truth proved to be that the most amused, quite the most encouraging, and the least invidious of smiles graced the young lord's handsome countenance, forming, in short, his final contribution to a display of high social candor, unprecedented in our hero's experience. No, he wasn't jealous, didn't do John Berridge the honor to be to the extent of the least glimmer of a spark of it, but was so happy to see his immortal mistress do what she liked that he could positively beam at the odd circumstance of her almost lavishing public caresses on a gentleman not after all of negligible importance. Roman 3. Well, it was all confounding enough, but this indication in particular would have jostled our friend's grasp of the presented cup, had he had during the next 10 minutes more independence of thought, that however was out of the question when one positively felt, as with a pang somewhere deep within, or even with a smothered cry, for alarm, one's whole sense of proportion shattered at a blow, and ceasing to serve not straight and not too fast, was the ineffable young woman's appeal to him a few minutes later, beneath the wide glass porch cover that sheltered their brief wait for their chariot of fire. It was there even as she spoke the capped charioteer with a great clean curve drew up at the steps of the porch, and the princess footman, before rejoining him in front, held open the door of the car she got in. And Berridge was the next instant beside her. He could only say, "As you like, Princess, where you will certainly let us prolong it. Let us prolong everything, don't let us have it over strange and beautiful, as it can only be moments sooner than we must." So he spoke in the security of their intimate English, while the perpendicular, imperturbable valet deputy, white-faced in the electric light, closed them in, and then took his place on the box, where the rigid liveried backs of the two men presented through the glass were like a protecting wall, such a guarantee of privacy as might commate occurred to Berridge's inexpugnable fancy from a vision of tall guards erect round eastern seraglios. His companion had said something by the time they started about their taking a turn, their looking out for a few of the night views of Paris that were so wonderful, and after that, in spite of his constantly prized sense of knowing his enchanted city, and his way about, he ceased to follow or measure their coarse content, as he was with the particular exquisite assurance it gave him that was knowing Paris of a wondrous bland April night, that was hanging over it from vague consecrated lamp-studded heights, and taking in, spread below and afar, the great scroll of all its irresistible story, pricked out across river and bridge and radiant place, and along quays and boulevards and avenues, and around monumental circles and squares, in syllables of fire, and sketched and summarized further and further in the dim fire dust of endless avenues, that was all of the essence of fond and thrilled and throbbing recognition, with 1,000 things understood, and a flood of response conveyed, a whole familiar possessive feeling appealed to and attested. From you know it would be such a pleasure, and I think, in fact I'm sure it would do so much for the thing in America, had she gone on as they went, or had there been pauses of easy, and of charmed, and of natural silence, breaks and drops from talk, but only into greater confidence and sweetness, such as her very gesture now seemed a part of her, laying her gloved hand for emphasis on the back of his own, which rested on his knee, and which took in from the act he scarce knew what melting assurance the emphasis it was. Truth eyes came to him, even while for a minute he held his breath, seemed rather that of Amy Evans, and if her talk while they rolled had been in the sense of these words, he had really but felt that they were shut intimately in together, all his consciousness, all his discrimination of meanings and indications being so deeply and so exquisitely merged in, that the case wasn't as surely and sublimely, as extravagantly, as fabulously romantic for him, as his excited pulses had been seeming to certify. Her hand was there on his own in precious living proof, and splendid Paris hung over them as a consecrating canopy, her purple night embroidered with gold. Yet he waited, something stranger still having glimmered for him, waited, though she left her hand, which expressed emphasis and homage and tenderness, and anything else she liked indeed, since it was all then a matter of what he next heard, and what he slowly grew cold as he took from her. You know they do it here so charmingly, it's a compliment a clever man is always so glad to pay a literary friend, and sometimes, in the case of a great name like yours, it renders such a service to a poor little book like mine. She spoke ever so humbly, and yet ever so gaily, and still more than before with this confidence of the sincere admirer, and the comrade that, yes, through his sudden sharpening chill, was what first became distinct for him. She was mentioning somehow her explanation, and her conditionture motive, in fine, disconcerting, deplorable, dreadful, in respect to the experience otherwise so boundless that he had taken her as having opened to him, and she was doing it above all with the clearest coolness of her general privilege. What in particular she was talking about, he, as yet still holding his breath, wondered. It was something she wanted him to do for her, which was exactly what he had hoped, but something of what trivial and heaven forgive them both of what dismal order most of all. Meanwhile, he felt the dire penetration of 2 or 3 of the words she had used, so that after a painful minute the quaver with which he repeated them resembled his drawing slowly, carefully, timidly, some barbed dart out of his flesh. A literary friend, he echoed, as he turned his face more to her, so that as they sat the whites of her eyes near to his own, gleamed in the dusk like some silver setting of deep sapphires. It made her smile, which in their relation now was like the breaking of a cool airwave over the conscious sore flush that maintained itself through his general chill. Ah, of course you don't allow that I am literary, and of course, if you're awfully cruel and critical and incorruptible, you won't let it say for me what I so want it should. Where are we? Where in the name of all that's damnably, of all that's grotesquely delusive, are we? He said without a sign to himself, which was the form of his really being quite at sea, as to what she was talking about. That uncertainty indeed he could but frankly betray by taking her up, as he cast about him on the particular ambiguity that his voice perhaps already showed him to find most irritating. Let it show it, dear princess. Why, my dear man, let your preface show the lovely, friendly, irresistible log-rolling preface that I've been asking you if you wouldn't be an angel and write for me. He took it in with a deep long gulp. Had never, it seemed to him, had to swallow anything so bitter. You've been asking me if I wouldn't write you a preface to the Velvet Glove After I've sent it to you, and you've judged if you really can. Of course I don't want you to perjure yourself, Beautend. She fairly brushed him again at their close quarters with her fresh, fragrant smile. I do want you so to like me, and to say it all out beautifully, and publicly. You want me to like you, princess, but heaven help us, haven't you understood? Nothing stranger could conceivably have been. It struck him if he was right now than this exquisite intimacy of her manner, of setting him down on the other side of an abyss. It was as if she had lifted him first in her beautiful arms, had raised him up high, high, high to do it, pressing him to her immortal young breast, while he let himself go, and then by some extraordinary effect of her native force and her alien quality setting him down exactly where she wanted him to be, which was 1,000 miles away from her, once more so preposterously face to face with her for these base issues. He took it all in, after which he felt his eyes close for amazement, despair, and shame, and his head, which he had some time before baring his brow to the mild night eased of its crush hat, sink to confounded rest on the upholstered back of the seat. The act, the ceasing to see and if possible to hear, was, for the moment, a retreat and escape from a state that he felt himself fairly flatter by thinking of it, as awkward, the state of really wishing that his humiliation might end, and of wondering, in fact, if the most decent course open to him mightn't be to ask her to stop the motor and let him down. He spoke no word for a long minute, or for considerably more than that, during which time the motor went, and went now even somewhat faster, and he knew through his closed eyes that the outer lights had begun to multiply, and that they were getting back somewhere into the spacious and decorative quarters. He knew this, and also that his retreat, for all his attitude as of accommodating, thought his that presently, and quickly came to him off, having perhaps gathered himself in for an instant at her behest, to turn over in his high ingenuity some humbugging rotten phrase or formula that he might place at her service, and make the note of such an effort. He became aware, I say, that his lapse was but a half-retreat, with her strenuous presence and her earnest pressure, and the close cool respiration of her good faith, absolutely timing the moments of his stillness, and the progress of the car. Yes, it was wondrous well he had all but made the biggest of all fools of himself, almost as big a one as she was still to every appearance in her perfect serenity trying to make of him, and the one straight answer to it would be that he should reach forward and touch the footman's shoulder, and demand that the vehicle itself should make an end. That would be an answer, however, he continued intensely to see, only too inanely importunate to utterly superfluous Amy Evance, not a bit to his at last exquisitely patient companion, who was clearly now quite taking it from him that what kept him in his attitude was the spring of the quick desire to oblige her, the charming loyal impulse to consider a little what he could do for her, say handsomely yet conscientiously, oh the loveliness before he should commit himself. She was enchanted, that seemed to breathe upon him. She waited, she hung there, she quite bent over him as Diana over the sleeping Endymion, while all the conscientious man of letters in him, as she might so supremely have phrased it, struggled with the more peccable, the more muddled and squared, though for her own ideal, the so much more banal comrade. Yes, he could keep it up now, that is, he could hold out for his real reply, could meet the rather marked tension of the rest of their passage, as well as he should be able somehow or other to make his wordless detachment the tribute of his ostensibly deep consideration of her request, a retreat in good order she was for herself to the last point of her guileless fatuity. Amy Evans, and an asker for lifts a conceiver of twaddle both in herself, and in him, or at least so far as she fell short of all this platitude. It was no fault of the really affecting folly of her attempt to become a mere magazine mortal, after the only fashion she had made out to the intensification of her self-complacency that she might. Nothing might thus have touched him more if to be touched beyond a certain point hadn't been to be squared than the way she failed to divine the bearing of his thoughts, so that she had probably at no one small crisis of her life felt so much a promise in the flutter of her own, as on the occasion of the beautiful act she indulged in at the very moment he was afterward to recognize of their sweeping into her great smooth empty costly street a desert at that hour of lavish lamplight and sculptured stone. She raised to her lips the hand she had never yet released, and kept it there a moment pressed close against them, he himself closing his eyes to the deepest detachment. He was capable of, while he took in with a smothered sound of pain, that this was the conferred bounty by which Amy Evans sought most expressively to encourage, to sustain, and to reward. The motor had slackened, and in a moment would stop, and meanwhile, even after lowering his hand again, she hadn't let it go. This enabled it, while he after a further moment roused himself to a more confessed consciousness, to form with his friends a more active relation, to possess him of hers in turn, and with an intention the straighter that her glove had by this time somehow come off bending over it without hindrance, he returned as firmly and fully as the application of all his recovered wholeness of feeling under his moustache might express the consecration the bareness of his own knuckles had received, only after which it was that, still thus drawing out his grasp of her, and having let down their front glass by his free hand, he signified to the footman his view of their stopping short. They had arrived. The high-closed porticature in its crested stretch of wall awaited their approach, but his gesture took effect. The car pulled up at the edge of the pavement. The man in an instant was at the door, and had opened it, quickly moving across the walk, the next moment to press the bell at the gate. Berridge, as his hand now broke away, felt he had cut his cable with which, after he had stepped out, he raised again the glass he had lowered, and closed its own, being already down the door that had released him. During these motions, he had the sense of his companion still radiant and splendid, but somehow momentarily suppressed, suspended, silvered over, and celestially blurred, even as a summer moon by the loose veil of a cloud. So it was he saw her, while he leaned for farewell on the open window ledge. He took her in as her visible intensity of bright vagueness filled the circle that the interior of the car made for her. It was such a state as she would have been reduced to. Felt this was certain of it for the first time in her life, and it was he, poor John Berridge, after all, who would have created the condition. "Good night, princess, I shan't see you again." Vague was indeed no word for Itchine, though she might in her screened narrow niche, as with the liquefaction of her pearls, the glimmer of her tears, the freshness of her surprise, you want come in when you've had no supper. He smiled at her with a purpose of kindness that could never in his life have been greater, and at first but smiled without a word. He presently shook his head, however, doubtless also with as great a sadness. "I seem to have supped to my fill, princess, thank you, I won't come in." It drew from her, while she looked at him, a long, low, anxious wail. "And you won't do my preface?" "No, princess, I won't do your preface. Nothing would induce me to say a word in print about you. I am, in fact, not sure I shall ever mention you in any manner at all as long as ever I live." He had felt for an instant as if he were speaking to some miraculously humanized idol, all sacred, all jeweled, all votively hung about, but made mysterious in the recess of its shrine by the very thickness of the accumulated luster. "And then you don't like me," was the marvelous sound from the image. "Princess," was in response the sound of the worshipper. "Princess, I adore you, but I am ashamed for you." "Ashamed?" "You are romancy as everything, and by what I make out everyone about you is so. What more do you want? Your professeth, only one worth speaking of, was written long ages ago by the most beautiful imagination of man." Humanized at least for these moments, she could understand enough to declare that she didn't. I don't. "You don't need to understand. Don't attempt such base things. Leave those to us. Only live, only be well, do the rest." She moved over. She had come close to the window. "Ah, but Mr. Berridge." He raised both hands. He shook them at her gently in deep and soft deprecation. "Don't sound my dreadful name. Fortunately, however, you can't help yourself." "Ah, voyons, I so want." He repeated his gesture, and when he brought down his hands, they closed together on both of hers, which now quite convulsively grasped the window ledge. "Don't speak. Because when you speak you really say things. You are romance," he pronounced afresh, and with the last intensity of conviction and persuasion. "That's all you have to do with it," he continued, while his hands for emphasis pressed hard on her own. Their faces in this way were nearer together than ever, but with the effect of only adding to the vividness of that dire non-intelligence, from which all perversely and incalculably, her very beauty now appeared to gain relief. This made for him a pang, and almost an anguish, the fear of her saying something yet again, that would wretchedly prove how little he moved her perception, so his eyes of remonstrant, of suppliant intention, met hers close at the same time that these, so far from shrinking, but with their quite other swimming plea all bedimmed, now seemed almost to wash him with the tears of her failure. He soothed, he stroked, he reassured her hands for tender conveyance of his meaning, quite as she had just before dealt with his own, for brave demonstration of hers it was during these instants, as if the question had been which of them could most candidly and fraternally plead full. But of that she kept it up. If you'd only think, if you'd only try. He couldn't stand it, was capable of believing he had edged away excusing himself, and trumping up a factitious theory, because he hadn't the wit, hadn't the hand to knock off the few pleasant pages she asked him for, and that any proper Frenchman master of the métier would so easily and gallantly have promised, should she so begin to commit herself. He'd by the immortal gods anticipate it in the manner most admirably effective. In fact, he'd even thus make her further derogation impossible. Their faces were so close that he could practice any rich freedom, though, for an instant, while the back of the chauffeur guarded them on that side, and his own presented breadth, amplified by his loose mantle, filled the whole window space, leaving him no observation from any quarter to heed. He uttered, in a deep-drawn final groan, an irrepressible echo of his pang, for what might have been the muffled cry of his insistence, "You are Roman, Seth," drove it, intimately, inordinately home his lips for a long moment, sealing it, with the fullest force of authority on her own, after which, as he broke away, and the car, starting again, turned powerfully across the pavement, he had no further sound from her than if, all divinely indulgent, but all humanly defeated, she had given the question up. Falling back to infinite wonder, he too fell back, but could still wave his hat for her, as she passed to disappearance in the great floridly framed aperture, whose wings at once came together behind her. A round of visits. He had been out but once since his arrival. Mark Monteith, that was the next day after, had disembarked by night on the previous. Then everything had come at once, as he would have said everything had changed. He had got in on Tuesday. He had spent Wednesday for the most part downtown, looking into the dismal subject of his anxiety, that under a sudden decision had brought him across the unfriendly sea at midwinter, and it was through information reaching him on Wednesday evening that he had measured his loss, measured above all his pain. These were two distinct things he felt, and though both bad, one much worse than the other, it wasn't till the next 3 days had pretty well ebbed, in fact, that he knew himself for so badly wounded. He had waked up on Thursday morning, so far as he had slept at all, with the sense together of a blinding New York blizzard, and of a deep sore inward ache. The great white savage storm would have kept him at the best within doors, but his stricken state was by itself quite reason enough. He so felt the blow, indeed so gasped before what had happened to him, at the ugliness, the bitterness, and beyond these things the sinister strangeness, that the matter of his dismay, little by little detaching, and projecting itself, settling there face to face with him as something he must now live with always. He might have been in charge of some horrid alien thing, some violent, scared, unhappy creature, whom there was small joy of a truth in remaining with, but whose behavior wouldn't perhaps bring him under notice, nor otherwise compromise him so long as he should stay to watch it, a young gibbering ape, of one of the more formidable sorts, or an ominous infant panther, smuggled into the great gaudy hotel, and whom it might yet be important he shouldn't advertise, couldn't have affected him as needing more domestic attention, the great gaudy hotel, the Pocahontas, but carried out largely on du barry lines made all about him, beside, behind, below, above, in blocks and tiers and superpositions, a sufficient defensive hugeness, so that between the massive labyrinth and the New York weather, life in a lighthouse during a gale would scarce have kept him more apart, even when in the course of that worse Thursday it had occurred to him for vague relief that the odious certified facts couldn't be all his misery, and that with his throat and a probable temperature, a brush of the epidemic which was forever brushing him accounted for something. Even then, he couldn't resign himself to bed and broth and dimness, but only circled and prowled the more within his high cage, only watched the more from his 10th story, the rage of the elements. In the afternoon, he had a doctored caravanserai, which supplied everything in quantities, had one for each group of so many rooms, just in order to be assured that he was grip enough for anything. What his visitor, making light of his attack, perversely told him was that he was much rather blue enough, and from causes doubtless known to himself, which didn't come to the same thing, but he gave him something, prescribed him warmth and quiet and broth and courage, and came back the next day as to readminister this last dose. He then pronounced him better, and on Saturday pronounced him well, all the more that the storm had abated, and the snow had been dealt with, as New York at a push knew how to deal with things. Oh, how New York knew how to deal, that is, with other accumulations lying passive to its hand, was exactly what Mark now ached with his impression of, so that, still thrashing about in this consciousness, he had on the Saturday come near to breaking out as to what was the matter with him. The doctor brought in somehow the air of the hotel which cheerfully and conscientiously, by his simple philosophy, the good man wished to diffuse, breathing forth all the echoes of other woes and worries, and pointing the honest moral that especially with such a thermometer there were enough of these to go round. Our sufferer by that time would have liked to tell someone, extracting to the last acid strain of it the full strength of his sorrow, taking it all in as he could only do by himself, and with the conditions favourable at least to this, had been his natural first need. But now he supposed he must be better. There was something of his heart's heaviness he wanted so to give out. He had rummaged forth on the Thursday night half a dozen old photographs, stuck into a leather frame, a small showcase that formed part of his usual equipage of travel, mostly set it up on a table when he stayed anywhere long enough, and in one of the neat gilt-edged squares of this convenient portable array, as familiar as his shaving-glass, or the hairbrushes of backs and monograms, now so beautifully toned, and wasted long ago, given him by his mother, Phil Bloodgood, handsomely faced him, not contemporaneous, and a little faded, but so saying what it said only the more dreadfully. The image seemed to sit there at an immemorial window like some long effective, and only at last exposed decoy of fate. It was because he was so beautifully good-looking, because he was so charming and clever and frank, besides being one's third cousin, or whatever it was, one's early schoolfellow, and one's later college classmate, that one had abjectly trusted him to live thus, with his unremoved, undestroyed, engaging, treacherous face, had been, as our traveller desired to live with all of the felt pang, had been to consume it in such a single heart-sore mouthful as would so far as possible dispose of it, and leave but cold dregs. Thus, if the doctor, casting about for pleasantness, had happened to notice him there, salient since he was, and possibly by the same stroke even to know him as New York, and more or less to its cost, now mightn't one say so abundantly, and agreeable had the cup would have overflowed, and Monteith, for all he could be sure of the contrary, would have relieved himself positively in tears. Oh, he's what's the matter with Methat, looking after some of my poor dividends, as he for the 10 years of my absence had served me by doing. He has simply jockeyed me out of the whole little collection, such as it was, and taken the opportunity of my return, inevitably at last bewildered and uneasy, to sail 10 days ago for parts unknown, and as yet unguessable. It isn't the beastly values themselves, however, that's only awkward, and I can still live, though I don't quite know how I shall turn round. It's the horror of his having done it, and done it to me without a mitigation, or so to speak, a warning or an excuse, that at a hint or a jog is what he would have brought out, only to feel afterward, no doubt, that he had wasted his impulse, and profaned even a little his sincerity. The doctor didn't, in the event, so much as glance at his cluster of portraits, which fact quite put before our friend the essentially more vivid range of imagery that a pair of eyes transferred from room to room, and from one queer case to another in such a place as that would mainly be adjusted to. It wasn't for him to relieve himself touchingly, strikingly, or whatever to such a man might much more pertinently save for professional discretion have emptied out there his own bag of wonders, prodigies of observation, flowers, of oddity, flowers of misery, flowers of the monstrous, gathered in current hotel practice, countless possibilities, making doctors perfunctory mark, felt swarmed and seethed at their doors. It showed for an incalculable world, and at last on Sunday he decided to leave his room. Roman 2. Everything as he passed through the place went on, all the offices of life, the whole bustle of the market, and withal surprisingly scarce less that of the nursery, and the playground, the whole sprawl in especial of the great gregarious fireside. It was a complete social scene in itself, on which types might figure, and passions rage, and plots thicken, and dramas develop without reference to any other sphere, or perhaps even to anything at all outside. The signs of this met him at every turn, as he threaded the labyrinth, passing from one extraordinary masquerade of expensive objects, one portentous period of decoration, one violent phase of publicity, to another. The heavy heat, the luxuriance, the extravagance, the quantity, the colour gave the impression of some wondrous tropical forest, where vociferous, bright-eyed and feathered creatures of every variety of size and hue were half smothered between undergrowths of velvet and tapestry, and ramifications of marble and bronze. The fauna and the flora startled him alike, and among them his bruised spirit drew in and folded its wings, but he roamed and rested exploring, and in a manner enjoying the vast rankness in the depth of which he suddenly encountered Mrs. Folliot, whom he had last seen 6 months before in London, and who had spoken to him then precisely of Phil Bloodgood for several years, previous her confidential American agent, and factotum too, as she might say. But at that time, so little in her good books for the extraordinary things he seemed to be doing that she was just hurrying home, she had made no scruple of mentioning to take everything out of his hands. Mark remembered how uneasy she had made him, how that very talk with her had wound him up to fear as so acute and intent a little person. She affected him, though he had affirmed with all emphasis and flourish his own confidence, and defended to iteration his old friend. This passage had remained with him for a certain pleasant heat of intimacy, his partner of the charming appearance being what she was. He liked to think how they had fraternized over their difference, and called each other idiots, or almost without offence. It was always a link to have scuffled, failing a real scratch with such a character. And he had at present the flutter of feeling that something of this would abide. He hadn't been hurrying home at the London time in any case. He was doing nothing then, and had continued to do it. He would want, before showing suspicion that had been his attitudito, have more after all to go upon Mrs. Folliot also, and with a great actual profession of it, remembered and rejoiced, and also staying in the house, as she was sat with him under a spreading palm, in a wondrous rococo salon, surrounded by the pinkest, that is, the fleshiest imitation Boucher panels, and wanted to know if he now stood up for his swindler, she would herself have tumbled on a cloud very passably, in a fleshy Boucher manner, hadn't she been overdressed for such an exercise. But she was quite realistically aware of what had so naturally happened. Was prompt about Bloodgood's flight. She had acted with energy on getting back, she had saved what she could, which hadn't however prevented her losing all disgustedly, some $10,000. She was lovely, lively, friendly, interested. She connected Monteith perfectly with their discussion that day during the water party on the Thames, but sitting here with him half an hour she talked only of her peculiar, her cruel sacrifice. Since she should never get a penny back, he had felt himself on their meeting quite yearningly reach out to her so decidedly by the morning's end, and that of his scattered sombre stations, had he been sated with meaningless contacts, with the sense of people all about him, intensely, though harmlessly animated, yet at the same time raspingly indifferent. They would have he and she at least their common pang through which fact somehow he should feel less stranded. It wasn't that he wanted to be pitied, he fairly didn't pity himself, he winced rather, and even to vicarious anguish as it rose again for poor shamed Bloodgood's doom-ridden figure, but he wanted, as with a desperate charity, to give some easier turn to the mere ugliness of the main facts, to work off his obsession from them, by mixing with it some other blame, some other pity. It scarce mattered what if. It might be some other experience, as an effect of which larger ventilation it would have after a fashion, and for a man of free sensibility, a diluted and less poisonous taste. By the end of 5 minutes of Mrs. Folliot, however, he felt his dry lips seal themselves to a makeshift simper. She could take nothing, no better, no broader perception of anything than fitted her own small faculty, so that though she must have recalled or imagined that he had still up to lately had interests at stake, the rapid result of her egotistical little chatter was to make him wish he might rather have conversed with the French waiter dangling in the long vista that showed the Oriental Café as a climax, or with the policeman outside the top of whose helmet peeped above the ledge of a window. She bewailed her wretched money, to excess who he was sure had quantities more. She pawed and tossed her bare bone with her little extraordinarily gemmed and manicured hands, till it acted on his nerves. She rang all the changes on the story, the dire fatality of her having wavered and muddled thought of this, and but done that of her stupid failure to have pounced, when she had first meant to in season. She abused the author of their wrongs, recognizing thus to Monteith's right to loathe him for the desperado he assuredly had proved, but with a vulgarity of analysis and an incapacity for the higher criticism, as her listener felt it to be, which made him determine resentfully, almost grimly, that she shouldn't have the benefit of a grain of his vision, or his version of what had befallen them, and of how in particular it had come, and should never dream thereby, though much would she suffer from that of how interesting he might have been. She had in a finer sense no manners, and to be concerned with her in any retrospect wasn't their discourse was of Laucesto feel, the dignity of history, incur the very gravest. It was true that such fantasies, or that any shade of inward irony, would be Greek to Mrs. Folliot. It was also true, however, and not much more strange, when she had presently the comparatively happy thought of lunch with us, you poor dear, and mentioned 3 or 4 of her crowd, a new crowd rather, for her all great Sunday lunchers there, and immense fun, who would in a moment be turning up. That this seemed to him as easy as anything else, so that, after a little deeper in the jungle, and while under the temperature as of high noon with the crowd complete and ordering, he wiped the perspiration from his brow. He felt he was letting himself go. He did that certainly, to the extent of leaving far behind any question of Mrs. Folliot's manners. They didn't matter there, nobodies did. And if she ceased to lament her 10,000, it was only because among higher voices she couldn't make herself heard. Poor Bloodgood didn't have a show, as they might have said, didn't get through at any point. The crowd was so new that there either having been no hue and cry for him, or having been too many others for other absconders in the intervals, they had never so much as heard of him, and would have no more of Mrs. Folliot's true inwardness on that subject, at least, than she had lately cared to have of Monteith's. There was nothing like a crowd, this unfortunate knew, for making one feel lonely, and he felt so increasingly during the meal. But he got thus at least in a measure away from the terrible little lady, after which, and before the end of the hour, he wanted still more to get away from everyone else. He was in fact about to perform this manoeuvre, when he was checked by the jolly young woman he had been having on his left, and who had more to say about the hotels up and down the town than he had ever known a young woman to have to say on any subject at all. She expressed herself in hotel terms, exclusively, the names of those establishments playing through her speech, as the leitmotif might have recurrently flashed, and romped through a piece of profane modern music. She wanted to present him to the pretty girl she had brought with her, and who had apparently signified to her that she must do so. "I think you know my brother-in-law, Mr. Newton Winch," the pretty girl had immediately said. She moved her head and shoulders together, as by a common spring, the effect of a stiff neck, or of something loosened in her back hair, but becoming queerly enough all the prettier for doing so. He had seen in the papers her brother-in-law Mr. Monteith's arrival. Mr. Mark P. Monteith wasn't it, and where he was, and she had been with him 3 days before at the time, whereupon he had said, "Hullo, what can have brought old Mark back?" He seemed to have believed Newton had seemed that shirker, as he called him, never would come, and she guessed that if she had known she was going to meet such a former friend, which he claims you are, sir, said the pretty girl, he would have asked her to find out what the trouble could be. But the real satisfaction would just be, she went on, if his former friend would himself go and see him, and tell him he had appeared of late so down. "Oh, I remember him." Mark didn't repudiate the friendship placing him easily, only, then he wasn't married, and the pretty girl's sister must have come in later, which showed his not knowing such things, how they had lost touch. The pretty girl was sorry to have to say in return to this, that her sister wasn't living, had died 2 years after marrying, so that Newton was up there in 50th Street alone, where in explanation of his being down, he had been shut up for days with bad grip, though now on the mend, or she wouldn't have gone to him, not she who had had it 19 times, and didn't want to have it again, but the horrid poison just seemed to have entered into poor Newton's soul. "That's the way it can take you, don't you know?" And then, as with her single twist, she just charmingly hunched her eyes at our friend. "Don't you want to go to see him?" Mark bethought himself, "Well, I am going to see a lady." She took the words from his mouth. "Of course, you're going to see a lady. Every man in New York is, but Newton isn't a lady, unfortunately for him, today, and Sunday afternoon in this place, in this weather, alone." "Yes, isn't it awful?" Was quite drawn to her. "Oh, you've got your lady." "Yes, I've got my lady, thank goodness," the fervour of which was his sincere tribute to the note he had had on Friday morning from Mrs. Ashe, the only thing that had a little tempered his gloom. "Well then, feel for others, fit him in, tell him why I've come back. I'm glad I have, since it was to see you." Monteith made brave enough answer, promising to do what he could. He liked the pretty girl with her straight attack, and her free awkwardness also, with her difference from the others, through something of a sense, and a distinction given her, by so clearly having Newton on her mind. Yet it was odd to him, and it showed the lapse of the years that Winch, as he had known him of old, could be to that degree on anyone's mind. Roman 3. Outside, in the intensity of the cold, it was a jump from the tropics to the pole, felt afresh the force of what he had just been saying, that if it weren't for the fact of Mrs. Ashe's good letter of welcome, dispatched characteristically, as soon as she had, like the faithful sufferer in 50th Street, observed his name in a newspaper on one of the hotelists, he should verily, for want of a connection and an abutment, have scarce dared to face the void and the chill together, but have sneaked back into the jungle, and there tried to lose himself. He made, as it was the opposite effort, resolute to walk, though hovering now and then at vague crossways, radiations of roads to nothing, or taking cold counsel of the long but still sketchy vista as it struck him of the northward avenue, bright and bleak, fresh and harsh, rich and evident, somehow a perspective like a page of florid modern platitudes. He didn't quite know what he had expected for his return, not certainly serenades and deputations, but without Mrs. Ashe his mail would have quite lacked geniality, and it was as if Bloodgood had gone off not only with so large a slice of his small peculium, but with all the broken bits of the past, the loose ends of old relationships that he had supposed he might pick up again. Well, perhaps he should still pick up a few. The sweat of his brow no motion of their own, at least, he by this time judged would send them fluttering into his hand. Which reflections but quickened his forecast of this charm of the old Paris inveteracy, renewed the surprised custom of 9 years before, when he still believed in results from his fond frequentation of the beaux arts, that of walking over the river to the Rue de Marignan, precisely every Sunday without exception, and sitting at her fireside, and often all offensively no doubt, outstaying every one. How he had used to want those hours then, and how again after a little at present, the Rue de Marignan might have been before him. He had gone to her there at that time with his troubles such as they were, and they had always worked for her amusement, which had been her happy, her clever way of taking them. She couldn't have done anything better for them in that phase, poor innocent things, compared with what they might have been, than be amused by them. Perhaps that was what she would still be with those of his present hour now. Too, they might inspire her with the touch she best applied, and was most instinctive mistress of. This didn't, at all events, strike him as what he should most resent. It wasn't as if Mrs. Folliot, to make up for boring him with her own plaint for example, had had so much as a gleam of conscious diversion over his. "I am so delighted to see you. I've such immensities to tell you," it began with the highest animation. 20 minutes later, the very moment he stood there, the sense of the Rue de Marignan in the charming room, and in the things about, all reconstituted, regrouped, wonderfully preserved down to the very sitting places in the same relations, and down to the faint sweet mustiness of generations of cigarettes, but everything else different and even vaguely alien, and by a measure still other than that of their own stretched interval, and of the dear delightful woman's just a little pathetic alteration of face he had allowed for the 9 years. And so it was to be hoped, had she but the last thing otherwise that would have been touched, he immediately felt, was the quality, the intensity of her care to see him. She cared, oh, so visibly and touchingly and almost radiantly, save for her being, yes, distinctly a little more battered than from even a good 9 years, worth nothing could in fact have perched with so crowning an impatience on the heap of what she had to tell, as that special shade of revived consciousness, of having him in particular to tell it to. It wasn't perhaps much to matter how soon she brought out, and caused to ring as it were on the little recognized marqueterie table between them, such an anciently envied treasure, the heaviest gold piece of current history, she was to pay him with for having just so felicitously come back. He knew already without the telling that intimate domestic tension must lately within those walls have reached a climax, and that he could serve supremely. How he was going to serve as the most sympathetic of all pairs of ears. The whole thing was upon him in any case, with the minimum of delay. Barb had had it from her definitely the first of the week, and it was absolutely final now, that they must set up avowedly separate lives without horrible proceedings of any sort, but with her own situation, her independence, secured to her once for all. She had been coming to it, taking her time, and she had gone through well, so old a friend would guess enough, but she was at the point, oh blessedly now, where she meant to stay. He'd see if she didn't, with which in this wonderful way he himself had arrived for the cream of it, and she was just selfishly glad Barb had gone to Washington ostensibly on business, but really to recover breath. She had, speaking vulgarly, knocked the wind out of him, and was allowing him time to turn round. Mrs. Folliot, moreover, she was sure would have gone, was certainly believed to have been seen there 5 days ago, and of course his first necessity for public use would be to patch up something with Mrs. Folliot. Mark knew about Mrs. Folliot, who was only, for that matter, one of a regular bevy. Not that it signified, however, if he didn't, she would tell him about her later. He took occasion from the first fraction of a break not quite to know what he knew about Mrs. Folliot, though perhaps he could imagine a little, and it was probably at this minute that, having definitely settled to a position, and precisely in his very own tapestry, Berger, the one with the delicious little spectral subjects on the back and seat, he partly exhaled, and yet managed partly to keep to himself the deep resigned sigh of a general comprehension. He knew what he was in, for he heard her go on, said it again, and again, seemed constantly to be saying it while she smiled at him, with her peculiar fine charm, her positive gaiety of sensibility scarce dimmed. "I'm just selfishly glad, just selfishly glad." Well, she was going to have reason to be. She was going to put the whole case to him, all her troubles and plans, and each act of the tragicomedy of her recent existence, as to the dearest and safest sympathizer in all the world. There would be no chance for his case, though it was so much for his case he had come. Yet there took place within him but a mild dumb convulsion, the momentary strain of his substituting, by the turn of a hand, one prospect of interest for another, squaring himself in his old burgher, and with his lips during the effort compressed to the same passive grimace that had an hour or two before operated for the encouragement of Mrs. Folliot, just as it was to clear the stage completely for the present more prolonged performance, shut straight down, as he even in the act called it to himself, on any personal claim for social consideration, and rendered a perfect little agony of justice to the grounds of his friend's vividness, for it was all the justice that could be expected of him that though, secretly, he wasn't going to be interested in her being interesting, she was yet going to be so all the same by the very force of her lovely material. Bob Ash was such a pure pearl of a donkey, and he was going to keep on knowing she was to the very end, when after the lapse of an hour he rose to go, the rich fact that she had been was there between them, and with an effect of the frankly, fearlessly, harmlessly intimate fireside passage, for it, that went beyond even the best memories of the pleasant past. He hadn't amused her, no, in quite the same way as in the Rue de Marignan time. It had then been he who, for the most part, took frequent turns, emphatic, explosive, elocutionary, over that wonderful waxed parquet, while she laughed as for the young perversity of him from the depths of the second, the matching burgher today she herself held, and swept the floor, putting him merely to the trouble of his perpetual brava. But that was all through the change of basis, amusement, another name, only for the thrilled absorption having been inevitably for him, as how could it have failed to be with such a regular treat, too? His curiosity with the tea where now other callers were turning up, and he got away on the plea of his wanting so to think it all over. He hoped again he hadn't too queer a grin with his assurance to her, as if she would quite know what he meant, that he had been thrilled to the core. But she returned quite radiantly that he had carried her completely away, and her sincerity was proved by the final frankness of their temporary parting. My pleasure of you is selfish, horribly, I admit, so that if that doesn't suit you. Her faded beauty flushed again as she said it. Roman 4. In the street again, as he resumed his walk, he saw how perfectly it would have to suit him, and how he probably for a long time wouldn't be suited otherwise. Between them and that time, however, what mightn't for him, poor devil, on his new basis have happened, she wasn't at any rate within any calculable period going to care so much for anything as for the so quaintly droll terms in which her rearrangement with her husband, thanks to that gentleman's inimitable fatuity, would have to be made. This was what it was to own exactly her special grasseth, brightest gaiety in the finest sensibility, such a display of which combination Mark felt as he went, if he could but have done it still more justice, she must have regaled him with that exquisite last flush of her fadedness, could only remain with him yet, while he presently stopped at a street corner in a district redeemed from desolation, but by the passage just then of a choke trolley-car that howled as he paused for it beneath the weight of its human accretions. He seemed to know the inward sinking that had been determined in a hungry man by some extravagant sight of the preparation of somebody else's dinner. Florence Ash was dining, so to speak, off the feast of appreciation of what she had to tell him that he had left her seated at, and she was welcome, assuredly welcome, he musingly, he wistfully, and yet at the same time a trifle mechanically repeated, stayed, as he was a moment longer, by the suffering shriek of another public vehicle and a sudden odd automatic return of his mind to the pretty girl, the flower of Mrs. Folliot's crowd, who had spoken to him of Newton Winch. It was extraordinarily as if on the instant she reminded him from across the town that she had offered him dinner. It was really quite strangely, while he stood there, as if she had told him where he could go and get it, with which none the less it was apparently where he wouldn't find her, and what was there, after all, of nutritive in the image of Newton Winch. He made up his mind in a moment that it owed that property which the pretty girl had somehow made imputable to the fact of its simply being just then the one image of anything known to him, that the terrible place had to offer nothing. He a minute later reflected could have been so rum as that sick and sore of a bleak New York eventide. He should have had nowhere to turn if not to the said 50th Street. That was the direction he accordingly took, for when he found the number given him by the same remarkable agent of fate, also present to his memory, he recognized the direct intervention of Providence, and how it absolutely required a miracle to explain his so precipitately embracing this loosest of connections. The miracle indeed soon grew clearer. Providence had on some obscure system chosen this very ridiculous hour to save him from cultivation of the sin of selfishness, the obsession of egotism, and was breaking him to its will by constantly directing his attention to the claims of others. Who could say what at that critical moment mightn't have become of Mrs. Folliot otherwise, too, then so sadly embroiled, if she hadn't been enabled to air to him her grievance and her rage, just as who could deny that it must have done Florence Ash a world of good to have put her thoughts about Bob in order by the aid of a person to whom the vision of Barb in the light of those thoughts, or in other words to whom her vision of Barb and nothing else would mean so delightfully much, it was on the same general lines that poor Newton Winch, bereft, alone, ill, perhaps dying, and with the drawback of a not very sympathetic personality as Mark remembered it at least, contend against in almost any conceivable appeal to human furtherance, it was on these lines very much that the luckless case in 50th Street was offered him as a source of salutary discipline. The moment for such a lesson might strike him as strange in view of the quite special and independent opportunity for exercise that his spirit had during the last 3 days enjoyed there in his hotel bedroom, but evidently his languor of charity needed some admonition finer than any it might trust to chance for, and by the time he at last Winch's residence recognized was duly elevated to his level, and had pressed the electric button at his door, he felt himself acting indeed as under stimulus of a sharp poke in the side. Within the apartment to which he had been admitted, moreover, the fine intelligence we have imputed to him was in the course of 3 minutes confirmed, since it took him no longer than that to say to himself, facing his old acquaintance, that he had never seen anyone so improved. The place, which had the semblance of a high studio light, as well as a general air of other profusions and amplitudes, might have put him off a little by its several, rather glaringly false accents, those of contemporary domestic art, striking a little wild. The scene was smaller, but the rich confused complexion of the Pocahontas, showing through du Barry paint, and patches might have set the example which had been followed with the costliest candour, so that clearly Winch was in these days, rich as most people in New York seemed rich, as in spite of Barb's depredations, Florence Ashe was, as even Mrs. Folliot was, in spite of Phil Bloodgood's, as even Phil Bloodgood himself must have been for reasons too obvious, as in fine, every one had a secret for being, or for feeling, or for looking, every one at least but Mark Monteith. These facts were as nothing, however, in presence of his quick and strong impression that his pale, nervous, smiling, clean-shaven host had undergone since their last meeting some extraordinary process of refinement. He had been ill unmistakably, and the effects of a plunge into plain, clean living, where any fineness had remained, were often startling, sometimes almost charming, but independently of this, and for a much longer time, some principle of intelligence, some art of life, would discernibly have worked in him, remembered from college years, and from those 2 or 3 luckless and faithless ones of the law school, as constitutionally common as consistently, and thereby doubtless, even rather powerfully coarse, clever, only for uncouth and questionable things. He yet presented himself now as if he had suddenly and mysteriously been educated. There was a charm in his wide, drawn, convalescent smile, in the way his fine fingers had he anything like fine fingers of old played, and just fidgeted over the prompt, and perhaps a trifle incoherent offer of cigars, cordials, ashtrays over the question of his visitor's hat, stick, fur coat, general, best accommodation, and ease, and how the deuce accordingly had charm for coming out so on top. Mark wondered, squared the other old elements for the short interval so to have dealt with him. What force had it turned on? What patented process of the portentous New York order, in which there were so many, had it skillfully applied? Were these the things New York did when you just gave her all her head, and that he himself then had perhaps too complacently missed, strange, almost to the point of putting him positively off at first, quite as an exhibition of the uncannithis sense of Newton's, having all the while neither missed nor muffed anything, and having, as with an eye to the coup de theatre, to come lowered one's expectations at the start to that abject pitch, it might have been taken verily for an act of bad faith, really for such a rare stroke of subtlety as could scarce have been achieved by a straight or natural aim. So much as this at least came, and went in Monteith's agitated mind, the oddest intensity of apprehension, admiration, mystification, which the high north light of the March afternoon, and the quite splendidly vulgar appeal of 50 overdone decorative effects, somehow fostered, and sharpened. Everything had already gone, however, the next moment, for wasn't the man he had come so much too intelligently himself to patronize absolutely, bowling him over with the extraordinary speech, see here, you know you must be ill, or have had a bad shock, or some beastly upset. Are you very sure you ought to have come out? Yes. He after an instant believed his ears coarse. Carman Newton Winch, whom he had called on, because he could as a gentleman after all afford to coarse Carman Newton Winch, who had had troubles, and been epidemically poisoned, lamentably sick, who bore in his face and in the very tension quite exactly the charm of his manner, the traces of his late ordeal, and for that matter of scarce completed gallant Imogen Seth's astonishing ex-comrade, was simply writing himself at a stroke into our friend's excited imagination, at all events, the most distinguished of men. Oh, he was going to be interesting, if Florence Ashe had been going to be. But Mark felt how under the law of a lively present difference that would be as an effect of one's having oneself thoroughly rallied he knew within the minute that the tears stood in his eyes. He stared through them at his friend, with a sharp "why how do you know how can you," to which he added before Winch could speak, "I met your charming sister-in-law a couple of hours since eat luncheon at the Pocahontas, and heard from her that you were badly laid up, and had spoken of me, so I came to minister to you." The object of this design hovered there again, considerably restless, shifting from foot to foot, changing his place, beginning and giving up motions, striking matches for a fresh cigarette, offering them again, redundantly to his guest, and then not lighting himself, but all the while with the smile of another creature than the creature known to Mark, all the while with the history of something that had happened to him, ever so handsomely shining out. Mark was conscious within himself, from this time on, of two quite distinct processes of notation: that of his practically instant surrender to the consequences of the act of perception in his host, of which the two women, trained supposedly in the art of pleasing, had been altogether incapable, and that of some other condition on Newton's part that left his own poor power of divination nothing less than shamed. This last was signally the case on the former's, saying ever so responsively, almost radiantly, in answer to his account of how he happened to come, "Oh, then it's very interesting." That was the astonishing note. After what he had been through, neither Mrs. Folliot nor Florence Ashe had so much as hinted or breathed to him that he might have incurred that praise. No wonder, therefore, he was now taken with this fresh party's instant suspicion and imputation of it, though it was indeed for some minutes next as if each tried to see which could accuse the other of the greater miracle of penetration. Mark was so struck, in a word, with the extraordinarily straight guess Winch had had there in reserve for him, that, other quick impressions helping, there was nothing for him but to bring out himself. "There must be, my dear man, something rather wonderful the matter with you." The quite more intensely and more irresistibly drawn grin, the quite unmistakably deeper consciousness in the dark wide eye that accompanied the not quite immediate answer, to which remark he was afterward to remember, "How do you know theatre? Why do you think it? Because there must before you to see. I shouldn't have expected it." "Then you take me for a damned fool," laughed wonderful Newton Winch. Romans 6. He could say nothing that, whether as to the sense of it or as to the way of it, didn't so enrich Mark's vision of him that our friend, after a little as this effect proceeded, caught himself in the act of almost too curiously gaping everything from moment to moment. Fed his curiosity such a question, for instance, as whether the quite ordinary peepers of the Newton Winch of their earlier youth could have looked under any provocation, either dark or wide. Such question above all as how this incalculable apparition came by the whole startling power of play of its extravagantly sensitive labial connections exposed so to its advantage. He now jumped at one explanation, by the removal of what had probably been one of the vulgarest of moustaches. With this, at the same time, the oddity of that particular consequence was vivid to him, the glare of his curiosity fairly lasting, while he remembered how he had once noted the very opposite turn of the experiment for Phil Bloodgood. He would have said in advance that poor Winch couldn't have afforded to risk showing his real mouth, just as he would have said that, in spite of the fine ornament that so considerably muffled it, Phil could only have gained by showing his. But to have seen Phil Shaughner's, he once had done, was earnestly to pray that he might promptly again bristle beneath Phil's moustache, lurked nothing to make up for it in case of removal, while he thought of which things the line of grimace, as he could only have called it, the mobile, interesting, ironic line, the great double curve of which connected in the face before him the strong nostril with the lower cheek, became the very key to his first idea of Newton's capture of refinement. He had shaved, and was happily transfigured. Phil Bloodgood had shaved and been well nigh lost, though why should he just now too precipitately drag the reminiscence in? That question too, at the queer touch of association, played up for Mark even under so much proof that the state of his own soul was being, with the lapse of every instant registered. Phil Bloodgood had brought about the state of his soul. There was accordingly that amount of connection. Only it became further remarkable that from the moment his companion had sounded him, he knew down to the last truth of things, his disposition, his necessity to talk, the desire that had in the morning broken the spell of his confinement, the impulse that had thrown him so defeatedly into Mrs. Folliot's arms and into Florence Ashe's. These forces seemed to feel their impatience ebb, and their discretion suddenly grow. His companion was talking again, but just then incongruously made his need to communicate lose itself. It was as if his personal case had already been touched by some tender hand on that after all was the modest limit of its greed. "I know now why you came back. Did Lottie mention how I had wondered? But sit down only, let me, nervous beast, as I am. Take it standing again. Believe me when I tell you that I've now ceased to wonder, my dear chap. I have it can't but have been for poor Phil Bloodgood. He sticks out of you the brutias how with what he has done to you shouldn't he? There was a man to see me yesterday, Tim Slater, whom I don't think you know, but who's on everything within about 2 minutes of its happening. I never saw such a fellow, and who confirmed my supposition, all my own. However, mind you at first that you're one of the sufferers, so how the devil can you not feel knocked? Why should you look as if you were having the time of your life? What a hog to have played it on you of all his friends. So Newton Winch continued, and so the air between the two men might have been for a momentary watch, which is indeed what I can but invite the reader to becometh that of a nervously displayed, but all considerate as well as most acute curiosity on the one side, and that on the other, after a little of an eventually fascinated acceptance of so much free and in especial of so much right attention. Do you mind my asking you, because if you do I won't press, but as a man whose own responsibilities, some of 'em at least, don't differ much, I gather from some of his, one would like to know how he was ever allowed to get to the point, but I do plough you up. Mark sat back in his chair, moved, but holding himself, his elbows squared on each arm, his hands a bit convulsively interlocked across him, very much, in fact, as he had appeared an hour ago in the old tapestry burger. But as his rigour was all then that of the grinding effort to profess and to give, so it was considerably now for the fear of too hysterically gushing, somehow too, since his wound was to that extent open. He winced at hearing the author of it branded. He hadn't so much minded the epithets Mrs. Folliot had applied, for they were to the appropriator of her securities, as the appropriator of his own. He didn't so much want to brand him as just more amusingly, even if one would to make out perhaps with intelligent help how such a man in such a relation could come to tread such a path, which was exactly the interesting light that Winch's curiosity and sympathy were there to assist him to. He pleaded at any rate, immediately, his advertising no grievance. I feel sore, I admit, and it's a horrid sort of thing to have had happen, but when you call him a brute and a hog, I rather squirm, for brutes and hogs never live, I guess, in the sort of hell in which he now must be. Newton Winch before the fireplace, his hands deep in his pockets, where his guest could see his long fingers beat a tattoo on his thighs. Newton Winch dangled and swung himself and threw back his head and laughed. Well, I must say you take it amazingly, all the more that to see you again this way is to feel that if all along there was a man whose delicacy and confidence and general attitude might have marked him for a particular consideration, you'd have been the man. And they were more directly face to face again, with Newton smiling and smiling, so appreciatively, making our friend in fact almost ask himself when before a man had ever grinned from ear to the effect of its so becoming him. What he replied, however, was that Newton described in those flattering terms a client temptingly fatuous, after which, and the exchange of another protest or two in the interest of justice and decency, and another plea or two in that of the still finer contention that even the basest misdeeds had always somewhere or other could one get at it, their propitiatory side, our hero found himself on his feet again, under the influence of a sudden failure of everything, but horror determined by some turn of their talk, and indeed by the very fact of the freedom of it. It was as if a far-born sound of the hue and cry, a vision of his old friend hunted and at bay, had suddenly broken in this other friend's, this irresistibly intelligent other companion's, practically vivid projection of that, making the worst ugliness real. Oh, it's just making my wry face to somebody, and you're letting me, and caring and wanting to know that, Mark said, is what does me good, not any other hideous question. I mean, I don't take any interest in my case. What one wonders about, you see, is what can be done for him. I mean, that is, for he floundered a little, not knowing at last quite what he did mean. A great rush of mere memories, a great humming sound, as of thick echoes, rising now to an assault that he met with his face, indeed contorted. If he didn't take care he should howl, so he more or less successfully took carry it with his host, vividly watching him while he shook the danger temporarily off. I don't mind, though, it's rather that my having felt this morning, after 3 dismal dumb bad days, that one's friends perhaps would be thinking of one. All I am conscious of now, I give you my wordies, that I'd like to see him. You'd like to see him? Oh, I don't say, Mark ruefully smiled, that I should like him to see me. Newton Winch from where he stood, and they were together now on the great hearthrug, that was a triumph of modern Orientalism, put out one of the noted fine hands, and with an expressive headshake laid it on his shoulder. Don't wish him that, Monteith, don't wish him that. Well, Butte, and Mark raised his eyebrows still higher. See, I bear up pretty well. God forbid he should see, my dear fellow, Newton cried. As for the pang of it, Mark had for his idea at any rate the oddest sense of an exaltation that grew by this use of frankness. I'd go to him hanged if I wouldn't anywhere. His companion's hand still rested on him. You'd go to him. Mark stood up to it though, trying to sink solemnity as pretentious id go like a shot, and then he added, and it's probably what when we've turned round I shall do. When we have turned round. Well, was a trifle disconcerted at the tone. I say that because y'all have helped me. Oh, I do nothing but want to help you, Winch replied, which made it right again, especially as our friend still felt himself reassuringly and sustainingly grasped, but Winch went on, you would go to him in kindness. Well, to understand how he could swindle you. Well, Mark kept on to try and make out with him how after such things, but he stopped, he couldn't name them. It was as if his companion knew such things as you've done for him, of course, such services as you've rendered him. Ah, from far back, if I could tell you, our friend vainly wailed, if I could tell you. Newton Winch patted his shoulder. Tell me. The sort of relation, I mean, ever so many things of a kind again. However, he pulled up. He felt the tremor of his voice. Tell me, Winch repeated with the same movement. The tone in it now made their eyes meet again, and with this presentation of the altered face, Mark measured as not before for some reason the extent of the recent ravage. You must have been ill indeed. Pretty bad, but I am better, and you do me good, with which the light of convalescence came back. I don't awfully bore you. Winch shook his head. You keep me up, and you see how no one else comes near me. Mark's eyes made out that he was better, though it wasn't yet that nothing was the matter with him. If there was ever a man with whom there was still something the matter, yet one couldn't insist on that, and meanwhile he clearly did want company, then there we are. I myself had no one to go to. You saved my life, Newton renewedly grinned. Romans 7. Well, it's your own fault, Mark replied to that, if you make me take advantage of you. Winch had withdrawn his hand, which was back, violently shaking keys or money in his trousers pocket, and in this position he had abruptly a pause, a sensible absence that might have represented either some odd drop of attention, some turn-off to another thought, or just simply the sudden act of listening. His guest had indeed himself under suggestion the impression of a sound. Mayn't you perhaps if you hear something have a call? Mark had said it so lightly, however, that he was the more struck with his host's appearing to turn just paler, and with it the latter now was listening. You hear something? I thought you. Roman 999. Winch himself, on Mark's own pressure of the outside bell, had opened the door of the apartment, an indication. Then it sufficiently appeared that Sunday afternoons were servants' or attendants' or even trained nurses' holidays. It had also marked the stage of his convalescence, and to that extent after his first flush of surprise had but smoothed Monteith's way. At present he barely gave further attention, detaching himself, as under some odd cross impulse, he had quitted the spot, and then taken in the wide room a restless turn, only, however, to revert in a moment to his friend's just uttered deprecation of the danger of boring him. If I make you take advantage of method, is blessedly talk to mates exactly what I want to do. Talk to metalk to me. He positively waved it on, pulling up again, however, in his own talk to say with a certain urgency, hadn't you better sit down? Mark, who stayed before the fire, couldn't but excuse himself. Thanks him very well, so I think of things and I fidget. Winch stood a moment with his eyes on the ground. Are you very sure? Quite all right, if you don't mind. Then as you like, with which shaking to extravagance again his long legs, Newton had swung oftenly with a movement that, now his back was turned, affected his visitor as the most whimsical of all the forms of his rather unnatural manner. He was curiously different with his back turned, as Mark now for the first time saw it, dangling and somewhat wavering as from an excessive uncertainty of gait, and this impression was so strange it created in our friend uneasily, and on the spot, such a need of explanation that his speech was stayed long enough to give Winch time to turn round again. The latter had indeed by this moment reached one of the limits of the place, the wide studio bay, where he paused, his back to the light, and his face afresh presented to let his just passingly depressed and quickened eyes take in as much as possible of the large floor range over it, with such brief freedom of search as the disposition of the furniture permitted. He was looking for something, though the betrayed reach of vision was but of an instant. Mark caught it, however, and with his own sensibility all in vibration found himself feeling at once that it meant something, and that what it meant was connected with his entertainer's slightly marked appeal to him, the appeal of a moment before not to remain standing. Winch knew by this time quite easily enough that he was hanging fire, which meant that they were suddenly facing each other across the wide space with a new consciousness. Everything had changed extraordinarily, with the mere turning of that gentleman's back the treacherous aspect, of which its owner couldn't surely have suspected. If the question was of the pitch of their sensibility at all events, it wouldn't be Mark's that should vibrate to least purpose visibly. It had come to his host that something had within the few instants remarkably happened, but there glimmered on him an induction that still made him keep his own manner. Newton himself might now resort to any manner. He liked his eyes had raked the floor to recover the position of something dropped or misplaced and something above all awkward or compromising, and he had wanted his companion not to command this scene from the hearthrug, where he had been just before holding him, hypnotizing him to blindness, because the object in question would there be most exposed to sight. Mark embraced this with a further drop while the apprehension penetrated off his power to go on, and with an immense desire at the same time that his eyes should seem only to look at his friend, who broke out now for that matter with a fresh appeal. "Aren't you going to take advantage of me, man? Aren't you going to take it?" Everything had changed, we have noted, and nothing could more have proved it than the fact that by the same turn sincerity of desire had dropped out of Winch's chords, while irritation sharp and almost imperious had come in that's because he sees I see something, Mark said to himself, but he had no need to add that it shouldn't prevent his seeing, more for the simple reason that in a miraculous fashion this was exactly what he did do in glaring out the harder. It was beyond explanation, but the very act of blinking thus in an attempt at showy steadiness became one and the same thing with an optical excursion lasting the millionth of a minute, and making him aware that the edge of a rug, at the point where an armchair pushed a little out of position, overstraddled it, happened just not wholly to have covered in something small and queer, neat and bright, crooked and compact, in spite of the strong toe tip, surreptitiously applied to giving it the right lift. Our gentleman, from where he hovered, and while looking straight at the master of the scene, yet saw as by the tiny flash of a reflection from fine metal under the chair what he recognized, or at least guessed at as sinister, made him for a moment turn cold, and that chill was on him while Winch again addressed him as differently as possible from any manner, yet used "I beg of you in God's name to talk to me, talk to me." It had the ring of pure alarm and anguish, but was by this turn at least more human than the dazzling glitter of intelligence to which the poor man had up to now been treating him. "It's you, my good friend, who are in deep trouble," Mark was accordingly quick to reply, "and I ask your pardon for being so taken up with my own sorry business." "Of course I am in deep trouble," with which Winch came nearer again, "but turning you on was exactly what I wanted." Mark Monteith at this couldn't, for all his rising dismay, but laugh out his sense of the ridiculous, so swallowed up for that brief convulsion, his sense of the sinister of such connivance in pain. It seemed was the fact of another's pain, and of so much worth. Again disinterested sympathy. "Your interest was then?" "My interest was in your being interesting, for you are, and my nerves," said Newton Winch, with a face from which the mystifying smile had vanished, yet in which distinction, as Mark so persistently appreciated, it still sat in the midst of ravage. Mark wondered and wonder-read, made strange things out. "Your nerves have needed company." He could lay his hand on him, now even as shortly before he had felt Winch's own pressure of possession and detention. "As good for you yourself, Theta, still better," he went on, "than I, and my grievance were to have found you. Talk to we Newton Winch," he added with an immense inspiration of charity. "That's a different matter, that others, but too much can do but ill. Say this if you want to go to Phil Bloodgood." "Well," said Mark as he stopped, and Mark had now a hand on each of his shoulders, and held him at arm's length, held him with a fine idea that was not disconnected from the sight of the small, neat weapon he had been fingering in the low, luxurious Morocco chariot, was of the finest orange color. Rand then had laid beside him on the carpet, where after he had admitted his visitor, his presence of mind coming back to it, and suggesting that he couldn't pick it up without making it more conspicuous, he had thought by some swing of the foot or other casual maneuver to dissimulate its visibility. They were at close quarters now as not before, and Winch perfectly passive, with eyes that somehow had no shadow of a secret left, and with the betrayal to the sentient hands that grasped him of an intense and extraordinary general tremor to Mark's challenge, he opposed afresh a brief silence, but the very quality of it, with his face speaking, was that of a gaping wound. "Well, you needn't take that trouble. You see I am such another as Phil." He didn't blink. "I don't know for sure, but I guess I'm worse." "Do you mean you're a guilty?" "I mean I shall be wanted, only I've stayed to take it." Mark threw back his head, but only tightened his hands. He inexpressibly understood, and nothing in life had ever been so strange and dreadful to him as his thus helping himself by a longer and straighter stretch, as it were to the monstrous sense of his friend's education. It had been in its immeasurable action, the education of business of which the fruits were all around them, yet prodigious, was the interest for prodigious truly it seemed to loom, before Mark must have been the system to take it he echoed, and then though faltering a little to take what. He had scarce spoken when a long sharp sound shrilled in from the outer door, seeming of so high and peremptory a pitch, that with the start it gave him his grasp of his host's shoulders, relaxed an instant though to the effect of no movement in them, but what came from just a sensibly intenser vibration of the whole man, for that said Newton Winch. "Then you've known. I've expected you've helped me to wait, and then as Mark gave an ironic wail you've tided me over my condition, has wanted somebody or something therefore to complete this service. Will you be so good as to open the door?" Deep in the eyes Mark looked him, and still to the detection of no glimmer of the earlier man in the depths. The earlier man had been what he invidiously remembered it would he had been the whole simpler story. Then he moved his own eyes straight to the chair under which the revolver lay, and which was but a couple of yards away. He felt his companion take this consciousness in, and it determined in them another long mute exchange. "What do you mean to do?" "Nothing. On your honours." "My honour," his host returned with an accent that he felt even as it sounded, he should never forget. It brought to his own face a crimson flush. He dropped his guarding hands then, as for a last look at him. "You're wonderful." "We are wonderful," said Newton Winch, while simultaneously with the words the pressed electric bell again, and for a longer time pierced the warm cigaretted air. Mark turned, threw up his arms, and it was only when he had passed through the vestibule, and laid his hand on the doorknob that the horrible noise dropped. The next moment, he was face to face with two visitors, a nondescript personage in a high hat, and an astrakhan collar and cuffs, and a great belted constable, a splendid massive New York officer of the type. He had had occasion to wonder at much again in the course of his walk, the type so by itself his wide observation quite suggested among those of the peacemakers of the earth. The pair stepped straight in, no word was said, but as he closed the door behind them Mark heard the infallible crack of a discharged pistol, and, so nearly with it as to make all one violence, the sound of a great fall, things the effect of which was to lift him, as it were with his company, across the threshold of the room, in a shorter time than that taken by this record of the fact. But their rush availed little. Newton was stretched on his back before the fire. He had held the weapon horribly to his temple, and his upturned face was disfigured. The emissaries of the law, looking down at him, exhaled simultaneously a gruff imprecation, and then while the worthy in the high hat bent over the subject of their visit, the one in the helmet raised a severe pair of eyes to Mark. "Don't you think so? You might have prevented it." Mark took 100 things in, it seemed to him, things of the scene of the moment, and of all the strange moments before, but one appearance more vividly even than the others stared out at him. "I really think I must practically have caused it." "Crepey Cornelia." I 3 times within a quarter of an hour, shifting the while his posture on his chair of contemplation had. He looked at his watch, as for its final sharp hint that he should decide that he should get up. His seat was one of a group fairly sequestered, unoccupied save for his own presence, and from where he lingered, he looked off at a stretch of lawn freshened by recent April showers and on which sundry small children were at play, the trees, the shrubs, the plants, every stem and twig, just ruffled, as by the first touch of the light finger of the relenting year, struck him, as standing still in the blessed hope of more of the same, caress the quarter about him held its breath after the fashion of the child, who waits with the rigour of an open mouth, and shut eyes for the promised sensible effect of his having been good so in the windless sun-warmed air of the beautiful afternoon. The park of the winter's end had struck White Mason, as waiting even New York under such an impression was good enough for him. Its very sounds were faint, were almost sweet, as they reached him from so seemingly far beyond the wooded horizon that formed the remoter limit of his large shallow glade. The tones of the frolic infants ceased to be nondescript, and harsh were, in fact, almost as fresh and decent as the frilled and puckered and ribboned garb of the little girls, which had always a way in those parts of so portentously flaunting the daughters of the strange native ethat is of the overwhelmingly alien populace at him. Not that these things in particular were his matter of meditation now. He had wanted at the end of his walk to sit apart a little, and think, and had been doing that for 20 minutes, even though as yet to no break in the charm of procrastination. But he had looked without seeing, and listened without hearing. All that had been positive for him was that he hadn't failed vaguely to feel he had felt in the first place, and he continued to feel ease at 48 quite as much as at any point of the supposed reign of younger intensity's great spirit of the air, the fine sense of the season, the supreme appeal of nature, he might have said to his time of life, quite as if she, easy, indulgent, indifferent, cynical power, were offering him the last chance it would rest with his wit, or his blood to embrace. Then, with that, he had been entertaining to the point, and with the prolonged consequence of accepted immobilization, the certitude that if he did call on Mrs. Worthington and find her at home, he couldn't, in justice to himself, not put to her the question that had lapsed the last time through the irritating and persistent, even if accidental, presence of others. What friends she had, the people who so stupidly, so wantonly stuck if they should he. And she come to an understanding that would presumably have to include certain members of her singularly ill-composed circle, in whom it was incredible to him that he should ever take an interest. This defeat, to do himself justice, had bent rather predominantly on that ideal justice to her, with her possible conception of what it should consist of being another, and quite a different matter. Had the fact of the Sunday afternoon to thank, for she didn't keep that day for him, since they hadn't up to now quite begun to cultivate the appointment or assignation founded on explicit sacrifices, he might at any rate look to find this pleasant practical Wednesday, should he indeed at his actual rate stay it before it ebbed more liberally and intendingly given him. The sound he at last most wittingly distinguished in his nook was the single deep note of 5:30 borne to him from some high-pitched public clerk. He finally got up with the sense that the time from then on ought at least to be felt as sacred to him at this juncture. It was well. He stood there shaking his garments, settling his hat, his necktie, his shirt cuffs, fixing the high polish of his fine shoes, as if for some reflection in it of his, straight and spare and grizzled, his refined and trimmed, and dressed his altogether distinguished person, that of a gentleman abundantly settled, but of a bachelor markedly nervous at this crisis. It was doubtless that he at once most measured and least resented his predicament. If he should go, he would almost to a certainty find her, and if he should find her, he would almost to a certainty come to the point. He wouldn't put it off. Again, there was that high consideration for him of justice, at least to himself. He had never yet denied himself anything so apparently fraught with possibilities as the idea of proposing to Mrs. Worthington. Never yet, in other words, denied himself anything he had so distinctly wanted to do, and the results of that wisdom had remained for him precisely the precious parts of experience, counting only the offers of his honourable hand. These had been on 3 remembered occasions at least the consequence of an impulse as sharp and a self-respect, as reasoned a self-respect that hadn't in the least suffered. Moreover, from the failure of each appeal he had been met in the 3 cases, only ones, he at all compared with his present case be the frank confession that he didn't somehow charming, as he was cause himself to be superstitiously believed in, and the lapse of life afterward had cleared up many doubts. It wouldn't have done he eventually, he lucidly saw each time he had been refused, and the candour of his nature was such that he could live to think of these very passages as a proof of how right he had been right, that is, to have put himself forward always by the happiest instinct, only in impossible conditions. He had the happy consciousness of having exposed the important question to the crucial test, and of having escaped by that persistent logic a grave mistake. What better proof of his escape than the fact that he was now free to renew the interesting inquiry, and should be exactly about to do so in different and better conditions. The conditions were better by as much more of his career and character, of his situation, his reputation, he could even have called it, of his knowledge of life, of his somewhat extended means, of his possibly augmented charm, of his certainly improved mind and tempers, was involved in the actual impending settlement. Once he had got into motion, once he had crossed the park, and passed out of it, entering with very little space to traverse one of the short new streets that abutted on its east side, his step became that of a man young enough to find confidence, quite to find felicity in almost any sense of action. He could still enjoy almost anything, absolutely an unpleasant thing, in default of a better that might still remind him he wasn't so old. The standing newness of everything about him would, it was true, have weakened this cheer by too much presuming on it. Mrs. Worthington's house, before which he stopped, had that gloss of new money, that glare of a piece fresh from the mint, and ringing for the first time on any counter, which seems to claim for it in any transaction something more than the face value. This could but be yet more the case for the impression of the observer introduced and committed on our friend's part one mean after his admission, and while still in the hall the sense of the general shining immediacy of the still unhushed clamour of the shark was perhaps stronger than he had ever known it, that broke out from every corner as the high pitch of interest, and with a candour that no certainly had never seen equalled, every particular expensive object shrieking at him in its artless pride that it had just come home. He met the whole vision with something of the grimace produced on persons without goggles by the passage from a shelter to a blinding light. And if he had be a perfectly possible chancery, snapshotted on the spot would have struck you as showing for his first tribute to the temple of Mrs. Worthingham's charming presence, a scowl almost of anguish he wasn't constitutionally. It may at once be explained for him a goggled person, and he was condemned in New York to this frequent violence of transition having to reckon with it, whenever he went out as, who should say from himself the high pitch of interest to his taste, was the pitch of history, the pitch of acquired and earned suggestion, the pitch of association in a word, so that he lived by preference, incontestably, if not in a rich gloom which would have been beyond his means and spirits at least amid objects and images that confessed to the tone of time. He had ever felt that an indispensable presence youth, a need of it moreover that interfered at no point with his gentle habit, not to say his subtle art of drawing out what was left him of his youth of thinly and thriftily, spreading the rest of that choicest jam-pot of the cupboard of consciousness over the remainder of a slice of life, still possibly thick enough to bear it, or in other words of moving the melancholy, limits the significant signs constantly a little further on very much as property marks or staked boundaries, are sometimes stealthily shifted at night. He positively cherished, in fact, as against the too inveterate gesture of distressfully guarding his eyeball so many New York aspects seemed to keep him at it an ideal of adjusted appreciation, of courageous curiosity, of fairly letting the world about him, a world of constant breathless renewals and merciless substitutions, make its flaring assault on its own inordinate terms newness, was value in the peacefer the acquisitor, or at least sometimes might be, even though the act of blowing hard, the act marking a heated freshness of arrival or other form of eruption, could never minister to the peace of those already and long on the field, and this if only because maturer tone was after all most appreciable and most consoling, when one staggered back to it wounded, bleeding, blinded from the riot of the rower, to put the whole experience more prettily, no doubt, from excesses of light. Roman 2. If he went in, however, with something of his more or less inevitable scowl, there were really at the moment two rather valid reasons for screened observation, the first of these being that the whole place seemed to reflect as never before the lustre of Mrs. Worthingham's own polished and prosperous little person-toe smile. It struck him with her smile to twinkle not only with the gleam of her lovely teeth, but with that of all her rings and brooches and bangles and other gewgaws to curl and spasmodically cluster, as in emulation of her charming, complicated yellow tresses, to surround the most animated of pink and white, of ruffled and ribboned, of frilled and festooned Dresden china shepherdesses, with exactly the right system of rococo curves and convolutions, and other flourishes, a perfect bower of painted and gilded and moulded conceits, the second ground of this immediate impression of scenic extravagance, almost as if the curtain rose for him to the first act of some small and expensively mounted comic opera, was that she hadn't after all awaited him in fond singleness, but had again just a trifle inconsiderately exposed him to the drawback of having to reckon, for whatever design he might amiably entertain, with the presence of a third and quite superfluous person, a small black insignificant, but none the less oppressive stranger. It was odd how on the instant the little lady engaged with her did affect him as comparatively black, very much as if that had absolutely in such a medium to be the graceless appearance of any item, not positively of some fresh shade of a light colour, or of some pretty pretension to a charming twist. Any witness of their meeting, his hostess should surely have felt, would have been a false note in the whole rosy glow, but what note so false as that of the dingy little presence that she might actually, by a refinement of her perhaps always too visible study of effect, have provided as a positive contrast or foil, whose name and intervention moreover she appeared to be no more moved to mention and account for than she might have been to present, whether as stretched at her feet or erect upon disciplined haunches some shaggy old domesticated terrier or poodle. Extraordinarily, after he had been in the room 5 minutes a space of time, during which his fellow visitor had neither budged nor uttered a sound, had made Mrs. Worthingham out as all at once perfectly pleased to see him, completely aware of what he had most in mind and singularly serene, in face of his sense of their impediment. It was as if for all the world she didn't take it for one, the immobility, to say nothing of the seeming equanimity, of their tactless companion, at whom meanwhile indeed our friend himself, after his first ruffled perception, no more adventured a look, than if advised by his constitutional kindness, that to notice her in any degree would perforce be ungraciously to glower. He talked after a fashion with the woman, as to whose power to please and amuse and serve him, as to whose really quite organized and indicated fitness for lighting up his autumn afternoon of life, his conviction had lately strained itself so clear. But he was all the while carrying on an intenser exchange with his own spirit, and trying to read into the charming creature's behavior, as he could only call it some confirmation of his theory, that she also had her inward flutter and anxiously counted on him. He found support happily for the conviction just named in the idea at no moment, as yet really repugnant to him, the idea bound up in fact with the finer essence of her appeal, that she had her own vision too of her quality and her price, and that the last appearance she would have liked to bristle with was that of being forewarned and eager. He had, if he came to think of it, scarce definitely warned her, and he probably wouldn't have taken to her so consciously in the first instance without an appreciative sense that as she was a little person of 20 superficial graces, so she was also a little person with her secret pride. She might just have planted her mangy lionot, to say her muzzled housedog, there in his path, as a symbol that she wasn't cheap and easy, which would be a thing he couldn't possibly wish his future wife to have shown herself in advance, even if to him alone that she could make him put himself such questions was precisely part of the attaching play of her iridescent surface, the shimmering interfusion of her various aspects, that of her youth with her independencia pecuniary, perhaps in particular that of her vivacity with her beauty, that of her facility above all with her odd novelty, the high modernity, as people appeared to have come to call it, that made her so much more knowing in some directions than even he, man of the world, as he certainly was, could pretend to be, though all on a basis of the most unconscious and instinctive and luxurious assumption. She was up to everything, aware of everything, if one counted from a short enough time back from week before last, say, and as if quantities of history had burst upon the world within the fortnight. She was likewise surprised at nothing, and in that direction one might reckon as far ahead as the rest of her lifetime, or at any rate as the rest of his, which was all that would concern him. It was as if the suitability of the future to her personal and rather pampered tastes was what she most took for granted, so that he could see her for all her Dresden china shoes, and her flutter of wondrous befrilled contemporary skirts, skip by the side of the coming age as over the floor of a ballroom, keeping step with its monstrous stride. And prepared for every figure of the dance, her outlook took form to him suddenly as a great square sunny window that hung in assured fashion over the immensity of life. There rose toward it, as from a vast swarming plaza, a high tide of emotion and sound, yet it was at the same time as if even while he looked her light-gemmed hand flashing on him, in addition to those other things, the perfect polish of the prettiest pink fingernails in the world, had touched a spring, the most ingenious of essent devices for instant ease, which dropped half across the scene, a soft-coloured mechanical, blind a fluttered fringed awning of charmingly toned silk, such as would make a bath of cool shade for the favoured friend leaning with her there. That is for the happy couple itself, and the balcony the great view would be, the prospect and privilege of the very state he coveted, since didn't he covet it, the state of being so securely at her side, while the wash of privacy, as one might count it, the broad fine brush, dipped into clear umber, and passed full and wet straight across the strong scheme of colour, would represent the security itself, all the uplifted inner elegance, the condition so ideal of being shut out from nothing, and yet of having so gaily and breezily aloft none of the burden or worry of anything. Thus, as I say, for our friend the place itself, while his vivid impression lasted, portentously opened and spread, and what was before him took to his vision, though indeed at so other a crisis, the form of the glimmering square of the poet, yet for a still more remarkable fact with an incongruous object, usurping at a given instant the privilege of the frame, and seeming even as he looked to block the view. The incongruous object was a woman's head crowned with a little sparsely feathered black hat, an ornament quite unlike those the women mostly noticed by White Mason were now wearing, and that grew and grew, that came nearer and nearer, while it met his eyes after the manner of images in the kinematograph. It had presently loomed so large that he saw nothing else, not only among the things at a considerable distance, the things Mrs. Worthington would eventually yet unmistakably introduce him to, but among those of this lady's various attributes and appurtenances, as to which he had been in the very act of cultivating his consciousness. It was in the course of another minute the most extraordinary thing in the world. Everything had altered, dropped, darkened, disappeared. His imagination had spread its wings, only to feel them flop all grotesquely at its sides, as he recognized in his hostess, quiet companion, the oppressive alien who hadn't indeed interfered with his fanciful flight, though she had prevented his immediate declaration, and brought about the thud, not to say the felt violent shock of his fall to earth, the perfectly plain identity of Cornelia Rash. It was she who had remained there at attention, it was she their companion hadn't introduced, it was she he had forborne to face with his fear of incivility. He stared at everything else went. Why, it has been you all this time. Miss Rash fairly turned pale. I was waiting to see if you'd know me. Ah, my dear Cornelia, came straight out with it rather. Well, it isn't, she returned with a quick change to red now, from having taken much time to look at me. She smiled, she even laughed, but he could see how she had felt his unconsciousness, poor thing, the acquaintance quite the friend of his youth, as she had been the associate of his childhood, of his early manhood, of his middle age. In fact, up to a few years back, not more than 10 at the most, the associate too of so many of his associates, and of almost all of his relations, those of the other time, those who had mainly gone for ever, the person, in short, whose noted disappearance, though it might have seemed final, had been only of recent seasons. She was present again now. All unexpectedly had heard of her having at last left alone after successive deaths, and with scant resources sought economic salvation in Europe. The promised land of American thrift was present as this almost ancient, and this oddly unassertive little rotund figure, whom one seemed no more obliged to address than if she had been a black satin ottoman treated with buttons and gimp, a class of object as to which the policy of blindness was imperative. He felt the need of some explanatory plea, and before he could think had uttered one at Mrs. Worthingham's expense. Why, you see, we weren't introduced. Nah, but I didn't suppose I should have to be named to you. Well, my dear woman, you haven't done me that justice. He could at least make this point. I felt all the while, however, it would have taken him long to say what he had been feeling. And he was aware now of the pretty projected light of Mrs. Worthingham's wonder. She looked as if out for a walk with her. He had put her to the inconvenience of his stopping, to speak to a strange woman in the street. I never supposed you knew her, it was to him, his hostess excused herself. This made Miss Rash spring up, distinctly flushed, distinctly strange to behold, but not vulgarly nettled. Cornelia was incapable of that, only rather funnily bridling and laughing, only showing that this was all she had waited for, only saying just the right thing, the thing she could make so clearly a jest. Of course, if you had, you'd have presented him. Mrs. Worthingham looked while answering at White Mason. I didn't want you to go hitch, you see you do as soon as he speaks to you, but I never dreamed that there was anything between us. Ah, there are no end of things. He on his side, though addressing the younger and prettier woman, looked at his fellow guest, to whom he even continued, when did you get back? May I come and see you the very first thing? Cornelia gasped and wriggled, practically giggled. She had lost every atom of her little old, her little young, though always unaccountable prettiness, which used to peep so on the bare chance of a shot from behind indefensible features, that it almost made watching her a form of sport. He had heard vaguely of her. It came back to him, for there had been no letters there later. Acquaintance, thank goodness, hadn't involved that as experimenting for economy, and then as settling to the same rather dismal end somewhere in England, at one of those intensely English places, St. Leonard's, Cheltenham, Bognor, Dawlish, which awfully was it, and she now affected him for all the world as some small squirming, exclaiming, genteelly conversing old maid of a type vaguely associated with the 3-volume novels he used to feed on, besides his so often encountering it in real life during a faraway stay of his own at Brighton Odder, than any element of his ex-gossip's identity itself. However, was the fact that she somehow with it all rejoiced his sight. Indeed, the supreme oddity was that the manner of her reply to his request for leave to call should have absolutely charmed his attention. She didn't look at him, she only from under her frumpy, crapey, curiously exotic hat, and with her good little nearsighted, insinuating glare, expressed to Mrs. Worthingham, while she answered him wonderful arch things, the overdone things of a shy woman. Yes, you may call, but only when this dear lovely lady has done with you. The moment after which she had gone. Roman 3. 40 minutes later, he was taking his way back from the queer miscarriage of his adventure, taking it with no conscious positive felicity, through the very spaces that had witnessed shortly before the considerable serenity of his assurance. He had said to himself, then, or had as good as said it, that since he might do perfectly as he liked, it couldn't fail for him, that he must soon retrace those steps, humming to all intents the first bars of a wedding mark. So beautifully had it cleared up, that he was going to like letting Mrs. Worthingham accept him. He was to have hummed no wedding mark, as it seemed to be turning out he had none up to now to hum. And yet, extraordinarily, it wasn't in the least because she had refused him. Why then hadn't he liked as much as he had intended to like it, putting the pleasant act, the act of not refusing him, in her power? Could it all have come from the awkward minute of his failure to decide sharply on Cornelia's departure, whether or no he would attend her to the door? He hadn't decided at all what the deuce had been in him, but had danced to and fro in the room, thinking better of each impulse and then thinking worse. He had hesitated like an ass erect on absurd hind legs between two bundles of hay, the upshot of which must have been his giving the falsest impression. In what way that was to be for an instant considered. Had their common past committed him to crapey Cornelia, he repudiated with a whack on the gravel any ghost of an obligation. What he could get rid of with scanter success, unfortunately, was the peculiar sharpness of his sense that, though mystified by his visible flurry and, yet not mystified enough for a sympathetic question, either his hostess had been on the whole even more frankly diverted, which was precisely an example of that newest, freshest, finest freedom in her, the air, and the candour of assuming, not heartlessly, not viciously, not even very consciously, but with a bright, pampered confidence which would probably end by affecting one's nerves as the most impertinent stroke in the world, that every blessed thing coming up for her in any connection was somehow matter for her general recreation. There she was again with the innocent egotism, the gilded and overflowing anarchism really of her doubtless quite unwitting, but none the less rabid modern note. Her grace of ease was perfect, but it was all grace of ease, not a single shred of it, grace of uncertainty or of difficulty, which meant when you came to see that for its happy working not a grain of provision was left by it to mere manners. This was clearly going to be the music of the future effort, if people were but rich enough and furnished enough, and fed enough, exercised and sanitated and manicured, and generally advised and advertised, and made knowing enough, averties enough as the term appeared to be nowadays in Paris. All they had to do for civility was to take the amused, ironic view of those who might be less initiated in his time, when he was young, or even when he was only but a little less middle-aged. The best manners had been the best kindness, and the best kindness had mostly been some art of not insisting on one's luxurious differences, of concealing rather for common humanity, if not for common decency, a part at least of the intensity or the ferocity with which one might be in the know. Oh, the no Mrs. Worthington was in it all instinctively, inevitably, and as a matter of course up to her eyes, which didn't however the least little bit prevent her being as ignorant as a fish of everything that really and intimately and fundamentally concerned him. Poor dear old white mason, she didn't in the first place so much as know who he was, be which he meant know who and what it was to be a white mason, even a poor and a dear, and old one anyway, that indeed did her perfect justice, was of the very essence of the newness and freshness and beautiful brave social irresponsibility, by which she had originally dazzled him, just exactly that circumstance of her having no instinct for any old quality or quantity or identity, a single historic or social value, as he might say of the New York of his already almost legendary past, and that additional one of his on his side, having so far as this went cultivated blankness, cultivated positive prudence, as to her own personal background, the vagueness at the best, with which all honest gentlefolk, the New Yorkers of his approved stock and conservative generation, were content, as for the most part they were indubitably wise to surround the origins and antecedents, and queer unimaginable early influences of persons swimming into their ken from those parts of the country that quite necessarily and naturally figured to their view as God-forsaken and generally impossible. The few scattered surviving representatives of a society once gudrari nant, ingurgite vastua, liable at the past things had come to meet, and even amid old shades once sacred, or what was left of such every form of social impossibility, and more irresistibly still to find these apparitions often carry themselves, often at least in the case of the women, with a wondrous wild gallantry, equally imperturbable and inimitable, the sort of thing that reached its maximum in Mrs. Worthington, beyond that whoever wanted to look up their annals, to reconstruct their steps and stages, to dart there is in fine, or to go behind anything that was theirs, one wouldn't do that for the world. A rudimentary discretion forbade it, and yet this check from elementary undiscussable taste quite consorted with a due respect for them, or at any rate with a due respect for oneself, in connection with them, as was just exemplified in what would be his own, what would be poor dear old white mason's insurmountable aversion to having on any pretext the doubtless very queer spectre of the late Mr. Worthington presented to him. No question had he asked, or would he ever ask, should his life that is, should the success of his courtshipvan intimately depend on it, either about that obscure agent of his mistress' actual affluence, or about the happy headspring itself, and the apparently copious tributaries of the golden stream. From all which marked anomalies, at any rate, what was the moral to draw? He dropped into a park chair again with that question. He lost himself in the wonder of why he had come away with his homage so very much unpaid. Yet it didn't seem at all actually as if he could say or conclude as if he could do anything but keep on worrying just in conformity with his being a person who, whether or no familiar with the need to make his conduct square with his conscience and his taste, was never wholly exempt from that of making his taste and his conscience square with his conduct to this latter occupation, he further abandoned himself, and it didn't release him from his second brooding session till the sweet spring sunset had begun to gather, and he had more or less cleared up in the deepening dusk the effective relation between the various parts of his ridiculously agitating experience. There were vital facts he seemed thus to catch to seize with a nervous hand, and the twilight helping by their vaguely whisked tails unquiet truths that swarmed out after the fashion of creatures bold only at eventide, creatures that hovered and circled, that verily brushed his nose in spite of their shyness. Yes, he had practically just sat on with his mistress Chevan, save the markers, if not to come to the point, as if it had absolutely come up that there would be something rather vulgar and awful in doing so. The whole stretch of his stay after Cornelia's withdrawal had been consumed by his almost ostentatiously treating himself to the opportunity of which he was to make nothing. It was as if he had sat and watched himself. That came back to him. Shall I now or shan't I? Will I now or won't I say within the next 3 minutes, say by 6:15, or by 20 minutes past at the furthest always, if nothing more comes up to prevent? What had already come up to prevent was in the strangest and drollest, or at least in the most preposterous way in the world, that not Cornelia's presence, but her very absence with its distraction of his thoughts, the thoughts that lumbered after her, had made the difference, and without his being the least able to tell why, and how he put it to himself after a fashion by the image that this distraction once created, his working round to his hostess again, his reverting to the matter of his errand, began suddenly to represent a return from so far that was simply Allah, rather a little less than all for something else had contributed. I never dreamed you knew her, and I never dreamed you did, were inevitably what had been exchanged between them, supplemented by Mrs. Worthingham's mere scrap of an explanation. Oh yes, to the small extent, you see, 2 years ago in Switzerland, when I was at a high place for an aftercure during 20 days of incessant rain, she was the only person in an hotel full of roaring, gorging, smoking Germans with whom I could have a word of talk. She and I were the only speakers of English, and were thrown together like castaways on a desert island, and in a raging storm she was ill besides, and she had no maid, and mine looked after her, and she was very grateful, writing to me later on, and saying she should certainly come to see me if she ever returned to New York. She has returned, you see, and there she was, poor little creature. Such was Mrs. Worthingham's tributito, which even his asking her if Miss Rash had ever happened to speak of him caused her practically to add nothing visibly. She had never thought again of anyone Miss Rash had spoken of, or anything Miss Rash had said, right as she was naturally about her being a little clever, queer creature. This was perfectly true, and yet it was probably being all she could dream of about her what had paralyzed his proper gallantry. Its effect had been not in what it simply stated, but in what, under his secretly disintegrating criticism, it almost luridly symbolized. He had quitted his seat in the Louis Quinze drawing-room without having, as he would have described it, done anything but give the lady of the scene a superior chance not to betray a defeated hope, not, that is, to fail of the famous pride, mostly supposed to prop even the most infatuated women at such junctures, by which chance, to do her justice, she had thoroughly seemed to profit. But he finally rose from his later station with a feeling of better success. He had, by a happy turn of his hand, got hold of the most precious, the least obscure of the flitting, circling things that brushed his ears, what he wanted as justifying for him. A little further consideration was there before him. From the moment he could put it, that Mrs. Worthingham had no data, he almost hugged that word. It suddenly came to mean so much to him. No data, he felt, for a conception of the sort of thing. The New York of his time had been in his personal life with New York, so unexpectedly, so vividly, and as he might say, so perversely called back to all his senses by its identity with that of poor Cornelia's time, since even she had had a time small show, as it was likely to make now, and his time, and hers had been the same. Cornelia figured to him while he walked away as, by contrast and opposition, a massive little bundle of data. His impatience to go to see her sharpened as he thought of this. So certainly should he find out that wherever he might touch her with a gentle though firm pressure, he would, as the fond visitor of old houses taps and fingers a disfeatured overpapered wall, with the conviction of a wainscotage beneath, recognize some small extrusion of history. Roman 4. There would have been a wonder for us meanwhile in his continued use, as it were, of his happy formula brought out to Cornelia Rash within 10 minutes, or perhaps only within 20 of his having settled into the quite comfortable chair that 2 days later she indicated to him by her fireside. He had arrived at her address through the fortunate chance of his having noticed her card, as he went out, deposited in the good old New York fashion, On one of the rococo tables of Mrs. Worthingham's hall, his eye had been caught by the penciled indication that was to affect him the next instant as fairly placed there for his sake. This had really been his luck, for he shouldn't have liked to write to Mrs. Worthingham for guidance at that. He felt though too impatient just now to analyse the reluctance there was nobody else he could have approached for a clue, and with this reflection he was already aware of how it testified to their rare little position, his and Cornelius' position, as conscious, ironic, pathetic survivors, together, of a dead and buried society that there would have been in all the town under such stress, not a member of their old circle left to turn to Mrs. Worthingham, had practically, even if accidentally, helped him to knowledge the last nail in the coffin of the poor dear extinct past, had been planted for him by his having thus to reach his antique contemporary through perforation of the newest newness. The note of this particular recognition was in fact the more prescribed to him, that the ground of Cornelia's return to a scene swept so bare of the associational charm was certainly inconspicuous. What had she then come back for? Had asked himself, that with the effect of deciding that it probably would have been a little to look after her remnant of property. Perhaps she had come to save what little might still remain of that shrivelled interest. Perhaps she had been by those who took care of it for her further swindled and despoiled, so that she wished to get at the facts. Perhaps on the other hand it was a more cheerful chance her investments, decently administered, were making larger returns, so that the rigorous thrift of Wagner could be finally relaxed. He had little to learn about the attraction of Europe, and rather expected that in the event of his union with Mrs. Worthingham, he should find himself pleading for it, with the competence of one more in the know about Paris and Rome, about Venice and Florence, than even she could be. He could have lived on in his New York, that is, in the sentimental, the spiritual, the more or less romantic visitation of it, but had it been positive for him that he could live on in her sunless? Indeed, the possibility of this had been just like the famous vertige de l'abîme, like the solicitation of danger or otherwise of the dreadful, the very hinge of his whole dream. However that might be, his curiosity was occupied rather with the conceivable hinge of poor Cornelia's. It was perhaps thinkable that even Mrs. Worthingham's New York, once it should have become possible again, at all might have put forth to this lone exile a plea that wouldn't be in the chords of Wagner for himself. After all, too, the attraction had been much more of the Europe over which one might move at one's ease, and which therefore could but cost, and cost much right and left, than of the Europe adapted to scrimping. He saw himself on the whole scrimping with more zest, even in Mrs. Worthingham's New York, than under the inspiration of Wagner, apart from which it was yet again odd, not to say perceptibly pleasing to him, to note where the emphasis of his interest fell in this fumble of fancy over such felt oppositions as the new, the latest, the luridest power of money, and the ancient reserves and moderations and mediocrities. These last struck him as showing by contrast the old brown surface and tone as of velvet, rubbed and worn shabby, and even a bit dingy, but all soft and subtle and still velvety, which meant still dignified, whereas the angular facts of current finance were as harsh and metallic and bewildering as some stacked exhibit of ugly patented inventions, things his medieval mind forbade his taking in. He had, for instance, the sense of knowing the pleasant little old rash fortune, pleasant as far as it went, blurred memories and impressions of what it had been, and what it hadn't, of how it had grown and how languished, and how melted they came back to him, and put on such vividness that he could almost have figured himself testify for them before a bland and encouraging board. The idea of taking the field in any manner on the subject of Mrs. Worthingham's resources would have affected him, on the other hand, as an odious ordeal, some glare of embarrassment and exposure in a circle of hard, unhelpful attention, of converging, derisive, unsuggestive eyes. In Cornelia's small and quite cynically modern flat house had a grotesque name, the Gainsborough, but at least wasn't an awful boarding house as he had feared, and she could receive him quite honourably, which was so much to the good. He would have been ready to use at once to her the greatest freedom of friendly allusion. Have you still your old family interest in those 2 houses in 7th Avenue, of which was next a corner grocery, don't you know, and was occupied as to its lower part by a candy shop, where the proportion of the stock of suspectedly stale popcorn to that of rarer and stickier joys betrayed perhaps a modest capital on the part of your father's, your grandfather's, or whoever's tenant, but out of which I nevertheless remember once to have come as out of a bath of sweets, with my very garments, and even the separate hairs of my head glued together. The other of the pair, a tobacconist's, further down, had before it a wonderful huge Indian who thrust out wooden cigars at an indifferent world. You could buy candy cigars too at the popcorn shop, and I greatly preferred them to the wooden. I remember well how I used to gape in fascination at the Indian, and wonder if the last of the Mohicans was like him, besides admiring so the resources of a family whose property was in such forms. I haven't been round there lately or must go round together, but don't tell me the forms have utterly perished. It was after that fashion he might easily have been moved, and with almost no transition to break out to Cornelia quite, as if taking up some old talk, some old community of gossip, just where they had left it, even with the consciousness perhaps of overdoing a little, of putting at its maximum for the present harmony, recovery, recapture. What should he call it? The pitch and quantity of what the past had held for them. He didn't in fact no doubt dart straight off to 7th Avenue, there being too many other old things, and much nearer and long subsequent. The point was only that, for everything they spoke of after, he had fairly begun to lean back and stretch his legs. And after she had let him above all light the first of a succession of cigarettes, for everything they spoke of he positively cultivated extravagance and excess, piling up the crackling twigs as on the very altar of memory, and that by the end of half an hour she had lent herself all gallantly to their game. It was the game of feeding the beautiful iridescent flame, ruddy and green and gold, blue and pink and amber, and silver, with anything. They could pick up anything that would burn and flicker thickstrewn with such gleanings. The occasion seemed indeed, in spite of the truth that they perhaps wouldn't have proved under cross-examination, to have rubbed shoulders in the other life. So very hard casual contacts, qualified communities enough there had doubtless been, but not particular passages, nothing that counted as he might think of it for their very own together, for nobody's else at all. These shades of historic exactitude didn't signify the more and the less that there had been made perfect terms, and, just by his being there and by her rejoicing in it, with their present need to have had all their past could be made to appear to have given them, it was to this tune they proceeded the least little bit, as if they knowingly pretended, giving her the example, and setting her the pace of it, and she, poor dear, after a first inevitable shyness, an uncertainty of wonder, a breathlessness of courage, falling into step, and going whatever length he would. She showed herself ready for it, grasping gladly at the perception of what he must mean, and if she didn't immediately and completely fall in note in the first half-hour, not even in the 3 or 4 others, that his visit, even whenever he consulted his watch, still made nothing off. She yet understood enough as soon as she understood, that if their finer economy hadn't so beautifully served, he might have been conveying this, that, and the other incoherent and easy thing by the comparatively clumsy method of sound and statement. No, I never made love to you. It would in fact have been absurd, and I don't care though. I almost know, in the sense of almost remembering, who did, and who didn't, but you were always about, and so was I, and little as you may yourself care who I did it to, I dare say you remember, in the sense of having known of it any old appearances that told, but we can't afford at this time of day not to help each other to have had, well, everything there was, since there's no more of it now, nor any way of coming by it, except so, and therefore let us make together. Let us make over and recreate our lost world, for which we have after all, and at the worst such a lot of material. You were in particular, my poor dear sisters, Frenthy thought you the funniest little brown thing possible, so isn't that again, to the good you were mine only, to the extent that you were so much in and out of the houses. How much, if we come to that, wasn't one in and out south of 30th Street, and north of Washington Square in those days, those spacious, sociable, Arcadian days that we flattered ourselves we filled with the modern fever, but that was so different from any of these arrangements of pretended hourly time that dashed themselves forever to pieces, as from the 50th floors of skyscrapers. This was the kind of thing that was in the air whether he said it or not, and that could hang there even with such quite other things, as more crudely came in spite of its being perhaps calculated to strike us, that these last would have been rather, and most, the unspoken and the indirect. They were Cornelia's contribution, and as soon as she had begun to talk of Mrs. Worthingham, didn't begin it, had taken their place bravely in the centre of the circle. There they made the while their considerable little figure, but all within the ring formed by 50 other illusions, fitful, but really intenser eruptions, that hovered and wavered and came, and went joining hands at moments and whirling round, as in chorus, only then again, to dash at the slightly huddled centre, with a free twitch or peck or push or other taken liberty, after the fashion of irregular frolic motions, in a country dance or a Christmas game. You're so in love with her, and want to marry her, said it all sympathetically and yearningly poor crapey Cornelia, as if it were to be quite taken for granted that she knew all about it. And then, when he had asked how she knew, she took so informed a tone about it all, on the wonder of her seeming so much more in it, just at that hour, than he himself quite felt he could figure for how, but from the dear lovely thing herself. Don't you suppose she knows it? Oh, she absolutely knows it, does she? Fairly heard himself ask that, and with the oddest sense at once of sharply wanting the certitude, and yet of seeing the question of hearing himself say the words through several thicknesses of some wrong medium, he came back to it from a distance as he would have had to come back. This was again vivid to him, should he have got round again to his ripe intention, 3 days before after his now present, but then absent friend that is, had left him planted before his now absent, but then present one for the purpose. Do you mean she't all confidently expects, he went on, not much minding if it couldn't but sound foolish the time being given it for him meanwhile, by the sigh, the wondering gasp, all charged with the unutterable that the tone of his appeal set in motion. He saw his companion look at him, but it might have been with eyes of 30 years ago, when very likely had put her some such question about some girl long since dead, dimly, at first, then more distinctly didn't it surge back on him, for the very strangeness that there had been some such passage as this between them eyes about Mary Carduin, the autumn of '68. Why don't you realize your situation, Miss Rash, struck him as quite beautifully wailing Gabove, all to such an effect of deep interest that is on her own part, and in him. My situation, echoed, he considered, but reminded afresh by the note of the detached, the far projected in it, of what he had last remembered of his sentient state, on his once taking ether at the dentist's. Yours and hers, the situation of her adoring you, I suppose you at least know it. Cornelia smiled. Yes, it was like the other time, and yet it wasn't. She was like poor Cornelia, waste-everything that used to be that somehow was most definite to him still. He could quite reply, do you call either adoring Memmy situation? Well, it's a part of yours, surely, if you're in love with her. Am I ridiculous old person in love with her? White Mason asked. I may be a ridiculous old person, Cornelia returned, and, for that matter, of course I am, but she's young and lovely and rich and clever, so what could be more natural? Oh, I was applying that opprobrious epithet. He didn't finish, though he meant he had applied it to himself. He had got up from his seat. He turned about, and taking in as his eyes also roamed several objects in the room, serene and sturdy, not a bit cheap-looking, little old New York objects of '68, he made with an inner art, as if to recognize them, so that is for himself, had quite the sense for the moment of asking them, of imploring them, to recognize him to be for him, things of his own past which they truly were. He could have the next instant cried out, for it meant that if 3 or 4 of them small sallow cartedevizite photographs faithfully framed, but spectrally faded, hadn't, in every particular, frames and balloon skirts, and false property balustrades of unimaginable terraces, and all the tone of time, the secret for warding and easing off the perpetual imminent ache of one's protective scowl, one would verily but have to let the scowl stiffen, or to take up seriously the question of blue goggles during what might remain of life. What he actually took up from a little old 12th Street table that piously preserved the plain mahogany circle, with never a curl, nor a crook, nor a hint of a brazen flourish, what he paused there a moment for commerce with his back, presented to crapey Cornelia, who sat taking that view of him during this opportunity very protrusively and frankly and fondly, was one of the wasted mementos just mentioned, over which he both uttered and suppressed a small comprehensive cry. He stood there another minute to look at it, and when he turned about still kept it in his hand, only holding it now a lit behind him. You must have come back to stay with all your beautiful things. What else does it mean? Beautiful, his old friend commented with her brow all wrinkled, and her lips thrust out in expressive dispraise. They might at that rate have been scarce more beautiful than she herself. Oh, don't talk so to Mrs. Worthingham's, they're wonderful, if you will, such things, but one's own poor relics and odds and ends are one's own at least, and one has come back to them. They're all I have in the world to come back to. They were stored, and what I was paying, Miss Rash waffily added. He had possession of the small old picture. He hovered there. He put his eyes again to it, intently, then again held it a little behind him, as if it might have been snatched away, or the very feel of it pressed against him was good to his palm. Mrs. Worthingham's things, you think them beautiful? Cornelia did now, if ever, show an odd face. Why, certainly prodigious, or whatever isn't that conceded. No doubt every horror at the pass we've come to is conceded. That's just what I complain of. Do you complain? She drew it out, as for surprise she couldn't have imagined such a thing. To me, her things are awful. They're the newest of the new. Ah, but the old forms. Those are the most blatant. I mean the swaggering reproductions. Oh, but she pleaded, we can't all be really old. No, we can't, Cornelia, but you can, said White Mason with the frankest appreciation. She looked up at him from where she sat, as he could imagine her looking up at the curate at Bognor. Thank you, sir, if that's all you want. It is, he said, all I want, or almost. Then no wonder such a creature as that she lightly moralized won't suit you. He bent upon her for all the weight of his question, his smoothest stare you hold, she certainly won't suit me. Why, what can I tell about it, haven't you by this time found out? No, but I think I'm finding, with which he began again to explore. Miss Rash immensely wondered. You mean you don't expect to come to an understanding with her? And then, as even to this straight challenge, he made at first no answer. Do you mean you give it up? He waited some instants more, but not meeting her, icily looking again about the room. What do you think of my chance? Oh, his companion cried, what has what I think to do with it? How can I think anything, but that she must like you? Yes, of course, but how much? Then don't you really know? Cornelia asked. He kept up his walk, oddly preoccupied, and still not looking at her. Do you, my dear? She waited a little. If you haven't really put it to her, I don't suppose she knows. This at last arrested him again. My dear Cornelia, she doesn't know. He had paused as for the desperate tone, or at least the large emphasis of it, so that she took him up the more reason then to help her to find it out. I mean, he explained that she doesn't know anything. Anything else, I mean, even if she does know that. Cornelia considered of it, but what else need Shane particular know? Isn't that the principal thing? Well, and he resumed his circuit, doesn't know anything that we know, but nothing, he re-emphasized, nothing whatever. Well, can't she do without that? Evidently she can, and evidently she does beautifully, but the question is whether I can. He had paused once more with his point, but she glared poor Cornelia with her wonder. Surely if you know for yourself. It doesn't seem enough for me to know for myself. One wants a woman, he argued, but still in his prolonged tour, quite without his scowl, to know for one to know with one. That's what you do now, he candidly put to her. It made her again gape. Do you mean you want to marry me? He was so full of what he did mean, however, that he failed even to notice it. She doesn't in the least know, for instance, how old I am. That's because you're so young. There you errand. He turned off afresh, and as if almost in disgust, it left her visibly perplexed, though even the perplexed Cornelia was still the exceedingly pointed. But he had come to her aid after another turn. Remember, please, that I am pretty well as old as you. She had all her point at least, while she bridled and blinked for this. You're exactly a year and 10 months older. It checked him there for delight. You remember my birthday? She twinkled indeed, like some far-off light of home. I remember everyone's. It's a little way I've always had and that I've never lost. He looked at her accomplishment across the room, as at some striking, some charming phenomenon. Well, that's the sort of thing I want. All the ripe candor of his eyes confirmed it. What could she do therefore, she seemed to ask him, but repeat her question of a moment before, which, indeed, presently, she made up her mind to. Do you want to marry me? It had this time better success, if the term may be felt in any degree. To apply all his candor, or more of it, at least, was in his slow, mild kind, considering headshake. No, Cornelia, not to marry you. His discrimination was a wonder, but since she was clearly treating him now as if everything about him was so, she could as exquisitely meet it not. At least she convulsively smiled. Until you've honourably tried, Mrs. Worthingham, don't you really mean to? She gallantly insisted. He waited again a little, then he brought out, I'll tell you presently. He came back, and as by still another mere glance over the room to what seemed to him so much nearer, that table was Old 12th Street. Everything here was, oh, the pure blessings with you are with you. I haven't to wear a green shade, and he had retained meanwhile his small photograph, which he again showed himself. Didn't we talk of Mary Cardew? Why do you remember it? She marvelled to extravagance. You make me, you connect me with it, you connect it with we. He liked to display to her this excellent use. She thus had the service she rendered. There are so many connections, there will be so many. I feel how with you, they must all come up again for me. In fact, you're bringing them out already, just while I look at you as fast as ever you can. The fact that you knew everyone, he went on, yet as if there were more in that too than he could quite trust himself about. Yes, I knew everyone, said Cornelia Rash, but this time with perfect simplicity. I knew, I imagine, more than you, more than you. Roman 999. It kept him there. It made him wonder with his eyes on her. Things about Themer people. Our people, ours only now. Such an interest as he felt in this taking from her, while so far from scowling, he almost gaped. All it might mean, ours indeed, and it's awfully good they are, or that we're still here for them. Nobody else is nobody. But you not a cat? Well, I am a cat, Cornelia grinned. Do you mean you can tell me things? It was too beautiful to believe. About what really was, she artfully considered, holding him immensely now. Well, unless they've come to you with time, unless you've learned or found out. Oh, he reassuringly cried reassuringly. It most seemed for himself nothing has come to me, with time everything has gone from me, how can I find out now what creature has an idea? She threw up her hands with the shrug of old Dace, sharp little shrug, his sisters used to imitate, and that she hadn't had to go to Europe, for the only thing was that he blessed her for bringing it back. Ah, the ideas of people now. Yes, their ideas are certainly not about us, but he ruefully faced it. We've none the less, however, to live with them. With their ideas, Cornelia questioned. With them these modern wonders such as they are, then he went on, it must have been to help me you've come back. She said nothing for an instant about that, only nodding instead at his photograph. What has become of yours, I mean of her? This time it made him turn pale. You remember I have one. She kept her eyes on him in a pork pie hat with her hair in a long net that was so smart, then, especially with one's skirt, looped up over one's whooped magenta petticoat in little festoons, and a row of very big onyx beads over one's braided velveteen sack, braided quite plain, and very broad, don't you know. He smiled, for her extraordinary possession of these things was as prompt as if she had had them before her. Oh, rather don't. I know you wore brown velveteen, and on those remarkably small hands funny gauntlets like mine. Oh, do you remember? But like yours, she wondered. I mean like hers in my photograph, but he came back to the present picture. This is better, however, for really showing her lovely head. Mary's head was a perfection, Cornelia testified. Yes, it was better than her heart. Ah, don't say that, she pleaded. You weren't fair. Don't you think I was fair? It interested him immensely, and the more that he indeed mightn't have been, which he seemed somehow almost to hope. She didn't think so to the very end. She didn't the right things, Cornelia said to him, but before she could answer he was studying again closely the small faded face. No, she doesn't. Oh, her charming sad eyes, and the way they say that across the years straight into mine, but I don't know. White Mason quite comfortably sighed. His companion appeared to appreciate this effect. That's just the way you used to flirt with her, poor thing. Wouldn't you like to have it? She asked. This for my very own. He looked up delighted. I really may. Well, if y'all give me yours, well, exchange. That's a charming idea, well, exchange, but you must come and get it at my rooms where y'all see my things. For a little she made no answerers. If for some feeling then, she said, you asked me just now why I've come back. He stared as for the connection, after which with a smile not to do that. She waited briefly again, but with a queer little look. I can do those things now, and yes, that's in a manner why I came, she then said, because I knew of a sudden one dake knew as never before that I was. I see, he quite understood, had notes that so struck him, and how did you like it? She hesitated, decided, well, if I liked it, it was on the principle perhaps, on which some people like high game. High game, if that's good, he laughed. Oh, my dear, were high. She shook her head. No, not yowiet, I at any rate, didn't want any more adventures, Cornelia said. He showed their small relic again, with assurance. You wanted us, then here we are. Oh, how we can talk with all those things, you know, you are an invention, and y'all see there are things Jay know I shall turn up here well daily. She took it in, but only after a moment answered, there was something you said just now, you tell me, don't you mean to try? Mrs. Worthingham, he drew from within his coat his pocket-book, and carefully found a place in it for Mary Cardew's cartadevizite, folding it together with deliberation, over which he put it back finally. He spoke. No, I've decided I can't, I don't want to. Cornelia marveled, or looked as if she Roman 999, not for all she has. Yes, I know all she has, but I also know all she hasn't, and as I told you, she herself hasn't a glimmer of a suspicion of it, and never will have. Cornelia magnanimously thought, nah, but she knows other things. He shook his head, as at the portentous heap of them, too many, and other indeed, so other, do you know, he went on, that it's as if y'all be turning up for me had brought that home to me. For you, she candidly considered, but what since you can't marry me can you do with me? Well, he seemed to have it all, everything I can live with y'all, just this way to illustrate which. He dropped into the other chair by her fire, where leaning back, he gazed at the flame. I can't give you up, it's very curious. It has come over me as it did over you when you renounced Wagner, that's it, I know it at last. And I see one can like it. I am high, you needn't deny it, that's my taste, I'm old. And in spite of the considerable glow there of her little household altar, he said it without the scowl. The bench of desolation. I She had practically, he believed, conveyed the intimation, the horrid, brutal, vulgar menace, in the course of their last dreadful conversation, when for whatever was left him of pluck, or confidence a confidence, in what he would fain have called a little more aggressively, the strength of his position had judged best not to take it up. But this time there was no question of not understanding, or of pretending he didn't. The ugly, the awful words ruthlessly formed by her lips were like the fingers of a hand that she might have thrust into her pocket for extraction of the monstrous object that would serve best for what should he call eat a gauge of battle. If I haven't a very different answer from you within the next 3 days, I shall put the matter into the hands of my solicitor, whom it may interest you to know I've already seen. I shall bring an action for breach against you, Herbert Dodd, as sure as my name's Kate Cookham. There it was, straight and strong, yet he felt he could say for himself, when once it had come, or even already just as it was coming, that it turned on as if she had moved an electric switch, the very brightest light of his own very reasons there. She was in all the grossness of her native indelicacy, in all her essential excess of will and destitution of scruple. And it was the woman capable of that ignoble threat, who, his sharper sense of her quality having become so quite deterrent, was now making for him a crime of it that he shouldn't wish to tie himself to her for life. The vivid, lurid thing was the reality all unmistakable of her purpose. She had thought her case well out, had measured its odious specious presentability, had taken, he might be sure, the very best advice obtainable at properly, where there was always a first-rate promptitude of everything fourth-rate. It was disgustingly certain, in short, that she'd proceed. She was sharp and adroit, moreover distinctly, in certain ways a master-hand. How otherwise, with her so limited mere attractiveness, should she have entangled him? He couldn't shut his eyes to the very probable truth, that if she should try it, she'd pull it off. She knew she would precisely, and her assurance was thus the very proof of her cruelty. That she had pretended she loved him was comparatively nothing. Other women had pretended it, and other women too had really done it, but that she had pretended, he could possibly have been right and safe and blessed in loving her, a creature of the kind who could sniff that squalor of the law court of claimed damages and brazen lies, and published kisses of love letters read, amid obscene guffaws, as a positive tonic to resentment, as a high incentive to her corsethes, was what put him so beautifully in the right. It was what might signify in a woman, all through, he said to himself, the mere imagination of such machinery. Truly, what a devilish conception, and what an appalling nature. But there was no doubt, luckily either, that he could plant his feet the firmer for his now intensified sense of these things. He was to live it. Appeared abominably worried. He was to live consciously rueful. He was to live, perhaps, even what a scoffing world would call abjectly exposed. But at least he was to live saved, in spite of his clutch of which steadying truth, however, and in spite of his declaring to her, with many other angry protests and pleas, that the line of conduct she announced was worthy of a vindictive barmaid. A lurking fear in him, too deep to counsel mere defiance, made him appear to keep open a little, till he could somehow turn round again the door of possible composition. He had scoffed at her claim, at her threat, at her thinking she could hustle and bully him such a way, my eye, to call back to life a dead love. Yet his instinct was ever prudentially, but helplessly, for gaining time, even if time only more woefully to quake, and he gained it now by not absolutely giving for his ultimatum that he wouldn't think of coming round. He didn't in the smallest degree mean to come round, but it was characteristic of him that he could for 3 or 4 days breathe a little easier by having left her under the impression that he perhaps might at the same time. He couldn't not have said what had conduced to bring out in retort her own last word, the word on which they had parted. Do you mean to say you yourself would now be willing to marry and live with a man of whom you could feel the thing done, that he'd be all the while thinking of you in the light of a hideous coercion? Never you mind about my willingness, Kate had answered. You've known what that has been for the last 6 months. Leave that to me, my willingness'll take care of it all right, and just see what conclusion you can come to about your own. He was to remember afterward how he had wondered whether, turned upon her in silence, while her odious lucidity reigned unchecked, his face had shown her anything like the quantity of hate he felt. Probably not at all. No man's face could express that immense amount, especially the fair, refined, intellectual, gentleman-like face, which had had, and by her own more than once repeated avowal, so much to do with the enormous fancy she had originally taken to him, which frankly, no, would you personally rather I should do? He had at any rate asked her, with an intention of supreme irony, just sordidly marry you on top of this, or leave you the pleasure of your lovely appearance in court, and of your so assured, since that's how you feel it, big haul of damages. Shan't you be awfully disappointed, in fact, if I don't let you get something better out of me than a poor plain tenshilling gold ring, and the rest of the blasphemous rubbish, as we should make it between us, pronounced at the altar, I take it of course he had swaggered on, that your pretension wouldn't be for a moment, that I should after the act of profanity take up my life with you. It's just as much my dream as it ever was Herbert Dodd to take up mine with you, remember for me, that I can do with it my dear, that my idea is for even as much as that of you, she had cried, remember, that for me Herbert Dodd, remember, remember. It was on this she had left him frankly under a mortal chill. There might have been the last ring of an appeal, or a show of persistent and perverse tenderness in it, however preposterous any such matter. But in point of fact, her large, clean, plain brown face so much too big for her head, he now more than ever felt it to be, just as her head was so much too big for her body. And just as her hats had an irritating way of appearing to decline choice and conformity in respect to any of her dimensions, presented itself with about as much expression as his own shop window. When the broad blank sallow blind was down, he was fond of his shop window with some good show on. He had a fancy for a good show, and was master of 20 different schemes of taking arrangement for the old books and Prince Heikless rarities, his modest catalogue called them, in which he dealt, and which his maternal uncle David Geddes had, as he liked to say, handed down to him. His widowed mother had screwed the whole thing, the stock and the connection, and the rather bad little house in the rather bad little street, out of the ancient worthy shortly before his death, in the name of the youngest, and most interesting, the delicate one, and the literary of her 5 scattered and struggling children. He could enjoy his happiest collocations and contrasts, and affects his harmonies and varieties of toned and faded leather and cloth, his sought colour notes, and the high clearnesses here and there of his white and beautifully figured price labels, which pleased him enough in themselves, almost to console him for not oftener having to break on a customer's insistence into the balanced composition. But the dropped expanse of time-soiled canvas, the thing of Sundays and holidays, with just his name, Herbert Dodd's successor, painted on below his uncle's antique style, the feeble pen-like flourishes already quite archaic, this ugly vacant mask, which might so easily be taken for the mask of failure, somehow always gave him a chill. That had been just the sort of chill. The analogy was completely off Kate Cookham's last look. He supposed people doing an awfully good and sure and steady business in whatever line could see a whole front turn to vacancy that way, and merely think of the hours off represented by it, only for this nervously to bear it, in other words. And Herbert Dodd, quite with the literary temperament himself, was capable of that amount of play of fancy, or even of morbid analysis. You had to be on some footing, you had to feel some confidence, pretty different from his own up to now. He had never not enjoyed passing his show on the other side of the street, and taking it in thence with a casual obliquity, but he had never held optical commerce with the drawn blind for a moment longer than he could help. It always looked horribly final, and as if it never would come up again, big and bare, with his name staring at him from the middle. It thus offered in its grimness a turn of comparison for Miss Cookham's ominous visage. She never wore pretty dotty transparent veils as Nan Drury did, and the words Herbert Dodd, save that she had sounded them at him there 2 or 3 times more like a Meg Merrilies, or the bold bad woman, in one of the melodramas of high life given during the fine season in the pavilion at the end of Properly, Peer dreadfully were permanently seated on her lips. She was grim, no mistake. That evening, alone in the back room above the shop, he saw so little what he could do that, consciously demoralized for the hour, he gave way to tears about it, her taking a stand so incredibly low. That was what he couldn't get over. The particular bitterness of his cup was his having let himself in for a struggle on such terms. The use on her side of the vulgarist process known to the law. The vulgarist, he kept repeating that, clinging to the help rendered him by this imputation to his terrorist of the vice he sincerely believed he had ever among difficulties, for he recognized the difficulties sought to keep most alien to him. He knew what he was in a dismal, downtrodden sphere, a not lean young proprietor of an old business that had itself rather shriveled with age than ever grown fat, the purchase and sale of second-hand books and prints, with the back street of a long-fronted South Coast watering-place old town, by good luck for the dusky field of his life. But he had gone in for all the education he could get. These educated customers would often hang about for more talk by the half-hour at a time, he actually feeling himself, and with a scruple, hold them there, which meant that he couldn't be blind to that natural taste, and had lovingly cultivated and formed it thus from as far back as he could remember. There had been things all round him that he suffered from when other people didn't, and he had kept most of his suffering to himself, which had taught him in a manner how to suffer, and how almost to like to. So at any rate, he had never let go his sense of certain differences. He had done everything he could to keep it up, whereby everything that was vulgar was on the wrong side of his line. He had believed for a series of strange oppressed months that Kate Cookham's manners and tone were on the right side. She had been governess for young children in very good private families, and now had classes in literature and history for bigger girls, who were sometimes brought by their mammas, in fact coming in one day to look over his collection of students' manuals, and drawing it out as so many did for the evident sake of his conversation. She had appealed to him that very first time by her apparently pronounced intellectual sidegoodness, knew she didn't even then by the physical which she had artfully kept in view, till she had entangled him past undoing, and it had all been but the cheapest of traps when he came to take the pieces apart a bit laid over a brazen avidity, what he now collapsed for none the less what he sank down on a chair at table and nursed his weak scared sobs in his resting arms, for was the fact that whatever the trap it held him as with the grip of sharp murderous steel there, he was alone in the brown summer dusk-brown through his window cried. And he cried he shouldn't get out without losing a limb, the only question was which of his limbs it should be. Before he went out later on he at last felt the need could however, but seek to remove from his face, and his betraying eyes over his washing-stand, the traces of his want of fortitude. He brushed himself up, with which catching his stricken image, a bit spectrally in an old dim toilet glass, he knew again, in a flash, the glow of righteous resentment, who should be assured against coarse usage, if a man of his really elegant, perhaps in fact, a trifle over-refined or, effete appearance, his absolutely gentleman-like type, couldn't be he never went so far as to rate himself with exaggeration a gentleman, but he would have maintained against all comers with perfect candour, and as claiming a high advantage, that he was in spite of that liability to blubber like one, which he was no doubt for that matter at several points, like what lady then, who could ever possibly have been taken for one was Kate Cookham, and therefore how could one have anything of the intimate and private order out with her fairly, and on the plain the only possible one of common equality, he might find himself crippled for life. He believed verily the more he thought that was what was before him, but be ended by seeing this doom in the almost redeeming light of the fact that it would all have been because he was comparatively too aristocratic. Yes, a man in his station couldn't afford to carry that so far. It must, sooner or later in one way or another, spell ruin. Never mind, it was the only thing he could be. Of course, he should exquisitely suffer, but when hadn't he exquisitely suffered? How was he going to get through life by any arrangement without that? No wonder such a woman as Kate Cookham had been keen to annex so rare a value. The right thing would have been that the highest price should be paid for it. Be such a different sort of logic from this nightmare of his having to pay Roman II, which was the way of course he talked to Nan Drurias. He had felt the immediate wild need to do, for he should perhaps be able to bear it all somehow or other with her while they sat together, when time and freedom served on one of the very last, the far westward benches of the interminable seafront. It wasn't everyone who walked so far, especially at that flat season, only ghost of a bustle now save for the gregarious, the obstreperous haunters of the fluttering farshening pier being reserved for the sunny parade of midwinter. It wasn't everyone who cared for the sunsets, which you got awfully well from there, and which were a particular strong point of the lower, the more sympathetic, as Herbert Dodd liked to call it properly, horizon, as he had always intensely cared, and as he had found Nan Drury care, to say nothing of his having also observed how little they directly spoke to Miss Cookham. He had taught this oppressive companion to notice them a bit, as he had taught her plenty of other things, but that was a different matter, for the reason that the Land's End, stretching a point it carried off that name, had been, and had had to be by their lack of more sequestered resorts and conveniences, the scene of so much of what she styled their wooing timer, to put it more properly, of the time during which she had made the straightest and most unabashed love to him, just as it could henceforth but render possible under an equal rigour that he should enjoy their periods of consolation from beautiful, gentle, tender-souled Nan, to whom he was now at last, after the wonderful way they had helped each other to behave, going to make love absolutely unreserved, and abandoned absolutely reckless and romantic love, a refuge from poisonous reality, as hard as ever he might. The league-along paved, lighted, garden-plotted, seated, and refuged marina renounced its more or less celebrated attractions to break off short here, and an inward curve of the kindly westward shore almost made a wide-armed bay, with all the ugliness between town and country and the casual fringe of the coast turning as the day waned to rich afternoon blooms of grey and brown and distant. It might fairly have been beautiful Hampshire blue. Here it was that all that blighted summer with Nan, from the dreadful May Day on, gave himself up to the reaction of intimacy with the kind of woman at least that he liked, even if of everything else that might make life possible he was to be, by what he could make out, forever starved here. It was thought, as well as on whatever other scraps of occasions they could manage Nan, began to take off and fold up and put away in her pocket, her pretty darty becoming veil, as under the logic of his having so tremendously ceased in the shake of his dark storm gust, to be engaged to another woman, her removal of that obstacle, to a trusted friend's, assuring himself whether the peach-like bloom of her finer facial curves bore the test of such further inquiry into their cool sweetness as might reinforce a mere baffled gaze her momentous complete surrender of so much of her charm, let us say both marked the change in the situation of the pair, and established the record of their perfect observance of every propriety, for so long before they afterward in fact could have dated it their full clutch of their freedom, and the bliss of their having so little henceforth to consider save their impotence, their poverty, their ruin dated it from the hour of his recital to her of Theat, the first blush quite appalling upshot of his second and conclusive scene of violence with the mistress of his fortune, when the dire terms of his release had to be formally, and oh so abjectly acceded to, she compromised the cruel brute for £400 downfor, not a farthing less would she stay her strength from proceedings, no jury in the land, but would give her 6 on the nail. Oh, she knew quite where she was, thank you, and he might feel lucky to get off with so whole a skin. This was the sum, then, for which he had grovellingly compounded under an agreement, sealed by a supreme exchange of remarks. Where in the name of lifelong ruin are you to find 400? Miss Cookham had mockingly repeated after him, while he gasped as from the twist of her grip on his collar, that's your lookout, and I should have thought you'd have made sure you knew before you decided on your base perfidy. And then she had mouthed and minced with ever so false a gentility her consistent, her sickening conclusion, of course I may mention Agin if you too distinctly object to the trouble of looking, you know where to find me. I had rather starve to death than ever go within a mile of you, Herbert described himself as having sweetly answered, and that was accordingly where they devotedly, but desperately where he, and she penniless Nan Drury, her father of Drury Dean, was like so far too many other of the anxious characters, who peered through the dull window-glass of dusty offices at properly an estate, and house agent, surveyor, valuer, and auctioneer. She was the prettiest of 6, with 2 brothers, neither of the least used, but thanks to the manner in which their main natural protector appeared to languish under the accumulation of his attributes, they couldn't be said very particularly, or positively, to live their continued collective existence, was a good deal of a miracle even to themselves, though they had fallen into the way of not unnecessarily, or too nervously exchanging remarks upon it, and had even in a sort from year to year got used to it. Nan's brooding pinkness, when he talked to her so very parted lips considering her pretty teeth, her so very parted eyelids considering her pretty eyes, all of which might have been those of some waxen image of uncritical faith, cooled the heat of his helplessness very much as if he were laying his head on a tense silk pillow. She had, it was true, forms of speech, familiar watchwords, that affected him as small scratchy perforations of the smooth surface from within, but his pleasure in her and need of her were independent of such things and really almost altogether determined by the fact of the happy, even if all so lonely, forms and instincts in her, which claimed kinship with his own, with her natural elegance stamped on her as by a die, with her dim and disinherited individual refinement of grace, which would have made any one wonder who she was anywhere, hat and veil and feather boa and smart umbrella knob, and all with her regular Garjavan distinction of type. In fine, she couldn't abide vulgarity much more than he could. Therefore it didn't seem to him under his stress to matter particularly, for instance, if she would keep on referring so many things to the time, as she called it, when she came into his life-high's own great insistence and contention being that she hadn't in the least entered there, till his mind was wholly made up to eliminate his other friend. What that methodical fury was so fierce to bring home to him was the falsity to herself involved in the later acquaintance, whereas just his precious right to hold up his head to everything before himself at least sprang from the fact that she couldn't make dates fit anyhow. He hadn't so much as heard of his true beauty's existence. She had come back but a few weeks before from her 2 years, with her terribly trying deceased aunt at Swindon, previous to which absence she had been an unnoticeable chit, till days and days, ever so many upon his honour, after he had struck for freedom by his great first backing out letter, the precious document, the treat for a British jury, in which by itself Miss Cookham's firm instructed her to recognise the prospect of a fortune the way the ruffians had been her ruffians. It appeared as if she had posted them behind her from the first of her beginning her game, and the way instructions bounced out with it at a touch larger than life, as if she had arrived with her pocket full of them, the date of the letter taken with its other connections, and the date of her first giveaway for himself, his seeing her get out of the Brighton train with Bill Frankel that day. He had gone to make the row at the station parcels office about the miscarriage of the box from Whalesthos, were the facts it sufficed him to point to as he had pointed to them for Nan Drury's benefit. Goodness knew often, and often enough if he didn't seek occasion to do so, for anyone else in open court, as they said that was his own affair, or at least his and Nan's. It little mattered meanwhile, if on their bench of desolation all that Summerand, it may be added for summers and summers to say nothing of winters there, and elsewhere to Kamesh, did give way to her artless habit of not contradicting him enough, which led to her often trailing up and down before him too complacently, the untimely shreds and patches of his own glooms and desperations. Well, I am glad I am in your life, terrible as it is, however, or whenever I did come in, and of course you'd rather have starved, and it seems pretty well as if we shall doesn't it than have bought her off by a false abhorrent love, wouldn't you? And it isn't as if she hadn't made up to you the way she did before you had so much as looked at her, is it? Or as if you hadn't shown her what you felt her really to be before you had so much as looked at me, is it either? And yes, how on earth, pawning the shoes on your feet, you're going to raise another shilling? That's what you want to know, poor darling, don't you? Roman 3. His creditor at the hour it suited her transferred her base of operations to town, to which impenetrable scene she had also herself retired, and his raising of the first 200 during 5 exasperated and miserable months, and then of another 70 piecemeal bleedingly after long delays, and under the epistolary whiplash cracked by the London solicitor in his wretched ear, even to an effect of the very report of Miss Cookham's tongue. These melancholy efforts formed a scramble up an arduous steep, where steps were planted, and missed, and bared knees were excoriated, and clutches at wayside tufts succeeded and failed on a system to which poor Nan could have intelligently entered, only if she had been somehow less ladylike. She kept putting into his mouth the sick quaver of where he should find the rest, the always inextinguishable rest, long after he had in silent rage fallen away from any further payment at Allat. First, he had but too blackly felt for himself, to the still quite possible non-exclusion of some penetrating ray of exposure, he didn't care a tuppenny damn now, and in point of fact, after he had by hook and by crook succeeded in being able to unload to the tune of 270, and then simply returned the newest reminder of his outstanding obligation, unopened, this latter belated but real sign of fight. The first he had risked remarkably caused nothing at all to happen, nothing at least, but his being moved to quite tragically rueful wonder as to whether exactly some such demonstration mightn't have served his turn at an earlier stage. He could by this time at any rate measure his ruin with 3 fantastic mortgages on his house, his shop, his stock, and a burden of interest to carry under which his business simply stretched itself inanimate, without strength for a protesting kick, without breath for an appealing groan, customers lingering for further enjoyment of the tasteful remarks. He had cultivated the unobtrusive art of throwing in wood at this crisis, have found plenty to repay them. Might his wit have strayed a little more widely still toward a circuitous egotistical outbreak from the immediate question of the merits of this and that author, or of the condition of this and that volume, he had come to be conscious through it all of strangely glaring at people when they tried to haggleand, not as formerly with the glare of derisive comment on their overdone humour, but with that of fairly idiotized surrenderers, if they were much mistaken in supposing, for the sake of conversation, that he might take himself for savable by the difference between 7pence and 9pence. He watched everything impossible and deplorable happen, as in an endless prolongation of his nightmare watched himself proceed, that is, with the finest, richest incoherence to the due preparation of his catastrophe. Everything came to seem equally part of this in complete defiance of proportion, even his final command of detachment on the bench of desolation, where each successive fact of his dire case regularly cut itself out black yet of senseless silhouette against the red west in respect to poor Nan's flat infelicities, which for the most part kept no pace with the years or with change, but only shook like hard peas in a child's rattle, the same peas, a ways of course so long as the rattle didn't split open with usage or from somebody's act of irritation they represented, or they had long done so. Her contribution to the more superficial of the 2 branches of intimass, intellectual alternative, the one that didn't merely consist of her preparing herself for his putting his arm round her waist. There were to have been moments nevertheless all the first couple of years, when she did touch in him, though to his actively dissimulating it, a more or less sensitive nervy moments, as they were too, to do her justice, when she treated him not to his own wisdom or even folly, served up cold, but to a certain small bitter fruit of her personal, her unnatural plucking. I wonder that since she took legal advice so freely to come down on you, you didn't take it yourself a little, before being so sure you stood no chance. Perhaps your people would have been sure of something quite different, perhaps. I only say, you know, she only said it, but she said it none the less in the early time about once a fortnight in the later, and especially after their marriage it had a way of coming up again to the exclusion, as it seemed to him of almost everything else. In fact, during the most dismal years, the three of the loss of their two children, the long stretch of sordid embarrassment ending in her death, he was afterward to think of her as having generally said it several times a day. He was then also to remember that his answer, before she had learnt to discount it, had been inveterately at hand. What would any solicitor have done or wanted to do but drag me just into the hideous public arena? Had always so put it that it has been at any rate my pride and my honour, the one rag of self-respect covering my nakedness, to have loathed and avoided from every point of view. That had disposed of it so long as he cared, and by the time he had ceased to care for anything it had also lost itself in the rest of the vain babble of home. After his wife's death, during his year of mortal solitude, it awoke again, as an echo of far off things, far off, very far off, because he felt then not 10 but 20 years older. That was by reason simply of the dead weight with which his load of debt had settled, persistence of his misery dragging itself out, with all that had come and gone. The bench of desolation was still there, just as the immortal flush of the westward sky kept hanging its indestructible curtain. He had never got away, everything had left him, but he himself had been able to turn his back on nothing, and now his day's labour before a dirty desk at the gas-works ended he more often than not almost any season at temperate, properly serving his turn, took his slow straight way to the Land's End, and collapsing there to rest sat often for an hour at a time staring before him. He might, in these sessions with his eyes on the grey-green sea, have been counting again, and still recounting the beads, almost all worn smooth, of his rosary of pain, which had for the fingers of memory, and the recurrences of wonder, the same felt break of the smaller ones by the larger that would have aided a pious mumble in some dusky altar chapel. If it has been said of him that when once full submersion, as from far back, had visibly begun to await him, he watched himself in a cold lucidity do punctually and necessarily each of the deplorable things that were inconsistent with his keeping afloat, so at present again he might have been held agaze just by the presented grotesqueness of that vigil. Such ghosts of dead seasons were all he had now to watch. Such a recaptured sense, for instance, as that of the dismal unavailing awareness that had attended his act of marriage, he had let submersion final and absolute become the signal for each a mere minor determinant, having been the more or less contemporaneously unfavourable effect on the business of Drury Dean, of the sudden disappearance of Mr. Dean, with the single small tin box into which the certificates of the firm's credit had been found to be compressible, that had been his only former, had at any rate seemed his only one. He couldn't not have married, no doubt, just as he couldn't not have suffered the last degree of humiliation, and almost of want, or just as his wife and children couldn't not have died of the little he was able, under dire reiterated pinches, to do for them. But it was rum for final solitary brooding that he hadn't appeared to see his way definitely to undertake the support of a family, till the last scrap of his little low-browed heightened business, and the last figment of property in the old tiled and timbered shell that housed it, had been sacrificed to creditors mustering 6 rows deep. Of course, what had counted too in the odd order was that even at the end of the 2 or 3 years, he had allowed her Kate Cookham, gorged with his unholy tribute, had become the subject of no successful siege on the part either of Bill Frankel, or by what he could make out of anyone else she had judged descend, could do her that justisto take herself personally out of his world, as he called it, for good and all, as soon as he had begun regularly to bleed, and to whatever lucrative practice she might be devoting her great talents in London or elsewhere. He felt his conscious curiosity about her as cold with time as the passion of vain protest that she had originally left him to. He could recall but 2 direct echoes of her, in all the bitter years, both communicated by Bill Frankel, disappointed and exposed, and at last quite remarkably ingenuous sneak, who had also from far back taken to roaming the world, but who, during a period used fitfully and ruefully to reappear, Herbert Dodd, had quickly seen at their first meeting met every one sooner or later at properly, if meeting it could always be called, either in the glare or the gloom of the explodedly attractive embankment that no silver stream of which he himself had been the remoter source could have played over the career of this all but repudiated acquaintance that hadn't fitted with his quite primitive raw vision of the probabilities. And he had further been puzzled when much later on it had come to him in a roundabout way that Miss Cookham was supposed to be, or to have been, among them for a few days on the quiet, and that Frankel who had seen her, and who claimed to know more about it than he said was cited as authority for the fact, but he hadn't himself at this juncture seen Frankel. He had only wondered, and a degree of mystification had even remained. That memory referred itself to the dark days of old Drury's, smash the few weeks between his partner's dastardly flight, and Herbert's own comment on it, in the form of his standing up with Nan, for the nuptial benediction of the vicar of St. Bernard's on a very cold, bleak December morning, and amid a circle of 7 or 8 long-faced, red-nosed and altogether dowdy persons. Poor Nan herself had come to affect him as scarce other than red-nosed and dowdy by that time. But this only added in his then, and indeed in his lasting view to his general, and his particular morbid bravery. He had cultivated ignorance. There were small, inward, immaterial luxuries he could scrappily cherish even among other and the harshest destitutions, and one of them was represented by this easy refusal of his mind to render to certain passages of his experience to various ugly images names, associations, the homage of continued attention that served him, that helped him. But what happened when, a dozen dismal years having worn themselves away, he sat single and scraped bare again, as if his long wave of misfortune had washed him far beyond everything and then conspicuously retreated, was that thus stranded by tidal action deposited in the lonely hollow of his fate, he felt even sustaining pride turn to naught, and heard no challenge from it, when old mystifications stealing forth in the dusk of the day's work, done scratched at the door of speculation, and hung about through the idle hours for irritated notice. The evenings of his squalid clerkship were all leisure now, but there was nothing at all near home on the other hand, for his imagination, numb and stiff from its long chill, to begin to play with voices from far off, would quaver to him therefore in the stillness where he knew for the most recurrent little by little the faint wail of his wife. He had become deaf to it in life. But at present, after so great an interval, he listened again, listened, and seemed to hear it sound as by the pressure of some weak broken spring. It phrased for his ear her perpetual question, the one she had come to at the last as under the obsession of a discovered and resented wrong, a wrong withal, that had its source much more in his own action than anywhere else, that you didn't make sure she could have done anything that you didn't make sure, and that you were too afraid this commemoration had ended by playing such a part of Nan's finally quite contracted consciousness as to exclude everything else. At the time somehow he had made his terms with it. He had then more urgent questions to meet than that of the poor creature's taste in worrying pain. But actually it struck him not the question, but the fact itself of the tastiers, the one thing left over from all that had come and gone, so it was nothing remained to him in the world on the bench of desolation, but the option of taking up that ecato, though with an abundance of free time, for doing so that he hadn't made sure of what might and what might have been done to him, that he had been too afraid had the proposition a possible bearing on his present apprehension of things to reply. Indeed, he would have had to be able to say what his present apprehension of things left to itself amounted to an uninspiring effort. Indeed, he judged it sunk to so poor a pitch was his material of thought, though it might at last have been the feat he sought to perform, as he stared at the grey-green sea. Roman 4. It was seldom he was disturbed in any form of sequestered speculation, or that at his times of predilection, especially that of the long autumn blankness between the season of trippers and the season of bath-chairs, there were westward stragglers enough to jar upon his settled sense of priority for himself. His seat, the term of his walk, was consecrated. It had figured to him for years as the last, though there were others not immediately near it, and differently disposed, that might have aspired to the title, so that he could invidiously distinguish as he approached, make out from a distance, any accident of occupation, and never draw nearer while that unpleasantness lasted. What he disliked was to compromise on his tradition. Whether for a man, a woman, or a canoodling couple, it was to idiots of this last composition he most objected, he having sat there in the past alone, having sat there interminably, with Nan, having sat there with other women, when women at hours of ease could still care or count for him, but having never shared the place with any shuffling, snuffling stranger. It was a world of fidgets and starts, however the world of his present dreariness alone possessed in it. He seemed to make out of the secret of the dignity of sitting still with one's fate, so that if he took a turn about or rested briefly elsewhere, even foolish philanderous though this would never have been his and Nan's way, ended soon by some adjournment as visibly pointless as their sprawl, then their backs turned, he would drop down on it, the bench of desolation, which was what he and he only made it by sad adoption, where for that matter, moreover, once he had settled at his end, it was marked that nobody else ever came to sit. He saw people along the marina take this liberty with other resting presences, but his own struck them perhaps in general as either of too grim or just of too dingy a vicinage. He might have affected the fellowlanger as a man evil, unsociable, possibly engaged in working out the idea of a crime, or otherwise more probably, for on the whole He surely looked harmless, devoted to the worship of some absolutely unpractical remorse. On a certain October Saturday he had got off as usual early, but the afternoon light, his pilgrimage drawing to its aim, could still show him at long range the rare case of an established usurper. His impulse was then, as by custom, to deviate a little, and wait all the more that the occupant of the bench was a lady, and that ladies when alone were at that austere end of the varied frontal stretch markedly discontinuous, but he kept on at sight of this person's rising while he was still 50 yards off, and preceding her back turned to the edge of the broad terrace, the outer line of which followed the interspaced succession of seats, and was guarded by an iron rail from the abruptly lower level of the beach. Here she stood before the sea, while our friend on his side, recognizing no reason to the contrary, sank into the place she had quitted. There were other benches eastward, and off by the course of the drive for vague ladies. The lady, indeed, thus thrust upon Herbert's vision, might have struck an observer either as not quite vague or as vague, with a perverse intensity, suggesting design. Not that our own observer at once thought of these things. He only took in, and with no great interest, that the obtruded presence was a real lady, that she was dressed, noticed such matters with a certain elegance of propriety or intention of harmony, and that she remained perfectly still for a good many minutes, so many in fact that he presently ceased to heed her, and that as she wasn't straight before him, but as far to the left as was consistent with his missing her profile. He had turned himself to one of his sunsets again, though it wasn't quite one of his best, and let it hold him for a time that enabled her to alter her attitude and present a fuller view without other movement, but her back now to the sea and her face to the odd person who had appropriated her corner. She had taken a sustained look at him. Before he was aware she had stirred on that apprehension, however, he became also promptly aware of her direct, her applied observation. As his sense of this quickly increased, he wondered who she was, and what she wanted, what, as it were, was the matter with her. It suggested to him the next thing that she had, under some strange idea, actually been waiting for him. Any idea about him, today, on the part of anyone, could only be strange. Yes, she stood there with the ample width of the marina between them, but turned to him for all the world as to show frankly that she was concerned with him. And she was so, yes, a real lady, a middle-aged person of good appearance, and of the best condition, in quiet but handsome black save for very fresh white kid gloves, and with a pretty darty becoming veil, predominantly white, adjusted to her countenance, which through it somehow, even to his imperfect sight, showed strong fine black brows, and what he would have called on the spot character. But she was pale, her black brows were the blacker behind the flattering tissue. She still kept a hand for support on the terrace rail, while the other at the end of an extended arm, that had an effect of rigidity, clearly pressed hard on the knob of a small and shining umbrella, the lower extremity of whose stick was sustainingly firm on the walk. So this mature, qualified, important person stood and looked at the limp, undistinguished, his values of aspect, no shabby man on the bench. It was extraordinary, but the fact of her interest, by immensely surprising, by immediately agitating him, blinded him at first to her identity, and for the space of his long stare diverted him from it, with which even then, when recognition did break the sense of the shock striking inward, simply consumed itself in gaping stillness. He sat there motionless and weak, fairly faint with surprise, and there was no instant in all the succession of so many at which Kate Cookham could have caught the special sign of his intelligence, yet that she did catch something. He saw her steady herself by her two supported hands to meet it, while after she had done so a very wonderful thing happened, of which he could scarce later on have made a clear statement, though he was to think it over again. And again she moved toward him, she reached him, she stood there, she sat down near him, he merely passive and wonderstruck, unresentfully impressed, gaping and taking it in, and all as with an open allowance on the part of each, so that they positively and quite intimately met in it. Oh, the impertinence for their case, this case that brought them again, after horrible years, face to face, of the vanity, the profanity, the impossibility of anything between them but silence. Nearer to him, beside him at a considerable interval. Oh, she was immensely considerate, she presented him in the sharp terms of her transformed state, but thus the more amply, formally, ceremoniously, with the reasons that would serve him best for not having precipitately known her. She was simply another, and a totally different person, and the exhibition of it, to which she had proceeded with this solemn anxiety, was all obviously for his benefitance. He had, as he appeared to be doing, provisionally accepted her approach. He had remembered her as inclined to the massive and disowned by the graceful. But this was a spare, fine, worn, almost wasted lady who had repaired waste, it was true, however, with something he could only appreciate as a rich accumulation of manner. She was strangely older so far as that went, marked by experience, and as if many things had happened to her, her face had suffered to its improvement contraction and concentration. And if he had granted of old, and from the first, that her eyes were remarkable, had they yet ever had for him this sombre glow withal something said, she had flowerish felt it wincing at it, as that she had had a life, a career, a history, something that her present waiting air and nervous consciousness couldn't prevent his noting there, as deeply latent assurance she had flourished. She had flowerished, though to learn it after this fashion was somehow at the same time not to feel she flaunted it. It wasn't thus execration that she revived in him, she made in fact exhibitively, as he could only have put it, the matter of long ago irrelevant, and these extraordinary minutes of their reconstituted relation, how few addressed themselves altogether to new possibilities. Still it after a little awoke in him, as with the throb of a touched nerve, that his own very attitude was supplying a connection. He knew presently that he wouldn't have had her go, couldn't have made a sign to her for it, which was what she had been uncertain of without speaking to him, and that therefore he was as at the other, the hideous time, passive to whatever she might do. She was even yet, she was always in possession of him, she had known how and where to find him, and had appointed that he should see her, and though he had never dreamed it was again to happen to him, he was meeting it already as if it might have been the only thing that the least humanly could. Yes, he had come back there, to flop by long custom upon the bench of desolation, as the man in the whole place precisely to whom nothing worth more than twopence could happen, whereupon in the grey desert of his consciousness, the very earth had suddenly opened and flamed with this further. It came over him that he hadn't been prepared, and that his wretched appearance must show it. He wasn't fit to receive a visit. Any visit, a flush for his felt misery, in the light of her opulence, broke out in his lean cheeks. But if he coloured, he sat as he was, should at least as a visitor be satisfied. His eyes only at last turned from her, and resumed a little their gaze at the sea, that however didn't relieve him, and he perpetrated in the course of another moment the odd desperate gesture of raising both his hands to his face, and letting them, while he pressed it to them, cover and guarded it. Was, as he held them there, that she at last spoke. "I'll go away if you wish me to," and then she waited a moment. "I mean no, that you've seen I'm here, I wanted you to know it, and I thought of writing. I was afraid of our meeting, accidentally. Then I was afraid that if I wrote you might refuse, so I thought of this way, as I knew you must come out here," she went on with pauses, giving him a chance to make a sign. "I've waited several days. But I'll do what you wish, only I should like in that case to come back again." She stopped, but strange was it to him that he wouldn't have made her break off. She held him in boundless wonder. "I came from town on purpose. I am staying on still, and I've a great patience, and will give you time, only may I say it's important now that I do see you," she brought out in the same way. "I see how inevitable it was, that I should have wanted to come, but you must feel about it, as you can." She wound up till you get used to the idea. She spoke so for accommodation, for discretion, for some ulterior view, already expressed in her manner, that after taking well in from behind his hands that this was her very voice, so ladylike, heard in deprecation of displeasure, after long years again, he uncovered his face and freshly met her eyes more than ever. He couldn't have known her less, and less remained of the figure, all the facts of which had long ago so hardened for him. She was a handsome, grave, authoritative, but refined, and as it were physically rearranged personage, the outrageous vulgarity of whose prime assault had kept him shuddering so long. As a shudder was in him, that atrocity in her was what everything had been built on, but somehow, all strangely, it was slipping from him, so that after the oddest fashion conceivable, when he felt he mustn't let her go, it was as if he were putting out his hand to save the past, the hideous, real, unalterable past, exactly as she had been the cause of its being, and the cause of his undergoing it. He should have been too awfully sold if he wasn't going to have been right about her. "I don't mind," he heard himself at last say. Not to mind had seemed for the instant the length he was prepared to go, but he was afterward aware of how soon he must have added, "You've come on purpose to see me." He was on the point of putting to her further, "What then do you want of me?" but he would keep eyes in time from appearing to show he cared. If he showed he cared, where then would be his revenge? So he was already within 5 minutes thinking his revenge uncomfortably over instead of just comfortably, and knowing it. What came to him at any rate as they actually fell to talk was that with such precautions, considerations, reduplications of consciousness, almost avowed feelings of her way on her own part, and light fingerings of his chords of sensibility, she was understanding. She had understood more things than all the years up to this strange eventide had given him an inkling of. They talked, they went on, hadn't let her retreat to whatever it committed him, and however abjectly it did so, yet keeping off and off, dealing with such surface facts as involved ancient acquaintance, but held abominations at bay. The recognition, the attestation that she had come down for him, that there would be reasons, that she had even hovered and watched assured herself a little of his habits, which she managed to speak of, as if on their present ampler development, they were much to be deferred to detain them enough to make vivid how listen as stiffly, or as serenely as he might. She sat there in fear, just as she had so stood there at first, and that her fear had really to do with her calculation of some sort of chance with him. What chance could it possibly be? Whatever it might have done on this prodigious showing with Kate Cookham, it made the present witness to the state of his fortunes simply exquisite. He ground his teeth secretly together, as he saw he should have to take that, for what did it mean, but that she would have liked to pity him, if she could have done it with safety. However, he must give her no measure of safety. By the time he had remarked with that idea that she probably saw few changes about them there, that weren't for the worsed place was going down, and down so fast that goodness knew where it would stop, and had also mentioned that in spite of this, he himself remained faithful with all its faults, loving it. Still, by the time he had after that fashion superficially indulged her, adding a few further light and just sufficiently dry reflections on local matters, the disappearance of landmarks and important persons, the frequency of gales, the low policy of the town council, in playing down to cheap excursionists, by the time he had so acquitted himself, and she had observed of her own motion that she was staying at the Royal, which he knew for the time-honoured, the conservative and exclusive hotel, he had made out for himself one thing at least, the amazing fact that he had been landed by his troubles at the end of time, in a social relation of all things in the world. And how of that luxury? He was now having unprecedented experience. He had, but once in his life, had his nose in the Royal on the occasion of his himself delivering a parcel, during some hiatus, in his succession of impossible small boys, and meeting in the hall the lady who had bought of him in the morning a set of crab largely. He flattered himself under the artful persuasion of his acute remarks on that author gracefully associated by him in this colloquy. He remembered with a glance at Charles Lamb as well, and who went off in a day or two without settling, though he received her cheque from London 3 or 4 months later. That hadn't been a social relation, and truly deep within his appeal to himself, to be remarkable, to be imperturbable and impenetrable, to be in fact quite incomparable now, throbbed the intense vision of his drawing out, and draining dry the sensation he had begun to taste. He would do it moreover. That would be the refinement of his art, not only without the betraying anxiety of a single question, but just even by seeing her flounder, since she must in a vagueness deeply disconcerting to her. As to her real effect on him, she was distinctly floundering. By the time he had brought her, it had taken 10 minutes down to a consciousness of absurd and twaddling topics, to the reported precarious state, for instance, of the syndicate running the Bijou Theatre at the Pyramidal, as an admonition that she might want him to want to know why she was thus waiting on him, might want it for all she was worth, before he had ceased to be so remarkable as not to ask her. He didn't, and this assuredly was wondrous enough, want to do anything worse to her than let her flounder. But he was willing to do that so long as it might prevent his seeing at least where he was. He seemed still to see where he was even at the minute that followed her final break-off, clearly intended to be resolute from make-believe talk. "I wonder if I might prevail on you to come to tea with me tomorrow at 5. He didn't so much as answer it, though he could scarcely believe his ears. Tomorrow was Sunday, and the proposal referred clearly to the custom of 5 o'clock tea known to him only by the contemporary novel of manners, and the catchy advertisement of table linen. He had never in his life been present at any such luxurious rite, but he was offering practical indifference to it as a false mark of his sense that his social relation had already risen to his chin. "I gave up my very modest, but rather interesting little old book business, perhaps you know, ever so long ago." She floundered so that she could say nothing, meet that with no possible word, all the less too that his tone, casual and colourless, wholly defied any apprehension of it, as a reverse silence only came. But after a moment she returned to her effort. "If you can come, I shall be at home to see you. Otherwise than thus was in fact what, as I tell you, I came down for. But I leave it," she returned, "to your feeling." He had at this, it struck him, an inspiration which he required, however, a minute or two to decide to carry out, a minute or two during which the shake of his foot over his knee became an intensity of fidget. "Of course, I know I still owe you a large sum of money. If it's about that you wish to see me," he went on, "I may as well tell you just here that I shall be able to meet my full obligation in the future, as little as I've met it in the past. I can never," said Herbert Dodd, "pay up that balance." He had looked at her while he spoke, but on finishing looked off at the sea again, and continued to agitate his foot. He knew now what he had done, and why, and the sense of her fixed dark eyes on him during his speech, and after didn't alter his small contentment. Yet, even when she still said nothing, he didn't turn round. He simply kept his corner, as if that were his point made. Should it even be the last word between them, it might have been for that matter from the way in which she presently rose, gathering herself her fine umbrella, and her very small smart reticule, in the construction of which shining gilt much, figured well together, and after standing another instant moved across to the rail of the terrace, as she had done before, and remained as before with her back to him, though this time, it well might be under a different fear. A quarter of an hour ago she hadn't tried him, and had had that anxiety now that she had tried him. It wasn't easier, but she was thinking what she still could do. He left her to thin nothing, in fact more interesting than the way she might decide had ever happened to him. But it was a part of this also that, as she turned round and came nearer again, he didn't rise. He gave her no help, if she got any at least from his looking up at her, only meeting her fixed eyes once more in silence that was her own affair. "You must think," she said, "you must take all your time, but I shall be at home." She left it to him, thus insisted with her idea on leaving him something too, and on her side, as well she showed an art which resulted after another instant in his having to rise to his feet. He flushed afresh, as he did it exposed him so shabbily the more, and now, if she took him in with each of his seedy items from head to foot, he didn't and couldn't and wouldn't know it, attaching his eyes hard and straight to something quite away from them. It stuck in his throat to say he'd come, but she had so curious a way with her that he still less could say he wouldn't, and in a moment had taken refuge in something that was neither "Are you married?" put it to her with that plainness, though it had seemed before he said it to do more for him than while she waited before replying. "No, I'm not married," she said, and then had another wait that might have amounted to a question of what this had to do with it. He surely couldn't have told her, so that he had recourse a little poorly as he felt, but to know that still left them opposed. He turned away, for it that is for the poorness which lingering in the air had almost a vulgar platitude, and when he presently again wheeled about she had fallen off. As for quitting him only with a pause once more for a last look, it was all a bit awkward, but he had another happy thought which consisted in his silently raising his hat as for a sign of dignified dismissal. He had cultivated of old for the occasions of life the discriminated bow, and now out of the grey limbo of the time, when he could care for such things, this flicker of propriety leaped and worked. She might for that matter herself have liked it, since receding further only with her white face toward him, she paid it the homage of submission. He remained dignified, and she almost humbly went. Nothing in the world on the Sunday afternoon could have prevented him from going. He was not, after all, destitute of 3 or 4 such articles of clothing. As if they wouldn't particularly grace the occasion, wouldn't positively dishonor it, that deficiency might have kept him away, but no voice of the spirit, no consideration of pride. It sweetened his impatience, in fact, for he fairly felt it a long time to wait that his pride would really most find its account in his acceptance of these conciliatory steps. From the moment he could put it in that way that he couldn't refuse to hear what she might have so very elaborately to say for herself, ought certainly to be at his ease, in illustration of which he whistled odd snatches to himself, as he hung about on that cloud-appled autumn Sunday, a mild private minstrelsy that his lips hadn't known since when the interval of the 24 hours, made longer by a night of many more revivals than oblivions, had in fact dragged not a little, in spite of which, however, our extremely brushed up and trimmed and polished friend knew an unprecedented flutter as he was ushered at the Royal Hotel into Miss Cookham's sitting-room. Yes, it was an adventure, and he had never had an adventure in his life. The term for him was essentially a term of high appreciation, such as disqualified for that figure, under due criticism, every single passage of his past career. What struck him at the moment as qualifying in the highest degree this actual passage was the fact that at no great distance from his hostess in the luxurious room, as he apprehended it, in which the close of day had begun to hang a few shadows, sat a gentleman who rose as she rose, and whose name she at once mentioned to him. He had for Herbert Dodd all the air of a swell, the gentleman rather red-faced and bald-headed, but mustachioed, waistcoated, necktied to the highest pitch, with an effect of chains and rings of shining teeth in a glassily monocular smile, a wondrous apparition to have been asked to meet him as in contemporary fiction, or for him to have been asked to meet Captain Roper. Mr. Herbert Dodd, their entertainer, introduced them, yes, but with a sequel immediately afterward more disconcerting, apparently to Captain Roper himself even than to her second and more breathless visitor, a "well then, goodbye," till the next time, with a hand thrust straight out, which allowed the personage so addressed no alternative but to lay aside his teacup, even though Herbert saw there was a good deal left in it, and glare about him for his hat. Miss Cookham had had her tea tray on a small table before her. She had served Captain Roper while waiting for Mr. Dodd, but she simply dismissed him now with a high, sweet, unmistakable decision, a knowledge of what she was, about as our hero would have called it, which enlarged at a stroke, the latter's view of the number of different things, and sorts of things, in the sphere of the manners and ways of those living at their ease, that a social relation would put before one. Captain Roper would have liked to remain, would have liked more tea, but Kate signified in this direct fashion that she had had enough of him. Herbert had seen things in his walk of life, rough things plenty, but never things smoothed with that especial smoothness carried out as it were by the fine form of Captain Roper's own retreat, which included even a bright convulsed lever-taking cognizance of the plain vague individual of no lustre at all, and with the very low-class guard of an old silver watch buttoned away under an ill-made coat, to whom he was sacrificed. It came to Herbert as he left the place a shade less remarkable, though there was still wonder enough, and to Sparrow that he had been even publicly and designedly sacrificed, exactly, so that as the door closed behind him, Kate Cookham, standing there to wait for it, could seem to say across the room to the friend of her youth, only by the expression of her fine eyes there, see what I do for you. For him that was the extraordinary thing, and not less so that he was already within 3 minutes after this fashion taking it in as by the intensity of a new light, a light that was one somehow with this rich inner air of the plush-draped and much-mirrored hotel, where the fire glow and the approach of evening confirmed together the privacy, and the loose curtains at the wide window were parted for a command of his old lifelong paraded field of life, so familiar to him from below and in the wind and the wet, but which he had never in all the long years hung over at this vantage. He's an acquaintance but a bore, his hostess explained in respect to Captain Roper. He turned up yesterday, but I didn't invite him, and I had said to him before you came in that I was expecting a gentleman with whom I should wish to be alone. I go quite straight at my idea that way as a rule, but you know, she now strikingly went on how straight I go, and he had she added his tea. Dard had been looking all round, had taken in with the rest the brightness, the distinguished elegance, as he supposed it, of the tea service with which she was dealing, and the variously tinted appeal of certain savoury edibles on plates. Oh, but he hadn't had his tea, he heard himself the next moment earnestly reply, which speech had at once betrayed. He was then quickly aware the candour of his interest, the unsophisticated state that had survived so many troubles. If he was so interested, how could he be proud? And if he was proud, how could he be so interested? He had made her at any rate laugh outright, and was further conscious for this both that it was the first time of that since their new meeting, and that it didn't affect him as harsh. It affected him, however, as free, for she replied at once, still smiling, and as a part of it, oh, I think we shall get on. This told him he had made some difference for her, shown her the way, or something like it, that she hadn't been sure of yesterday, which moreover wasn't what he had intended, had come armed for showing her nothing, so that after she had gone on with the same gain of gaiety, you must at any rate comfortably have yours, there was but one answer for him to make. His eyes played again over the tea. Things thee seemed strangely to help him, but he didn't sit down. I've come, as you see, but I've come pleased to understand, and if you require to be alone with me, and if I break bread with you, it seems to me, I should first know exactly where I am, and to what you suppose I so commit myself. He had thought it out and over particularly. The turn about breaking bread, though perhaps he didn't give it in her presence, was impossible. Her presence altered so many things, quite the full sound, or the weight he had planned. But it had none the less come to his aid. It had made her perfectly grave. You commit yourself to nothing, you're perfectly free. It's only I who commit myself. On which, while she stood there as if all handsomely and deferentially waiting for him to consider and decide, he would have been naturally moved to ask her what she committed herself. Then Toso moved, that is, if he hadn't, before saying it, thought more sharply still of something better. Oh, that's another thing. Yes, that's another thing, Kate Cookham returned, to which she added, so now won't you sit down? He sank with deliberation into the seat from which Captain Roper had risen. She went back to her own, and while she did so spoke again. I'm not free, at least, she said over her tea tray. I am free only for this. Everything was there before them, and around them everything massive and shining, so that he had instinctively fallen back in his chair. As for the wondering, the resigned acceptance of it, where her last words stirred in him a sense of odd deprecation, only for that was everything at this moment to his long inanition, and the effect, as if she had suddenly and perversely mocked him, was to press the spring of a protest. Isn't this then riches? Riches, she smiled over, handing him his cup, for she had triumphed in having struck from him a question. I mean, haven't you a lot of money? He didn't care now that it was out. His cup was in his hand, and what was that but proved interest? He had succumbed to the social relation. Yes, I've money, of course, you wonder, but I've wanted you to wonder. It was to make you take that. In that I came, so now you know, she said, leaning back where she faced him, but in a straighter chair, and with her arms closely folded after a fashion characteristic of her, as for some control of her nerves. You came to show you've money. That's one of the things, not a lot, not even very much, but enough, said Kate Cookham. Enough, I should think so, he again couldn't help a bit crudely exhaling. Enough for what I wanted. I don't always live like this, not at all. But I came to the best hotel on purpose. I wanted to show you I could now, she asked. Do you understand? Understand, he only gaped. She threw up her loosed arms, which dropped again beside her. I did it for you, I did it for you. For me? What I did here of old. He stared, trying to see it. When you made me pay you. The 270 all I could get from you, as you reminded me yesterday, so that I had to give up the rest. It was my idea, she went on, it was my idea. To bleed me quite to death. Oh, his ice was broken now. To make you raise money since you did so. What better proof? His hands fell from what he had touched. He could only stare. Her own manner, for it was different now too. I Roman 999, I did indeed. And the woeful weak simplicity of it, which seemed somehow all that was left, him fell even on his own ear. Well then, here it is. It isn't lost, she returned with a graver face. Here it is, he gasped, my poor agonized old money. Oh, it's my blood too, you must know now. She held up her head as not before ears for her right to speak of the thing today most precious to her. I took it, but this me being here this way's what I've made of it. That was the idea I had. Her ideas as things to boast of staggered him, to have everything in the world like this at my wretched expense. She had folded her arms back, grasping each elbow. She sat firm. She knew he could see, and had known well from the first what she had wanted to say. Difficult, monstrous, though it might be no more than at my own, but to do something with your money that you'd never do yourself. Myself, he wonderingly wailed. Do you know, don't ya, what my life has been? She waited, and for an instant, though the light in the room had failed a little more, and would soon be mainly that of the flaring lamps on the windy parade, he caught from her dark eye a silver gleam of impatience. You've suffered, and you've worked, which God knows is what I've done. Of course you've suffered, she said. You inevitably had to. We have to, she went on, to do or to be or to get anything. And pray, what have I done or been or got? Herbert Dodd found it almost desolately natural to demand. It made her cover him again, as with all she was thinking of. Can you imagine nothing, or can't you conceive? And then, as her challenge struck deeper down than it had yet reached, and with the effect of a rush of the blood to his face, it was for you, she again broke out. And for what or whom else could it have been? He saw things to a tune now that made him answer straight. I thought at one time it might be for Bill Frankel. Yes, that was the way you treated me, Miss Cookham, as plainly replied. But he let this pass. His thought had already got away from it. What good then it's having been for mehers that ever done me? Doesn't it do you any good now? His friend returned, to which she added with another dim play of her tormented brightness before he could speak, but if you won't even have your tea. He had in fact touched nothing, and if he could have explained, would have pleaded very voraciously that his appetite, keen when he came in, had somehow suddenly failed. It was beyond eating or drinking, what she seemed to want him to take from her. So, if he looked before him over the array, it was to say very grave and graceless, am I to understand that you offer to repay me? I offer to repay you with interest, Herbert Dodd, and her emphasis of the great word was wonderful. It held him in his place a minute, and held his eyes upon her, after which, agitated too sharply to sit still, he pushed back his chair, and stood up. It was as if mere distress or dismay at first worked in him, and was in fact a wave of deep and irresistible emotion, which made him on his feet sway as in a great trouble, and then, to correct it, throw himself stiffly toward the window, where he stood and looked out, unseeing the road, the wide terrace beyond the seats, the eternal sea, beyond that the lighted lamps now flaring in the October night wind, with the few dispersed people abroad at the Tiwa, these things meeting and melting into the firelit hospitality at his elbow. Was it that portentous amenity that melted into them, seemed to form round him, and to put before him altogether the strangest of circles, and the newest of experiences, in which the unforgettable and the unimaginable were confoundingly mixed? Could only almost howl for it. And then, while a thick blur for some moments mantled everything, he knew she had got up, that she stood watching him, allowing for everything again, all cleverly patient with him. And he heard her speak again, as with studied quietness and clearness. I wanted to take care of you. It was what I first wanted, and what you first consented to. I'd have done it. Oh, I'd have done it. I'd have loved you. and helped you and guarded you, and you'd have had no trouble, no bad blighting ruin in all your easy yes, just your quite jolly and comfortable life. I showed you and proved to you this, I brought it home to you as I fondly fancied, and it made me briefly happy, you swore you cared for me, you wrote it, and made me believe it, you pledged me your honor and your faith. Then you turned and changed suddenly from one day to another, everything altered, you broke your vows, you as good as told me, you only wanted it off, you faced me with dislike, and in fact tried not to face me at all, you behaved as if you hated me who had seen a girl of great beauty, I admit, who made me a fright and a bore. This brought him straight round, no Kate Cookham. Yes, Herbert Dardshe, but shook her head calmly and nobly in the now gathered dusk, and her memories, and her cause, and her character, was it only her arch subtlety, her line, and her idea gave her an extraordinary large assurance. She had touched, however, the treasure of his own case, his terrible own case, that began to live again at once by the force of her talking of hers, and which could always all cluster about his great asseveration, no, never, never, I had never seen her then, and didn't dream of her, so that, when you yourself began to be harsh and sharp with me, and to seem to want to quarrel, I could have but one idea, which was an appearance you didn't in the least, as I saw it, then account for or disprove. An appearance Kate desired as with high astonishment to know which one. How shouldn't I have supposed you really to care for Bill frankly, as thoroughly believing the motive of your claim for my money to be its help to your marrying him? Since you couldn't marry me, I was only surprised, when time passing I made out that hadn't happened. And perhaps, he added the next instant, with something of a conscious lapse from the finer style, hadn't been in question. She had listened to this only staring, and she was silent after he had said it, so silent for some instants, that while he considered her something seemed to fail him, much as if he had thrown out his foot for a step, and not found the place to rest it. He jerked round to the window again, and then she answered, but without passion, unless it was that of her weariness for something stupid and forgiven in him, oh the blind, the pitiful Filito, which as it might perfectly have applied to her own behaviour. He returned nothing. She had moreover at once gone on, have it then, that there wasn't much to do between your finding that you loathed me for another woman, or discovering, only when it came to the point, that you loathed me quite enough for myself. Which, as she put it in that immensely effective fashion, he recognized that he must just unprotestingly, and not so very awkwardly, not so veritake from her, since whatever he had thus come to her, for it wasn't to perjure himself with any pretence that another woman, or no other woman, he hadn't for years and years abhorred her. Now he was taking tea with her, rather literally seemed not to be, but this made no difference, and he let her express it as she would while he distinguished a man. He knew Charlie Coote outside on the parade under favour of the empty hour, and one of the flaring lamps making up to a young woman with whom it stuck out grotesquely in his manner. He had never before conversed. Dard's own position was that of acquiescing in this recall of what had so bitterly been, but he hadn't come back to her of himself to stir up, to recall, or to recriminate, and for her it could but be the very lesson of her whole present act, that if she touched anything, she touched everything soon enough. She was indeed, and all overwhelmingly, touching everything with a hand of which the boldness grew. But I didn't let that even make a difference in what I wanted, which was all she said, and had only and passionately been to take care of you. I had no money, whatever, nothing, then of my own, not a penny to come by anyhow, so it wasn't with mine I could do it, but I could do it with yours. She amazingly wound up, if I could once get yours out of you. He faced straight about again, his eyebrows higher than they had ever been in his life. Mine, what penny of it was mine? What scrap beyond a bare mean little living had I ever pretended to have? She held herself still a minute, visibly, with force, only her eyes consciously attached to the seat of a chair, the back of which her hands making it tilt toward her a little, grasped. As for support, you pretended to have enough to marry me, that was all I afterward claimed of you when you wouldn't. He was on the point of retorting that he had absolutely pretended to nothing, least of all to the primary desire, that such a way of stating it fastened on him. He was on the point for 10 seconds of giving her full in the face. I never had any such dream, till you yourself infatuated with me, as frankly you on the whole appeared to begot round me, and muddled me up, and made me behave as if in a way that went against the evidence of my senses. But he was to feel as quickly that whatever the ugly, the spent, the irrecoverable truth, he might better have bitten his tongue off. There beat on him, there this strange, and other this so prodigiously different, beautiful and dreadful truth, that no far remembrance and no abiding ache of his own could wholly falsify, and that was, indeed, all out with her next words, thatusing it for you, and using you yourself for your own future was my motive. I've led my life, which has been an affair, I assure you, and as I've told you, without your quite seeming to understand, I've brought everything fivefold back to you. The perspiration broke out on his forehead. "Everything's mine," he quavered, as for the deep piercing pain of it. "Everything," said Kate Cookham. So it told him how she had loved him, but with the tremendous effect, at once of its only glaring out at him, from the whole thing, that it was verily she 1,000 times over who, in the exposure of his youth and his vanity, had on the bench of desolation, the scene of yesterday's own renewal left for him, no forward steps to take. It hung there for him, tragically vivid again, the hour she had first found him sequestered and accessible, after making his acquaintance at his shop. And from this, by a succession of links that fairly clicked to his ear, as with their perfect fitting, the fate, and the pain, and the payment of others stood together in a great grim order. Everything there then was his to make him ask what had been Nan's, poor Nan's, of the constant question of whether he need have collapsed. She was before him, she was between them, his little dead dissatisfied wife, across all whose final woe, and whose lowly grave he was to reach out, it appeared, to take gifts. He saw them too, the gifts saw them share, bristled with Themin, his actual companions, brave and sincere and authoritative figure, her strangest of demonstrations, but the other appearance was intenser, as if their ghost had waved wild arms, so that half a minute hadn't passed before the one poor thing that remained of Nan, and that yet thus became a quite mighty and momentous poor thing, was sitting on his lips, as for its sole opportunity. "Can you give me your word of honor that I mightn't, under decent advice, have defied you?" It made her turn very white, but now that she had said what she had said, she could still hold up her head. "Certainly, you might have defied me, Herbert Dard. They would have told me you had no legal case." Well, if she was pale, she was bold. "You talk of decent advice," she broke off. There was too much to say, and all needless. What she said instead was, "They would have told you I had nothing." "I didn't so much as ask," her sad visitor remarked. "Of course you didn't so much as ask." "I couldn't be so outrageously vulgar," he went on. "I could, by God's help," said Kate Cookham. "Thank you." He had found at his command a tone that made him feel more gentlemanlike than he had ever felt in his life, or should doubtless ever feel again. It might have been enough, but somehow, as they stood there, with this immense clearance between them, it wasn't. The clearance was like a sudden gap, or great bleak opening, through which there blew upon them a deadly chill. Too many things had fallen away, too many new rolled up and over him, and they made something within shake him to his base. It upset the full vessel, and though she kept her eyes on him, he let that consequence come bursting into tears, weakly crying there before her, even as he had cried to himself in the hour of his youth when she had made him groundlessly fear. She turned away, thent that she couldn't watch, and had presently flung herself on the sofa, and all responsively wailing, buried her own face on the cushioned arm. So for a minute, their smothered sobs only filled the room, but he made out through this disorder where he had put down his hat, his stick, and his new tan-coloured glovesty had cost 2 and 3pence, and would have represented sacrifice, were on the chair beside it. He picked these articles up, and all silently and softly gasping, that is, but quite on tiptoe, reached the door, and let himself out. Romans 6. Off there on the bench of desolation, a week later, she made him a more particular statement, which it had taken the remarkably tense interval to render possible. After leaving her at the hotel that last Sunday, he had gone forth in his re-aggravated trouble, and walked straight before him in the teeth of the west wind, close to the iron rails of the stretched marina, and with his telltale face turned from persons occasionally met, and toward the surging sea at the land's end, even in the confirmed darkness, and the perhaps imminent big blow. His immemorial nook's small shelter, as it yielded, had again received him, and it was in the course of this heedless session, no doubt, where the agitated air had nothing to add to the commotion within him, that he began to look his extraordinary fortune a bit straighter in the face, and see it confess itself at once a fairy-tale and a nightmare that visibly, confoundingly, she was still attached to him. Attached, in fact, was a mild word, and that the unquestionable proof of it was in this offered pecuniary salve of the thickest composition for his wounds and sores and shames. These things were the fantastic fable, the tale of money in handfuls, that he seemed to have only to stand there and swallow and digest and feel himself full-fed by, but the whole of the rest was nightmare, and most of all nightmare his having thus to thank one through whom Nan and his little girls had known torture. He didn't care for himself now, and this unextinguished and apparently inextinguishable charm by which he had held her was a fact incredibly romantic, but he gazed with a longer face than he had ever had for anything in the world at his potential acceptance of a great bouncing benefit from the person he intimately, if even in a manner indirectly, associated with the conditions to which his lovely wife and his children, who would have been so lovely too, had pitifully succumbed. He had accepted the social relation, which meant he had taken even that on trial without knowing what it so dazzlingly masked for a social relation. It had become with a vengeance when it drove him about the place as now at his hours of freedom, and he actually and recklessly took all demoralized and unstrung, and unfit either for work or for anything else other liberties that get him into trouble under this queer torment of irreconcilable things, a bewildered consciousness of tenderness and patience and cruelty, of great evident mystifying facts that were as little to be questioned as to be conceived or explained, and that were yet least withal to be lost sight of. On that Sunday night he had wandered wild, incoherently ranging and throbbing, but this became the law of his next days as well, since he lacked more than ever all other resort or refuge, and had nowhere to carry to deposit or contractedly let loose and lock up as it were his swollen consciousness, which fairly split in twain the raw shell of his sordid little boarding-place. The arch of the sky and the spread of sea and shore alone gave him space. He could roam with himself anywhere, in short, far or near, could only never take himself back. That certitude that this was impossible to him, even should she wait there among her plushes and bronzes 10 years, was the thing he kept closest clutch of. It did wonders for what he would have called his self-respect. Exactly as he had left her, so he would stand off, even though at moments, when he pulled up sharp somewhere to put himself an intensest question, his heart almost stood still. The days of the week went by, and as he had left her, she stayed, to the extent that is of his having neither sight nor sound of her, and of the failure of every sign. It took nerve, he said, not to return to her even for curiosity, since how, after all, in the name of wonder, had she invested the fruits of her extortion to such advantage, there being no chapter of all the obscurity of the years to beat that for queerness? But he dropped tired to death on benches 6 times, and even exactly on purpose, to recognize that the nerve required was just the nerve he had. As the days without a token from her multiplied, he came in as well for hours, and these indeed mainly on the bench of desolation, off sitting stiff and stark in presence of the probability that he had lost everything for ever. When he passed the Royal he never turned an eyelash, and when he met Captain Roper on the front 3 days after having been introduced to him, he cut him dead. Another privileged consequence of a social relation rather than seemed to himself to make the remotest approach to the question of whether Miss Cookham had left properly. He had cut people in the days of his life before, just as he had come to being himself cut since. There had been no time for him wholly without one or other face of that necessity, but had never effected such a severance as of this rare connection, which helped to give him thus the measure of his really precious sincerity. If he had lost what had hovered before him, he had lost it, his only tribute to which proposition was to grind his teeth with one of those scrunches, as he would have said, of which the violence fairly reached his ear. It wouldn't make him lift a finger. And in fact, if Kate had simply taken herself off on the Tuesday or the Wednesday, she would have been reabsorbed again into the darkness from which she had emerged, and no lifting of fingers, the unspeakable chapter closed, would evermore avail. That at any rate was the kind of man he still Waisvan, after all that had come and gone, and even if for a few dazed hours certain things had seemed pleasant, the dazed hours had passed. The surge of the old bitterness had dished him. Shouldn't he have been shamed if it hadn't? And he might sit there as before, as always, with nothing at all on earth to look to. He had therefore wrongfully believed himself to be degraded, and the last word about him would be that he couldn't then, it appeared, sink to vulgarity, as he had tried to let his miseries make him. And yet on the next Sunday morning, face to face with him again at the Land's End, what she very soon came to was as if I believed you didn't know by what cord you hold me absolutely to. And just that morning, in fact, above all, he quite couldn't have taken his solemn oath that he hadn't a sneaking remnant, as he might have put it to himself, a remnant of faith in tremendous things, still to come of their interview. The day was sunny and breezy, the sea of a cold purple. He wouldn't go to church, as he mostly went of Sunday mornings, that being in its way to a social relation, and not least when 2 and threepenny tan-coloured gloves were new, which indeed he had the art of keeping them for ages. Yet he would dress himself, as he scarce mustered resources for even to figure on the fringe of society, local and transient, at St. Bernard's, and in this trim he took his way westward, occupied largely, as he went, it might have seemed to any person pursuing the same course, and happening to observe him, in a fascinated study of the motions of his shadow, the more or less grotesque shape projected in front of him, and mostly a bit to the right over the blanched asphalt of the parade, and dandling and dancing at such a rate, shooting out and then contracting, that viewed in themselves, its eccentricities might have formed the basis of an interesting challenge. Find the state of mind, guess the nature of the agitation possessing the person so remarkably represented Herbert Dodd, for that matter might have been himself attempting to make by the sun's sharp aid some approach to his immediate horoscope. It had at any rate been thus put before him that the dandling and dancing of his image occasionally gave way to perfect immobility, when he stopped and kept his eyes on it. Suppose she should come, suppose she should, it is revealed at least to ourselves that he had at these moments audibly breathed with the intensity of an arrest between hope and fear. It had glimmered upon him from early with the look of the day that given all else that could happen this would be rather, as he put it, in her line. And the possibility lived for him, as he proceeded to the tune of a suspense, almost sickening. It was from one small stage of his pilgrimage to another, the forever never of the sentimental case the playmates of his youth used to pretend to settle by plucking the petals of a daisy. But it came to his truly turning faint so queer, he felt when, at the gained point of the long stretch from which he could always tell he arrived within positive sight of his immemorial goal, his seat was taken, and she was keeping it for him. It could only be she there in possession, whereby it shone out for Herbert Dodd that if he hadn't been quite sure of her recurrence, she had at least been quite sure of his, that pulled him up to some purpose, where recognition began for Themo to the effect, in other words, of his pausing to judge, if he could bear for the sharpest note of their intercourse, this inveterate demonstration of her making him do what she liked. What settled the question for him then, and just while they avowedly watched each other over the long interval, before closing as if on either side for the major advantage, what settled it was this very fact that what she liked so terribly if it were simply to use him, as she had said the last time, and no matter to the profit of which of them she called it, one might let it go for that, since it could make her wait over day after day in that fashion, and with such a spending of money on the hazard of their meeting again. How could she be the least sure he would ever again consent to it after the proved action on him a week ago of her last monstrous honesty? It was indeed positively as if he were now himself putting this influenced for their common edification to the supreme, to the finest test. He had a sublime and ideal flight, which lasted about a minute. Suppose now that I see her there, and what she has taken so characteristically for granted, suppose I just show her that she hasn't only confidently to wait or whistle for me, and that the length of my leash is greater than she measures, and that everything's impossible. Always show it by turning my back on her now and walking straight away. She won't be able not to understand that. Nothing had passed across their distance, but the mute apprehension of each on the part of each. The whole expanse at the church hour was void of other life. He had scarce met a creature on his way from end to end, and the sun-seasoned gusts kept brushing the air, and all the larger prospect clean. It was through this beautiful lucidity that he watched her watch him, as it were watch him, for what he would do. Neither moved at this high-tension Kate Cookham, her face fixed on him, only waited with a stiff appearance of leaving him not for dignity but an effect of even deeper perversity for kindness. Free to choose, it yet somehow affected him at present, this attitude, as a gauge of her knowing, that is, that he wasn't really free, that this was the thinnest of vain parades, the poorest of hollow heroics, that his need, his solitude, his suffered wrong, his exhausted rancour, his foredoomed submission to any shown interest, all hung together too heavy on him to let the weak wings of his pride do more than vaguely tremble. They didn't carry him a single beat further away, according to which he stood rooted, neither retreating nor advancing, but presently correcting his own share of the bleak exchange by looking off at the sea, deeply conscious of the awkwardness this posture gave him. He yet clung to it as the last shred of his honour, to the clear argument that it was one thing for him to have felt beneath all others the previous days, that she was to be counted on, but quite different for her to have felt that he was his checked approach, arriving thus at no term, could in these odd conditions have established that he wasn't. Only if Kate Cookham had, as either of them might have said, taken it soif, she had given up the game at last by rising, by walking away and adding to the distance between them, and he had then definitely let her vanish into space. It became a fact that, when she did finally rise, though after how long our record scarce takes on itself to say it, was not to confirm their separation, but to put an end to it, and this by slowly approaching him till she had come within earshot. He had wondered, once aware of it, in spite of his averted face, what she would say, and on what note, as it were, she would break their weak silence, so that he had to recognize anew her voice, reaching him that remarkable quality in her, which again and again came up for him as her art. There are £1,260 to be definite, but I have it all down for you, and you've only to draw. They lost themselves, these words rare and exquisite, in the wide, bright, genial medium and the Sunday stillness, but even while that occurred and he was gaping for it, she was herself there in her battered ladylike truth, to answer for them, to represent them. And if a further grace than their simple syllabled beauty were conceivable almost embarrassingly, to cause them to materialize, yes, she let her smart and tight little reticule hang as if it bulged beneath its clasp with the whole portentous sum, and he felt himself glare again at this vividest of her attested claims. She might have been ready on the spot to open the store to the plunge of his hand, or with the situation otherwise conceived to impose on his pauperized state, an acceptance of alms on a scale unprecedented in the annals of street charity. Nothing so much counted for him, however, neither grave numeral nor elegant fraction, as the short, rich, rounded word that the breeze had picked up, as it dropped, and seemed now to blow about between them to draw yes. He gaped it, as if it had no sense, the fact being that even while he did so, he was reading into her use of the term more romance than any word in the language had ever had for him. He, Herbert Dodd, was to live to draw like people scarce, hampered by the conditions of earth whom he had remotely and circuitously heard about, and in fact when he walked back with her to where she had been sitting, it was very much for his strained nerves, as if the very bench of desolation itself were to be the scene of that exploit, and he mightn't really live till he reached it. When they had sat down together, she did press the spring of her reticule, from which she took not a handful of gold, nor a packet of crisp notes, but an oblong sealed letter, which she had thus waited on him, she remarked on purpose to deliver, and which would certify with sundry particulars to the credit she had opened for him at a London bank. He received it without looking at either, held it in the same manner conspicuous and unassimilated for most of the rest of the immediate time, appearing embarrassed with it, nervously twisting and flapping it, yet thus publicly retaining it even while aware, beneath everything, of the strange, the quite dreadful wouldn't it be engagement, that such inaction practically stood for. He could accept money to that amount, yes, but not for nothing in return. For what then in return, he kept asking himself, for what, while she said other things and made above all in her high, shrewd, successful way the point that no, he needn't pretend that his conviction of her continued personal interest in him wouldn't have tided him o'er any question besetting him. Since their separation, she put it to him that the deep instinct of where he should at last find her must confidently have worked for him, since she confessed to her instinct of where she should find him, which meanto it came home to him as he fingered his sealed treasure, neither more nor less than that she had now created between them an equality of experience. He wasn't to have done all the suffering she was to have been through things he couldn't even guess at, and since he was bargaining away his right ever again to allude to the unforgettable, so much there was of it, what her tacit proposition came to was that they were square and might start afresh. He didn't take up her charge as his so compromised pride, yet in a manner prompted him that he had enjoyed all the week all those elements of ease about her. The most he achieved for that was to declare with an ingenuity, contributing to float him no small distance further, that of course he had turned up at their old place of tryst, which had been through the years the haunt of his solitude, and the goal of his walk any Sunday morning, that seemed too beautiful for church, but that he hadn't in the least built on her presence there since. That supposition gave him, she would understand, wouldn't she, the air disagreeable to him of having come in search of her. Her quest of himself, once he had been seated there, would have been another matter, but in short, of course, after all, you did come to me just now, didn't you? He felt himself too lamely and gracelessly grin, as for the final kick of his honor in confirmation of the record that he had then yielded, but to her humility became for him at this hour, and to this tune on the bench of desolation, quantity more prodigious and even more mysterious than that other guaranteed quantity. The fingertips of his left hand could feel the tap by the action of his right, though what was in especial extraordinary was the manner in which she could keep making him such allowances, and yet meet him again at some turn, as with her residuum for her clever self so great. Come to you, Herbert Dodd, she imperturbably echoed. I've been coming to you for the last 10 years. There had been for him just before this 60 supreme seconds of intensest aspiration, a minute of his keeping his certificate, poised for a sharp thrust back at her, the thrust of the wild freedom of his saying, no, I can't give them up. I can't simply sink them deep down in my soul, forever, with no cross in all my future to mark that burial, so that if this is what our arrangement means, I must decline to have anything to do with it. The words none the less hadn't come, and when she had herself a couple of minutes later spoken those others, the blood rose to his face, as if given his stiffness and her extravagance he had just indeed saved himself. Everything in fact stopped, even his fidget with his paper. She imposed a hush, she imposed at any rate the conscious decent form of one, and he couldn't afterward have told how long at this juncture he must have sat simply gazing before him. It was so long at any rate that Kate herself got up, and quite indeed presently, as if her own forms were now at an end, He had returned her methinks. What was she waiting for? She had been on the 2 other occasions momentarily at a loss, but never so much so, no doubt, as was thus testified to by her leaving the bench and moving over once more to the rail of the terrace. She could carry it off in a manner with her resources, that she was waiting with so little to wait for she could face him again, after looking off at the sea, as if this slightly stiff delay, not wholly exempt from awkwardness, had been but a fine scruple of her courtesy. She had gathered herself in, after giving him time to appeal. She could take it that he had decided, and that nothing was left for her to do. Well, then she clearly launched at him across the broad walkway. Then goodbye. She had come nearer with it as if he might rise for some show of express separation, but he only leaned back motionless, his eyes on her. No. Kept her a moment before him. Do you mean that we don't? That we don't? But he broke down. Do I mean? She remained, as for questions he might ask, but it was well nigh as if there played through her darty veil an irrepressible irony. For that particular one I've meant for long years. I think all I'm capable of meaning. I've meant so much that I can't mean more, so there it is. But if you go, he appealed, and with a sense as of final flatness. However, he arranged it for his own attitude. But if you go, shan't I see you again? She waited a little, and it was strangely for him, now as if though at last so much more gorged with her tribute than she had ever been with his something still depended on her. Do you like to see me? She very simply asked. At this he did get up. That was easier than to say, at least with responsive simplicity, and again for a little he looked hard, and in silence at his letter, which at last, however, raising his eyes to her own for the act, while he masked their conscious ruefulness to his utmost in some air of assurance, he slipped into the inner pocket of his coat, letting it settle there securely. You're too wonderful. But he frowned at her with it, as never in his life. Where does it all come from? The wonder of poor me. Kate Cookham said it comes from you. He shook his head, slow-lifling with his letter there against his heart. Such a new agility, almost such a new range of interest. I mean, so much money, so extraordinarily much. Well, she held him a while. Blank. Does it seem to you extraordinarily much? 1260, because you know, she added, it's all. It's enough, he returned with a slight thoughtful droop of his head to the right, and his eyes attached to the far horizon, as through a shade of shyness for what he was saying, he felt all her own lingering nearness somehow on his cheek. It's enough, thank you. Then she rather oddly went on. He shifted a little his posture. It was more than 100 a year for you to get together. Yes, she assented, that was what year by year I tried for. But that you could live all the while, and save that. Yes, he was at liberty, as he hadn't been quite pleasantly, to marvel. All his wonderments in life had been hitherto unanswered, and didn't the change mean that here again was the social relation? I didn't live as you saw me the other day. Yes, he answered, and didn't he the next instant feel he must fairly have smiled with it? The other day you were going it. For once in my life, said Kate Cookham. I've left the hotel, she after a moment added. You're in a lodgings? He found himself inquiring, as for positive sociability. She had apparently a slight shade of hesitation, but in an instant it was all right, as what he showed he wanted to know. She seemed mostly to give him yes, but far of course from here, up on the hill, to which after another instant at the Mount Castle Terrace, she subjoined. Oh, I know the Mount and Castle Terrace is awfully sunny and nice. Awfully sunny and nice, Kate Cookham took from him. So that if it isn't, he pursued like the royal, why you're at least comfortable. I shall be comfortable anywhere now, she replied with a certain dryness. It was astonishing, however, what had become of his own, because I've accepted. Call it that. She dimly smiled. I hope then, at any rate, he returned, you can now thoroughly rest. He spoke as for a cheerful conclusion, and moved again also to smile, though as with a poor grimace, no doubt, since what he seemed most clearly to feel was that, since he accepted, he mustn't for his last note have accepted in sulkiness or gloom. With that at the same time he couldn't but know in all his fibres that with such a still watching face as the darty veil didn't disguise for him, there was no possible concluding, at least on his part. On hers it was, as he had so often for a week had reflectively to pronounce things another affair. Somehow both formidably and helpfully, her face concluded it in a sense so strangely enshrouded in things. She didn't tell him what mustn't she have done what she had said, and she had really told him nothing was no account of her life, in the midst of which conflict of opposed recognitions. At any rate it was as if for all he could do he himself now considerably floundered. But I can't think. You can't think I can have made so much money in the time and been honest. Oh, you've been honest, Herbert Dodd distinctly aloud. It moved her stillness to a gesture which, However, she had as promptly checked, and she went on the next instant as for further generosity to his failure of thought everything was possible under my stress with my hatred. Your hatred, for she had paused as if it were after all too difficult, of what I should for so long have been doing to you. With this for all his failures a greater light than any yet shone upon him, it made you think of ways. It made me think of everything, it made me work, said Kate Cookham. She added however the next moment, but that's my story. And I mayn't hear it. No, because I mayn't hear yours. Oh mine, he said with the strangest, saddest, yet after almost resigned sense of surrender of it, which he tried to make sound as if he couldn't have told it for its splendor of sacrifice, and of misery even if he would. It seemed to move in her a little exactly, that sense of the invidious "ah, mine too, I assure you." He rallied at once to the interest. "Oh, we can talk then." "Never," she all oddly replied, "never," said Kate Cookham. They remained so face to face, the effect of which for him was that he had after a little understood why that was fundamental. "Well, I see." Thus confronted they stayed, and then as he saw with a contentment that came up from deeper still, it was indeed she who with her worn fine face would conclude, "But I can take care of you. You have," he said, as with nothing left of him but a beautiful appreciative candor. "Oh, but y'all want it now," in a way she responsibly answered. He waited a moment, dropping again on the seat, so while she still stood, he looked up at her with the sense somehow that there were too many things, and that they were altogether terribly, irresistibly, doubtless blessedly in her eyes, and her whole person, which thus affected him for the moment as more than he could bear. He leaned forward, dropping his elbows to his knees, and pressing his head on his hands, so he stayed, saying nothing, only with the sense of her own sustained, renewed, and wonderful action, knowing that an arm had passed round him, and that he was held, she was beside him on the bench of desolation.